Chapter 51 The Wizard Duel from the Flesh. So what did you do to Malfoy? After Neville left with a well-written notebook, Daphne couldn't help but inquire about Malfoy's situation from Rice. The fool could tell that Malfoy had something to do with Rice just now. He turned into a squin. Daphne. She widened her eyes in shock. How is this possible? She couldn't believe her ears. How is it impossible? Do you want to try it? A small light appeared on the tip of Rice's rod. Daphne thought for a moment and agreed to Rice's proposal. She felt that this might be the only opportunity she had to experience in her life to be a squib. The shimmer of light entered his body, and Daphne felt that it was unspeakable. She tried to cast a cleaning spell, but found that she could not use this super simple spell. She tried twice, and then found that the magic in her body always turned back when she reached her wrist, as if something was blocking it. So that's it. You can't complete the casting of the spell with me. Daphne understood immediately. It's right. I've interfered with the movement of magic power in your body. But these magic powers cannot exist for too long. You, a wizard like you who knows magic power, can exhaust them if you try it a few more times. The same is true for Malfoy, but he doesn't understand magic running. I input more magic, so it takes longer. I expect it will take about 1 to 2 weeks. Rice couldn't help but admire Daphne's talent again. Then he has some trouble. Daphne covered her mouth and laughed. The joys and sorrows of people are not connected, and Malfoy is already on the verge of despair collapse at this time. As the future heir to the Malfoy family, he could not accept the fact that he had become a squin. Mrs. Pomfrey's potion has no effect, and depending on her appearance, she will not believe her words if she is a punctuation mark. What should I do? Malfoy thought of his father at the first time, and then he immediately gave up this idea. He didn't dare let his father know the fact that he had become a squin. Then the name Snape appeared in his mind, making Malfoy like a drowning man grasping a life-saving straw. But as soon as he took 2 steps to Snape's office, he realized a problem. He could not speak out the name of the culprit, Rice. I can't say it, why don't I try to write it out? Malfoy immediately took action, but he soon found that this matter could not be written. Once he had thought, the quill in his hand would lose control and draw a bunch of garbled codes on the paper. If the reason cannot be explained, will Professor Snape believe what he said? Malfoy thought about it carefully for a while and finally gave up the plan to ask him for help. He was actually afraid of Snape. He usually communicated less with him, because he could feel that Professor Snape did not prefer himself as his father said. Interpersonal relationships cannot be inherited like wealth, or they must be passed on to the next generation to pay a higher proportion of tax than inheritance tax. There seems to be only one method left. Although Malfoy, I have never heard of the saying the person who tied the bell must be untied, but I also understand that if you want to return to normal, it is best to do what Rice said. So after lunch, Harry and Ron received Malfoy's invitation to fight again. Just now. Just now. Malfoy didn't want to delay for a minute. And he said bluntly that he would go to the duel now, and you will decide the location. Harry and Ron looked at each other, and they didn't expect that Rice actually succeeded in persuading them. How did he do it? Both of them were all question marks. But after all this reached this point, the two of them could only bury their questions in their hearts and set the duel location first. The Magic History classroom. There is no one there at noon. Okay. Malfoy agreed happily and called Rice, the duel assistant who made him afraid and hate. Look, wouldn't it be so much trouble if I did this before? The expression on Rice's face seemed to be a smile, making Malfoy feel shivered. It is best not to break the conventional rules among many wizards. The next sentence Rice said made Malfoy think, is the methods he used wrong? But isn't this the Academy spirit of Slytherin? The time left for Draco Malfoy to think about his life was not long, and the few people soon arrived at the Magic History classroom. After clearing a vacant area in the classroom, the repeated ups and downs finally began. Harry and Malfoy stood in the middle of the classroom, first bowing to each other, and then posing in a common duel position. 3, 2, 1, start. After Rice and Ron counted down 3 times together, the duel began. Harry was a little nervous at first. He was worried that Malfoy, who was born in a pure-blood family, had mastered some strange spells, but to his surprise, Malfoy threw his wand at the beginning of the duel and moved forward with an indomitable wave. The momentum rushed towards him. Harry had some concerns Malfoy, and unlike Harry, Malfoy really couldn't use magic, so he chose to use physical attacks. The experience gained from fighting Dudley's cousin made Harry subconsciously dodge his way to avoid Malfoy's attack. Looking at Malfoy who was taking action directly, Harry threw away his wand and fought with Malfoy. Next is a mixed martial arts fight with punches. Harry, who has rich combat experience, has gained the upper hand and rode on Malfoy to suppress him condescendingly. Malfoy also completely let go of his reserve as a wizard and punched him with one punch. The fight back. While swinging his fist, the negative emotions such as fear and worry that arise from turning into a squid were also vented. A few minutes later, the two of them exhausted their energy and lay on the floor in unison and gasped. Both of them had their noses broken and blood flowed out of them. Harry was very happy because he really beat Malfoy up and down. However, he was a little regretful. When Malfoy pounced on him, he should dodge a few more times to consume his energy, so that he would probably win more easily. Malfoy regretted purely, what was the purpose of the duel between Porter? Not only did they not cheat them, they also made me beaten up, but I didn't suffer much, and I also taught Porter a lesson. What he didn't know was that just as the two of them were fighting each other, the magic that interfered with the flow of magic in his body had quietly dissipated. I'm willing to buy Harry's duel spots with all my pocket money, really. Ron, who was watching the game on the side, whispered to Rice. Before the duel began, he was still worried for Harry, but after seeing the duel between the two, he hoped that Harry would admit defeat directly and then go to the stage to beat Malfoy. Rice almost laughed out loud. He came to Harry and Malfoy, helped them stop the nosebleed and restored the duel field to its original state. After doing this, he left the classroom with Harry and Ron. Malfoy silently picked up his wand and waved it with a tactile tantrum, and a string of sparks emerged from the tip of the wand. Looking at the Mars at the tip of the stick, Malfoy breathed a sigh of relief as if he had survived the disaster. He can finally become a wizard again. The second update will be presented. The next update will be at 12 o'clock tomorrow night. Chapter 52 Practical Training. After experiencing the first setback in his life, Malfoy's arrogance has been much more restrained, and even the number of talks in the auditorium has decreased, not to mention taking the initiative to find trouble for Harry and Rice. He did not take the initiative to provoke, and Rice and Harry would not go to find trouble. Hogwarts campus life suddenly became calm and harmonious. Enjoying delicious desserts at classes, reading books, and teaching has become less daily life in Hogwarts. His life is very regular. He skipped classes on Monday, listened to the professor's classes from Tuesday to Friday, further learned about the modern world of magic, and taught Daphne's magic on Saturday and Sunday. Although he was enjoying life, Rice did not lie down without doing anything. He did 2 big things. First, he cleaned the corridor outside the secret room. 2. He added a seal in the seal area of the dungeon to prevent any monster from breaking through the seal and running out. Adding a new seal is a helpless compromise, similar to knowing that the bottom of the ship is leaking, but due to limited conditions, you can only add a watertight door to the bottom of the bilge. In any case, it is better than doing nothing. Your god the Fu amazes me. Looking at the feathers floating in the air, Rice was generous. Today Professor Flivy taught the floating curse to the young wizards. This is a magical spell that allows objects to float through specific gestures and spells. From feathers to human bodies, they can be driven to float by spells. But Rice dared to bet with all his honor that Daphne did not make the feather in front of her float up by spells. That's not Gialli Diosa. Daphne muttered the spell while playing with the feathers in the air. Lay. I beg you, just keep a little bit of a word. Even if you can't remember the sentence, at least remember the spell correctly. He said with a laugh and cry, it's Ugadim Leviosa. Just tell me whether the feathers float up. Lay felt that Daphne seemed to have been led by her. Compared with modern wizards, the shadow of ancient wizards was stronger. Fortunately, Professor Flivy did not notice the Daphne version of the floating curse, otherwise the fun would have been great. Modern magic still needs to be learned. Only by demonstrating each other can we gain more. Rice advised her. Oh. Daphne nodded, not knowing whether she could listen. By the way, Daphne changed the topic after getting tired of playing with feathers. There is almost done with the training, what should I teach next? After learning flying magic and defense magic, Daphne learned a powerful attack spell from Rice. In the Middle Ages, wizards of her level could already be brought to the battlefield as cannon fodder. I have learned a lot, Lay rubbed his chin twice. It's time to arrange a practical assessment for you. The wizard who has never experienced actual combat is just a potted plant in a flower pot. During the teaching process, Rice once let the snake sculpture in the secret room move as Daphne's target, but this obviously does not fall into the scope of practical combat. Should I ask this child to go to the Forbidden Forest or go to the dungeon to experience it? Rice was a little confused. Going to the Forbidden Forest is a waste of time. But as long as you don't go deep into the Forbidden Forest, the risk is not high. The opposite is true in the sealed area of the dungeon. The uncertainty is too strong and the luck is not good. You may encounter dark creatures with too much strength as soon as you enter. Hearing that she was going to participate in the actual battle, Daphne showed an eager expression, and she also wanted to know how strong she is now. Don't worry, let me think about it. This consideration was taken into consideration from Tuesday to Halloween Eve. After the flight class, Lay, who returned to the castle, sniffed, and he smelled a sweet and seductive smell of roasted pumpkin. What a tempting fragrance, he sighed from the bottom of his heart. The aroma of roasted pumpkin reminded him, Halloween is coming. Do you know the origin of Halloween? Rice asked a question without thinking. Daphne, who was following him, was stunned for a moment. She had never thought about this issue in depth. She only knew that Halloween was a witch's holiday, and on Halloween Eve, the father would light pumpkin lanterns at home and prepare a sumptuous dinner and gifts for her and her sister. Rice looked around and saw the clear stupidity in the eyes of the students around him. It seemed that others didn't know the origin of Halloween. This is a Celtic festival. Rice patiently told the students what Halloween looked like. The Celtics will hold a celebration to celebrate the harvest on New Year's Eve, which is held for both the living and the deceased. On New Year's Eve, under the influence of the celestial phenomena, the boundaries between the underworld and the human world will become blurred, and the souls of the deceased will return to the human world. Therefore, the Celtics will light bonfires and lights to celebrate all night to drive away evil spirits and to their loved ones. The souls are reunited and guide them back to the underworld at dawn. This festival did not disappear due to the demise of the Celtics. The Roman Empire and the Christian Church later inherited this tradition. It was not until the boundaries between the human world and the underworld were artificially drawn that Halloween gradually became unrecognizable and became a trick-or-treat entertainment festival. The underworld mentioned by Rice aroused the interest of his classmates. They chattered about whether the underworld existed, but the person who provoked the topic, Lay, returned to silence and hugged on the side and smiled without saying a word. Halloween energy became like this now, and the four of them made a small contribution back then. Although the separation between the Yang world and the underworld is the general trend, they have always pushed it. The Halloween dinner at Hogwarts did not disappoint Rice. The whole auditorium was decorated with a very atmosphere, with thousands of bats flapping their wings on the walls and ceiling, and thousands of dark clouds hovering above the dining table, and the wind brought the pumpkins, the candle flames and the lamp flashed, adding a bit of a less scary and gloomy atmosphere to the auditorium. As for the food, it was as excellent as ever, and Rice was desensitized. Just as Lei picked up a bowl of coconut corn and was sweet, Professor Quirrell suddenly rushed into the restaurant, his face full of horror. He stumbled to Professor Dumbledore's chair, leaned against the table and gasped. "Trolls, in the underground classroom, you should know." After saying that, he fell head on to the floor and fainted. "Giant monster?" Everyone heard it, and the restaurant suddenly became a mess. Professor Dumbledore had to use the spell to make several harsh firework explosions before everyone calmed down. "Prince," he said in a low voice, "bring your college students to the dormitory immediately." "Train the well-established chiefs immediately organized the evacuation of students from our college." Listening to the noisy sound in his ears, Lei raised his eyebrows. No matter how this monster came in, he smelled a very good breath of experience. "The first update is presented, and the second update is in the morning. You can see it when you wake up. Thanks to Bobium and Snowy Hwamandalan for their rewards. Love you. With your encouragement, you are full of motivation to write. Mamadamua, *S3, T. Happy double 12 to everyone." Chapter 53 Hunting Giant Monsters. After sharing her thoughts with Daphne, a complicated emotion flashed in Daphne's eyes. She naturally heard of the magical animals such as trolls. It is huge in size, thick skin and flesh, and has very low intelligence. It is an insult to say that it is as stupid as a pig. The worst score in the wizard exam is even expressed by its name. It is a lie to say that you are not afraid of fighting this monster that is as tall as 12 feet and weighs more than 1 ton. But isn't it just for the purpose of getting useful and magical magic from Rice? Daphne took a deep breath, nodded vigorously, and prepared to participate in the actual trial. The two of them silently followed Gemma's level leader, but gradually slowed down and fell to the end of the team little by little. Then they found an opportunity to escape from the team and hide in an unmanned corner. The question is, how do we find that monster? Daphne was mentally prepared and found out that Hogwarts Castle was so big. Where did they go to find the monster that broke in? If you go around blindly in the castle, the probability of meeting a professor is much greater than the probability of hitting a giant monster, and then the professors will be caught as a giant monster. This is simple. Rice took out his magic wand, and the next second dozens of small snakes with index fingers emerged from the tip of the wand, landed on the ground, twisted their bodies and left in all directions. Looking at the scene in front of him, even as a student from Slytherin College, Daphne couldn't help but get goosebumps. A very practical mantra, I will teach you if you want to learn it. No need. Facing Rice's good intention, Daphne refused. Lei was silent for a second, and then defended his magic. You don't have to turn into a snake, you can also turn into a sparrow, a crow, or something. Daphne then reluctantly accepted Rice's curse. A moment later, Rice found the giant monster that broke into the castle. However, while searching for the trolls, he also made some interesting discoveries, such as the scene seen at the door of the corridor to the right on the 4th floor of the castle. It seemed that something unusual was hidden behind the corridor, otherwise a dean would not have hurried to guard, and Rice's eyes narrowed slightly. He originally thought that the corridor was banned because something happened inside, and he was thinking about repairing it one day in the future, but unexpectedly, Principal Dumbledore was used for it. Shaking his head and throwing the corridor on the 4th floor behind him, Lei took Daphne straight for the monster. After arriving at the 2nd floor, a foul smell penetrated into the nostrils of the two, and then they heard a heavy footstep and a low murmur. Lei looked at the source of the sound and saw that at the end of the passage on the left, a giant figure was walking towards him under the moonlight. The giant monster was over 12 feet tall, and Rice recognized it as a mountain monster from its gray skin. This kind of monster has higher defense in the troll group. As soon as he saw it, Rice was sure that this was a very good trial material. It was powerful enough for Daphne and had enough suppression, but he had the ability to kill it with one blow. This silly man didn't find Lei and Daphne at the end of the corridor. Perhaps because of the similar smell, he got into the toilet next to the corridor. Do you know? The trolls were once called wizard killers. Because of their excellent defense, I don't know how many wizards were caught in trouble by them. As the trolls were wandering in the toilet, Lay whispered to Daphne. Characteristics of trolls. Finally, he added a sentence that made Daphne creepy. Trolls like to eat fresh food, so after catching the wizard, they will start from their limbs, eat their arms and thighs, and then start from their stomachs. This process is often it lasts for more than 10 minutes or even half an hour. During this period, the monsters will pay great attention to their properness and try to maintain the survival of their food. The caught wizard will hear the sound of his bones bursting and his muscles being torn apart. After his limbs are eaten, it will pull open its stomach and pull out the internal organs and swallow it. At that time, even if you faint from the pain, you will be awakened again. Fortunately, after this, the pain will become very short. Under Rice's vivid description, Daphne felt a chill on her back. Okay, stop talking. She interrupted Rice and tried to drive what she had just heard out of her mind. By the way, I must remind you in advance that this is your practical training, so I won't take action. Even if you are caught by a giant monster, do you understand what I mean? Rice inadvertently said extremely coldly. Words. The blood on Daphne's face disappeared suddenly. What Rice had just said squeezed into her mind again. She glanced at Rice and found that he had no expression on his face. Daphne could not tell the truth or falsehood of the sentence. It's still time to regret it now. The monster who had nothing in the toilet dragged back into the corridor with heavy steps, and then it saw a small silver-haired thing standing in front of it. Looking at the white and tender skin, the monster couldn't help swallowing. This little wizard looks really delicious. He must grab her and peel off the skin that affects the taste and taste it slowly. It reached out to Daphne and then threw in a flash. The monster looked around on the ground blankly, not understanding why the treasure that was still here just now disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this time, a condescending flash hit the monster's wide back, leaving a wound that almost ran across the back but was no more than 2 inches deep. The smelly blood seeped out from the wound with the monster's screams. Out! The wound looked terrifying, but it was really just a flesh and skin wound to the monster. The monster suddenly looked up, and the little head of the cocoa bean size looked at Daphne floating in the air, with the light of hatred flashing in her small eyes. The next moment, the wooden stick in its hand swung towards her, making a burst of air in the air. Daphne avoided the attack and then left a wound on the monster. Unfortunately, the wound left by this attack was not as big as the first time. The monster was completely angered and its offensive became even more violent. Rice watched Daphne and the monster fight without any emotion. In his opinion, Daphne really has a long way to go. If the first goal was to the giant's head, the battle would have ended long ago. Daphne, who was in the first actual combat, performed poorly due to nervousness. But to be fair, Daphne has done a great job. How many young wizards dare and have the ability to confront the monster head-on at her age? What's more, Daphne seems to have the upper hand. Suddenly, the situation of the battle changed, and Les's hand hiding in his robe couldn't help but hold the handle of the wand. The second update is presented. The next update will be at 12 p.m. Thanks to the Immortal Badger LE for your reward. Love you. F. Chapter 54 Professor McGonagall's Judgment. Take a sharp turn. This is the most appropriate adjective for the battle situation. The crazy monster no longer dodged Daphne's attack and hit Daphne at the cost of an extra wound on her chest. If she hadn't been good at flying enough, she would have suffered a big loss. But even though she avoided that stick, the negative impact caused by this mistake was not eliminated, and she suddenly lost the initiative. The monster's attack became more and more fierce, and Daphne was tired of running around. At this time, the disadvantages of using flying magic were exposed. In order to avoid the attack of the monsters, Daphne could only focus all her attention on controlling the flying magic spell, and there was almost no time to fight back. However, such a fierce attack naturally could not last long. The speed of the monster waving the wooden stick slowly decreased. Daphne finally found a chance to distance herself from it and aimed the wand in her hand at it. Who would have thought that the wooden stick that had already slowed down in the monster's hand suddenly accelerated, forcing Daphne to rush to perform defensive magic. Several hexagonal transparent shields emerged in front of her, forming a barrier in front of her. But Daphne's attainment in defensive magic was obviously not as good as flying magic. The barrier she unfolded was shattered by the monsters, and the person also hit the walls of the corridor. The next moment, the monster's empty hand grabbed her ankle and lifted her head down. "Save me!" Daphne looked at Rice subconsciously, hoping to get his rescue, but her panicked and anxious eyes met a pair of cold eyes. Lay stood there quietly, his hands caged in the sleeves of his robe, like a spectator. "Stand by and watch," this word is very appropriate here. After looking at Rice's cold eyes, Daphne instantly returned to her calmness as if she was splashed with ice water. Wind blade. The giant monster's head as big as a cocoa bean was just opposite her. Daphne raised her wand and attacked her head when she was relaxed. The wind blade formed by the spell passed horizontally and slashed at the bridge of the monster's nose. The wind blade cut off its nose bridge, cut through both eyeballs, and almost cut off half of the monster's head. The same 2-inch wound has a completely different effect on the back and on the head. The monster threw the wooden stick and Daphne out of his hand, and held the wound on his head in vain with his hand, making a trembling scream. After being thrown out, Daphne immediately used all her strength to maintain balance, then flew back dozens of feet to pull away from the monster. Standing in the distance, waiting for the dying giant logistics to flow out the last trace of vitality in the body. After seeing Daphne get rid of danger and kill the giant monster, Rice also let go of the wand hidden under her sleeve. But on the surface he still maintained his indifferent appearance. The monster slammed heavily on the floor like a collapsed hill, making a deafening sound. "Congratulations, you passed this practical training." Rice applauded Daphne. Daphne stood there in a daze for a while, then she reacted, "Did Rice really not save her just now? This is your practical drill. I said you want to complete it independently." Rice spread his hands and said that he had said before, "I understand so well, I can eat at the squat of 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 the squat of. Daphne sighed. Even though she had already said it clearly before, she still felt a little lucky in her heart, thinking that her position in Rice's heart was special and he would not really let herself be swallowed by the monster. Result. This is really cruel to her. Maybe Rice taught her the curse to be just a good idea. It's time to leave. Rice's expression changed, she pulled her wand out of her sleeve, attached a magic spell to herself and Daphne, and then trotted all the way away from the crime scene. Before leaving, Rice sprayed a stream of smoke with his magic wand, destroying the traces they left at the scene. Looking at Rice's movements, Daphne suddenly narrowed her eyes. Where did this guy take out his wand just now? Less than a minute after the two left, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick arrived here. "Minerva, I heard it." "I heard it too, look there." The two professors easily found the Titan's corpse. Seeing the situation at the scene, they frowned. "This troll has just been killed, no more than 5 minutes." Professor Flitwick squatted beside it and observed its corpse state as if he couldn't smell the stench on the troll. Based on the temperature of the corpse, he concluded that the monster was very fresh. "Quickly show your appearance." Professor McGonagall made a quick decision and tried to use magic to restore what happened here a few minutes ago. A phantom appeared in the air, but when the phantom was about to take shape, a smoke suddenly appeared in the corridor, interfering with the formation of the phantom. "I've been disturbed." Professor McGonagall sighed. The wizard who killed this monster was indeed not an ordinary person. She carefully observed the troll's corpse, hoping to analyze some useful information from it. From the killing trolls, it is not difficult to see from the size of the killing trolls, which is an adult troll. It is killed by a spell like cutting spells, and the fatal injury is on the face. But the wound on its body is too shallow. Only by hitting this deep trauma can it give the monster a fatal blow. Hitting it on other parts of the body is completely angering it. Professor McGonagall fell into thinking. Slowly, the image of the wizard who killed the trolls appeared in Professor McGonagall's heart. Faced with the trolls approaching step by step, the man was not nervous, but instead made a few spells and left them on the trolls. Several wounds. When it was irritated and rushed towards itself, the man took away the life of the giant monster. He is an opponent worthy of attention. After sharing his speculation with Professor Flivy also narrowed his eyes. Dare to do this, it is not an ordinary skilled person who is brave. Such a person lurks in Hogwarts, only for that thing. Flivy reminded Professor McGonagall that there is still a hidden place in the corridor on the 4th floor. A remarkable thing. Professor McGonagall's expression suddenly became solemn. How this monster came in is very suspicious. It has never happened like this after so many years. If it was put in by man, it means that there are more than one force who covet the stone and mix into Hogwarts. The worrying feeling lingers in Professor McGonagall's heart. She is actually a little dissatisfied with Dumbledore's arrangement. Before, when the Philosopher's Stone was stored in the Gringotts, someone tried to break into the Gringotts and steal it. As a result, Dumbledore transferred it to the school even though he knew that someone was thinking about the Philosopher's Stone. This was simply a student. Safe joke. Professor McGonagall decided to have a good chat with Dumbledore. Updated, the second update will be in the evening. Thanks to Brian's and Joswin for the reward. Mwah. Chapter 55 I Swear in the Name of Lint. Lay and Daphne walked all the way and finally rushed back to the Slytherin common room before being noticed by others. The common room was crowded with people, and the students gathered together in groups of 3 or 3, enjoying the Halloween meal delivered from the kitchen while discussing the monsters breaking into the school. Malfoy's condition recovered. He sat on the stove in the lounge and talked loudly with a glass of iced pumpkin juice in the posture of serving champagne glasses. It's so depraved that the monster slipped into the school. I'm going to write a letter to my dad to strengthen the security measures of the castle. For the sake of Lucius Malfoy, most of the Slytherin's senior students did not come to cause trouble for this junior, and even echoed him like a cheer. As soon as Rice entered the door, he heard Malfoy's words, and his eyes lit up. Hey? If you say this, I will not be sleepy. Draco Malfoy, although you are timid and despicable, and you are very sorry for your identity as a Slytherin college student, if you can persuade Hogwarts to make more contributions, it will be considered I have redeemed my merits. Malfoy suddenly felt a little furious behind his back. When he looked back, he found that Rice was looking at him with a strange look. He couldn't help but shivered, closed his mouth and ate the dinner at the table. Seeing that Malfoy no longer talked about donating money to the school, Rice could only find an empty seat in disappointment and sit down and continue to enjoy the interrupted Halloween meal. So, you really didn't plan to save me just now? Daphne couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked relentlessly. She dared to swear that she had seen with her own eyes that Rice was pulling out of her sleeve, and he wouldn't usually put the wand in that position. There is only one reason for his abnormal behavior, that is, he is actually ready to take action at any time. Fawny believed she had discovered the truth. Of course, do you want to try this pudding? There is a lot of caramel added to it. Rice really didn't want to get involved in this topic and tried to change the topic. Then you swear by your surname. Daphne used her trump card. Okay, just swear by Lint's surname. I, Lay Lint, had no intention of interfering. Daphne frowned. He actually dares to swear with his family? Is he telling the truth? If you swear by Slytherin's reputation, I will believe you. Daphne suddenly remembered that Lay often regarded himself as Slytherin's heir, so she added another sentence. I seem to see vanilla ice cream, I'll get a few. As if I didn't hear her, Rice got up from the table and ran to another place to eat the ice cream. Daphne, hey, you! In the same castle, more than one man was being questioned, and Hogwarts' current principal Dumbledore was also blocked by Professor McGonagall at this time. Dumbledore, I think we need to talk. Oh? Of course, I'll ask the kitchen to send some cakes. Dumbledore blinked and said that Professor McGonagall could go back to the principal's office with him to discuss in detail. Professor McGonagall took 2 deep breaths before calming down, giving up the idea of confronting Dumbledore in front of several other professors. She felt that this kind of operation of questioning the principal's decision in person would damage Dumbledore's prestige, so it would be better to find a place where no one is. The two arrived at the principal's office on the 8th floor of the castle, one after another. After entering the office, Dumbledore brought a cushioned armchair to Professor McGonagall and summoned a large silver plate with a stack of small cakes and a pot of honey pumpkin juice. Please sit down. Dumbledore poured Professor McGonagall a glass of pumpkin juice. Professor McGonagall sat on the stool, and plucked up the courage to speak. Abus, I don't think it's a good idea to hide the Philosopher's Stone in school. A look of appreciation flashed in Dumbledore's eyes, and then he asked her why. Professor McGonagall told him his speculation. It's too dangerous. At least 2 groups of ill-intentioned people lurking in the castle. This is unfair to the students, it's too dangerous. Professor McGonagall looked extremely serious. What if this monster is with any student today? It hit it, the consequences are unimaginable. Unless you carry the Philosopher's Stone in person, Hogwarts is not as good as the Gringotts professional in the custody of valuables. Professor McGonagall finished his thoughts. Professor McGonagall did not blindly follow, but had his own ideas, which made Dumbledore extremely satisfied, but he still had to stick to his own ways. Believe me, Minerva, I will naturally have my considerations for doing this. Dumbledore responded calmly. That is, Dumbledore. If someone else dared to reply to himself with such an answer, Professor McGonagall would have scolded him until he was out of his mind. I need an explanation. This has something to do with Voldemort. Minerva McGonagall was silent. After a long time, she picked up the pumpkin juice, took a sip, and suppressed her inner surprise with the sweet pumpkin juice. Do you think? After the mood in her heart slowed down, she immediately asked. He never died, Minerva, it's meaningless to deceive himself. Dumbledore took the silver pot and poured himself a glass of pumpkin juice. He discussed it as if he was discussing a trivial matter of life with his close friends. The whereabouts of the Dark King. This time, Minerva McGonagall was silent for a longer time, and finally, a smile that was even worse than crying appeared on her face. You are right. She accepted this cruel reality frankly. It is meaningless to deceive yourself. The wizards who have experienced that dark moment of the past understand that the mysterious man is just temporarily losing power. Sooner or later, that terrible demon will make a comeback. Fortunately, they still had Dumbledore, and the old man led them to defeat Grindelwald and survived the most rampant life of the Dark King. Even if the mysterious man makes a comeback, he will definitely lead the members of the Order of the Phoenix and the Ministry of Magic to defeat him again. So the Philosopher's Stone is the bait to catch him. Dumbledore nodded. Professor McGonagall felt relieved. If it is to deal with the mysterious man, she is willing to unconditionally believe Professor Dumbledore's arrangements. After Minerva left, Dumbledore enjoyed the remaining cake alone. He concealed something from Minerva. The bait hanging on the hook is actually not just the Philosopher's Stone. He entered school this year and Harry Potter, who appeared in the vision of the magic world again, was also the bait. Otherwise, why didn't he borrow the Philosopher's Stone from his good friend Nicole LeMay this year? But the problem is not big, everything is under control. Dumbledore can even use the existence of the Philosopher's Stone to make an interesting and harmless trial. But there are also variables. Who is the one who killed the troll? Dumbledore fell into thinking. Minerva said it was an external force that coveted the Philosopher's Stone. This certainly had a certain possibility, but he was more inclined to do it by some bold little wizard. What a courageous little guy! Dumbledore secretly praised the child. Updates, below. You'll try to send it at midnight. Chapter 56. In the name of Slytherin, the Stone Pier was dispatched. The little wizards of Slytherin Academy enjoyed delicious food and chatted with their friends until late at night. When the hands on the clock jumped to National Day, most of the students in the lounge had dispersed, and only a few scattered couples were still chatting in the corner. Good night. Good dream. After saying good night to each other, Lay and Daphne returned to their respective dormitories. About half an hour later, Rice returned to the common room. Tonight was Halloween Eve, and he couldn't sleep at all. In the era of Rice, there was no such obvious barrier between the sun and the underworld. Every Halloween was a bitter battle between the living and the dead. Over time, Rice also developed the habit of watching all night on Halloween. Now he suddenly let him sleep on time, and he couldn't fall asleep. Lesbian, who had insomnia, wanted to come to the lounge to read a book. But after walking out of the dormitory door, he suddenly remembered that every Halloween, the dark creatures held in the dungeon would become active and become less honest. Although no monster broke through the seal in 1,000 years, he should have done his duty to the seal for reason, even if it was just to clear out a few monsters that ran out of the cell. At this time, the lounge was empty, and only the fire in the fireplace was crackling. After making the decision, Rice did not rush to set off, but first burned a pot of tea with the rest of the fireplace. After drinking the tea as quickly as possible, Lay used the remaining tea residue to divine itinerary for tonight's itinerary. This was learned from a divination book called Putting the Misty to See the Future Tea Divination. Looking at the divination results symbolizing ominous in the teacup, Lay raised his eyebrows. Ominous? Then there is a need to go there. The bad divination result did not extinguish Rice's interest, but instead made him even more excited. If the divination results are accurate, it means that there is a big mess in the seal in the dungeon, and as the founder of the school, I have no choice but to suppress the seal. But before going to the dungeon, Rice felt that he needed to leave something. He spread a piece of parchment on the table, and after writing a few paragraphs, he felt a little verbose, so he simply put it into a ball and threw it into the fireplace, and rewritten a very short note. After putting the note in his wallet, sealing the wallet with all his wealth with a spell, Lay left the wallet on the table and left the public lounge directly. The communal lounge of Slytherin College was very close to the dungeon, but Rice did not go directly to the dungeon but walked upstairs. He wanted to bring some helpers. Hogwarts' current principal Dumbledore is very good, but Rice has no intention of calling him over. The reason is simple. Dumbledore has a very special significance to Hogwarts and the magic world. If an accident occurs in the dungeon, Dumbledore's sudden disappearance will also cause extremely bad effects and make the situation out of control. Hogwarts needs a principal, and the magic world also needs such a flag. The most important thing is that with himself, his own founder, it is not his turn to go. Snake King, appear and follow my instructions. Standing in a hidden corner, Rice summoned the snake monster he raised in the secret room. At the same time, he pulled out his magic wand and pointed to several stone beasts that acted as decorations in the corner of the corridor. These stone beasts are the oldest group of stone sculptures in Hogwarts and existed when the school was founded. They are part of the school's protection system, and only principals recognized by Hogwarts have the power to command them. Of course, Rice can do it too. In the name of Slytherin, Shidu, follow my orders. Several stone beasts came alive, moved heavy steps to Lay and accepted his command. At the same time, Rice heard a faint hissing sound, and he knew that the Snake King had arrived. After summoning the assistant, Rice went straight to the dungeon. Outside the seal of the dungeon, Lei broke through the wall of the corridor and exploded a large gap in the buried pipe inside, allowing the snake monster to crawl out. The terrain inside the seal is just right for it to play. After thinking that he had made enough preparations, Lei opened the seal of the dungeon and used the stone beast as the pioneer, allowing the snake monster to live behind him, and drove them into the sprints. After the snake monster's body completely stepped into the inside of the seal, the wall that formed the seal reappeared, sealing the corridor leading to the ground tightly. After entering the seal, Rice noticed something strange. The magic power in it was much more active than when he came last time, and it also brought a unique cold aura in the underworld. Sure enough, something went wrong inside the seal. Lei walked straight toward the depths of the dungeon without any hesitation. The deeper you go, the lower the temperature, and later there is even white frost on the walls, which is the favorite environment of dark creatures. Plop! Plop! Several grey-white wolf-shaped creatures were cut off by Lei in half and quickly turned into several handfuls of ashes. Behind him, the corridor was filled with traces of ashes. Put the stone beast in front of you as a meat shield, then use the snake monster's gaze to strengthen the force and control the monster. Take a two-pronged approach, and the monsters you encounter with Rice are basically killed instantly. However, this guy in front of him was a little tricky. It would be useless to destroy many clones without destroying the core of the Ashes demon, and at this time the ashes on the ground were already signs of being regrouped. Rice closed her eyes and carefully sensed the magic fluctuations in the air, trying to find clues left by the monster core. Soon, his mind moved and grabbed the key clues from the chaotic magic fluctuations. He immediately drove the stone beast and the snake monster toward the corresponding direction. Before the action, he waved his wand suddenly, and a whirlwind immediately rolled up in the corridor, and the slowly fusing ashes were suddenly dispersed. However, when tracking the core of the ashes, Rice felt a strange sense of familiarity in his heart. He stopped and carefully identified it, and then he really found a familiar magical movement. It's the feeling of wind. Specifically, Rice felt a hint of old friends feeling from it. A trace of surprise flashed in Rice's eyes, and he couldn't help but speed up. The closer you get to the hiding point of the core of the Ashes demon, the more obvious this familiar magic fluctuation becomes. Finally, when Rice came outside an underground cave, the two reached their peak together. When Lei and the four of them built the dungeon, they did not use 100% manual mining, but cleverly used some of the naturally formed underground caves and cracks formed between caves. They widened these narrow passages and strengthened the caves to build an extremely huge dungeon. So after really going deep into the dungeon, you will occasionally encounter a very open venue, and there is one of them in front of you. Lei raised his wand and stepped into the cave ahead with the stone beast and the snake monster, and then he felt a heartfelt shock. Updates are provided. Sorry for being a little late, please wait till evening for the second update. Chapter 57 Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw. Rice has a colorful life, and the scenes that can shock him are indeed extremely shocking. In front of him was a cave the size of Quidditch Stadium, with grey mist everywhere. The fog twisted from time to time, turning into a dark creature or magical animal and rushing towards the middle of the cave. Fire dragon, giant, Thunderbird, Fairy. Just after passing the intensity of the battle, Rice thought that the Ashes demon was nothing but air, but after coming to this open land, he realized that he was very wrong. This Ashes demon had not focused on him at all. His ability to call may be less than 1/10. It focused almost all its attention here, trying to crush the monster in the middle of the cave. However, things went against my wishes. Those powerful creatures were like paper, and were shattered by several wind blades before they could run a few steps. The one who released the wind blade was a mummy standing in the middle of the cave. The mummy was wearing a tattered blue robe. It is not difficult to see from the sparse hair remaining above the head of the corpse and the ornaments on the robe that this was a witch. Remains. Next to the mummy, there was a witch ghost who described the wool as a wool. Unlike other ghosts, the body of this ghost is much solidified, like a physical body. The accessories on her robe were exactly the same as those on the corpse of the mummy beside her. The ghost of the witch was exactly why Lei was shocked. Even though he had turned into a ghost form, Lei recognized her at a glance, Rowena Ravenclaw. The movement of Le's arrival attracted the attention of Ravenclaw's ghost. While controlling the Windblade and defeating the Ashes demon step by step, she looked up in the direction where Lei was. When she looked up, she revealed a pair of scarlet eyes. They were once very familiar eyes, but now they are so strange. Only the instinctive emotions of beasts remained in the intelligent and gentle eyes of the past: bloodthirsty, madness, tyranny. The moment he saw the eyes, Lei turned his head and ran away without any hesitation. He knew very well that Ravenclaw was in a state that was wrong after turning into a ghost. Her rationality had been lost, but her strength was still there. If you stay here again, you will be killed by her. Even if Ravenclaw lost her most powerful weapon and wisdom, she was left with only Gryffindor's brute force, and it was not something that Rice, who was only 11 years old in physical condition, could hit the car. Lei walked very simply, but he only showed his side but still attracted the attention of Ravenclaw's ghost. The ghost no longer deals with the Ashes demon. It drives Rowena Ravenclaw's mummy to lift his wand and circle around, and immediately summons a violent tornado in the cave. The tornado destroyed the grey fog defense laid outside the Ash demon's core, exposing the core that looked like a transparent glass ball. A wind blade hit the core, leaving a crack on it. The injured Ashes demon fell into madness. It tried hard to control the remaining ashes and tried to set up defenses outside the core, but the ashes in the cave had been swept away by the storm just now. It tried its best. Collecting only creates a thin layer of grey fog outside the core. Give it some time, and it will naturally restore its massive appearance just now, but the ghost of Ravenclaw did not give it this opportunity. One after another, the wind blades hit the core, smashing it to pieces. As the core shattered, a powerful Ashes demon was wiped out by Ravenclaw's ghost. The remaining part of the Ashes demon may take thousands of years to restore the appearance he had just now. This guy is also unlucky. He ran into Ravenclaw, who is good at wind magic. If he met Rice, the outcome would probably not be so tragic. Rice also heard the gust of wind, and he pursed his lips and ran wildly. From the movement from a quiet perspective, there is not much difference in strength between Ravenclaw's ghost and herself. At this time, Rice thanked the Ashes demon from the bottom of his heart. If it hadn't bought some time for him, he would definitely not have escaped. Ravenclaw's ghost floated out of the grotto, his red eyes staring at the direction of Le's escape. Compared with the ghost, the mummy's movement speed was much slower. After the ghost floated out for more than 10 seconds, the mummy came to it with stiff steps. Under the control of the ghost, the mummy slowly raised his wand, and the next second, dozens of wind blades swept along the corridor. After giving an old friend a wave of meeting gifts, the ghost of Ravenclaw seemed to think that this gift was a bit thin for an old friend who had not seen it for 1,000 years. Just as it was about to give Lei another wave of wind blades, the ground suddenly surged, and a huge mouth emerged from the feet of the Ravenclaw's mummy, swallowing it into its stomach in an instant. The raid of unknown monsters disrupted the ghost's plan. It changed the target of attack and drove the mummy to cast magic in the monster's belly. By the time it dealt with the monster and crawled out of the monster's belly, Rice had already run out of its attack range. However, the old friend's meeting gift gave Lei a surprise, which made him feel the enthusiasm from Ravenclaw. The wind blade was nearly 100 meters away from Lei, and he keenly noticed something strange. Rice, who was very familiar with Rowena's magic, knew that it would be useless to run again now, so he stopped and let the stone beasts line up in front of him and quickly cast protective magic. Compared with Daphne, Rice's protective spell is much heavier. If Daphne erected a layer of shield in front of him, then Rice built a city wall in front of him. Looking at the stone beasts blocking in front of him and the seemingly heavy defensive curse, Lei frowned and silently protected the snake monster in front of him. After these arrangements were made, the wind blade whistled, leaving deep marks on the walls, floors, and ceilings of the corridor. The stone beasts were swept in by the storm formed by the wind blade, and instantly turned into a pile of gravel. The wind blade mixed with gravel hit the magic barrier built by Rice, like a tsunami hitting the dam. Lei took a deep breath and sent as much magic as possible to the magic barrier. After the two sides were stalemate for a moment, the defensive spell constructed by Lei was shattered, but the storm formed by the wind blade became the last of its strength, leaving only hundreds of wounds of all sizes on the snake monster, which Lei himself suffered. The injury was not serious, and only a few small holes were left on both arms. The snake monster was in pain and let out a wave of roar, its tail swinging wildly, hitting Lei's chest, making his eyes dark. According to his estimate, at least 2 ribs were broken. The worst injury that Lei suffered in this attack was caused by the basilisk. Updates are provided. The next update is in the early morning. Everyone can get up in the morning to watch. Chapter 58, Ravenclaw draws the land to prison. Under the stimulation of the pain, the basil monster became less obedient, and Rice issued several commands to calm it down. After soothing the snake monster, Lei did not treat the wounds for him and himself, but took it to continue to evacuate to the surface. With Les's understanding of Roina, someone who is cautious in her personality will definitely finish the attack, and there may be a second or third wave of attacks next. Without stone beasts as buffering, if you want to block these attacks, you have to use some magic that is very harmful to your body and soul. It's okay for you to find a way to break through, but the Snake King can't save it. It was not until this moment that Lei understood what the source of the ominous shown by his divination was. The unreasonable Roina Ravenclaw could indeed bring him a fatal threat. However, after running with injuries for a while, the expected second wave of attack did not arrive. Did it change after becoming a ghost, or was it delayed by something? Rice leans towards the latter. It's pretty good. Thanks to the unknown dark creature for sacrificing itself. Otherwise, it would be a dead end to fight with Ravenclaw, who is almost at its peak in the spell. After getting rid of Ravenclaw's ghost, Rice also had the time to review the scene just now. While treating the wounds of the snake monster, he picked out the gravel inside, and analyzed the collected information. After seeing the ghost of Ravenclaw, Lei finally understood the reason why the dungeon seal was not maintained for thousands of years and there was no big mess, because Ravenclaw was guarding the seal every once in a while just clean up the powerful dark creatures that were out of the cage like cutting leaks. Even death could not stop her, so there was no monster breaking through the seal. And according to her status, she did not show any fatigue. This dynamic balance in the seal will continue to be maintained. Dark creatures are flooded, Ravenclaw is storming an extermination, dark creatures continue to host dormant, accumulate strength. Roiner should have done some special treatment to his body before his death, and then actively gave up the possibility of reincarnation and turned into a ghost. Unlike other ghosts, Roiner Ravenclaw can continue fighting by commanding his body to exert his combat effectiveness before he was born. It's a pity that she had too much contact with these evil creatures and too frequent, and her soul was inevitably affected and eventually turned into that horrifying appearance. Thinking of this, Rice couldn't help feeling a little heavy. Unexpectedly, the person who yearned for freedom the most among the 4 people chose to stay in the seal and silently guarded, enduring the constraints of thousands of years. Lei believes you should do something for Roina. Roina, if you stick with it for a while, I will definitely find a way to help you get rid of this state of being neither human nor ghost. Rice made up his mind. However, before taking action, he needs to make corresponding preparations. Although he is not as good as Helga, Rice also has a little understanding of healing magic. He easily handled the basil monster's wound and attached the ribs he had broken by it. However, when the wound was sutured, Rice also encountered trouble. The sewn wound collapsed the next second. It was Ravenclaw's magic left in the wound, which added a lot of work to Rice's treatment. He needed to use his magic to first use his magic to drive Ravenclaw. The magic left in the wound is removed bit by bit, and then the wound is sewn up with magic. A few hours later, Rice finally treated the wound on the basilisk. With the tenacious vitality of the Snake King, these skin and flesh are not harmful. They can be cured after returning to the secret room for a few days. Lei took the basilisk out of the seal and asked it to return to the secret room by itself. After a night of hard work, I returned to the dormitory of Slytherin College. Lying on the bed and feeling the soft mattress, Lei felt all the fatigue was sucked away by the mattress. A smile hangs on the corner of his mouth and falls asleep. In his dream, he met several old friends again. Godric sincerely apologized to him. Helga prepared a large table of hearty food for himself. Roiner was excited to discuss him with him. Several strange curses she invented during her departure from school. The next day, despite the professors trying to block the news of the killing of the monsters who broke into the school leaked out, triggering heated discussions, and the students guessed everything. Some people think that the professors took action, while others think that it may be that there is some defensive magic hidden in the castle. The more outrageous people attribute the credit to the soul of the castle, and think that it was the castle spirit of Hogwarts Castle who took action to kill it. Dead invaders. However, in the end, the storm on Halloween Eve gradually dissipated, and the topic of the little wizards gradually began to change, from a giant to the upcoming Quidditch League. After November, the weather became extremely cold, the mountains around the school were dyed white by ice and snow, and a thick layer of ice was formed on the surface of the Black Lake. Fish from the lake began to gather frequently outside the window of the Slytherin common room because it was warmer. Some good little wizards think that the fat fish will attract mermaids in the lake, and they can enjoy the eyes. But they were disappointed. No matter how dense the fish were, neither the fishman nor the mermaid appeared, as if they did not exist at all. I don't know who it was, so I sent Harry Potter a handful of the latest 2000 light wheels, which made him a sensational figure in the school. The Light Wheel 2000 is equivalent to a supercar in the non-magic world. I don't know how many people's eyes were red when they were envious of Harry. However, the troubles in the school have little to do with Rice. He is busy getting potions these days. He sent a letter to Lupette, who was far away in Diagon Alley, entrusting her to buy a lot of potion materials for herself. The money is thanks to Mr. Malfoy for his sponsorship. He used the ingredients sent by Lupette to prepare a series of potions that were so complicated that it could be a headache if you just say it once. Rice believed that her potion would definitely dispel the filth that Roina was contaminated with, even if she was in a ghost form. Moreover, if this potion is effective for Roina, it might also be able to cure Daphne's sister's illness. The curse carried by Astoria Greengrass is somewhat similar to that of Roina. It is all about the soul being polluted by dark creatures. The difference is that Roina is in a ghost form and has a higher soul strength, so it can, if you use a strong medicine, you cannot copy the experience of Astoria. However, there is still a long way to go when Rice's potions are well matched, because there are still a few rare potion ingredients missing. Time passes slowly, and the first Quidditch game of this year has quietly arrived. Updates are provided. The second update will still have to wait until evening. Chapter 59 The Magical Voice in Quidditch Game. Gryffindor vs Slytherin. Rice put the maple cake in his hand aside, and Daphne's words successfully ignited his interest. Daphne looked at him with a ghost look. Have you heard this? Everyone has been talking about this game for a long time. Rice has been very busy recently. He goes to the secret room to get potions during the day and gives Daphne a lecture on the weekends. He was so busy that he even wanted to outweigh Professor Quirrell's black magic defense technique. It would be great if Professor Quirrell, who was teaching the class, really showed that he was like that, but unfortunately it was not. Lei is very sure that Quirrell is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and his turban hides the shocking evil. However, to be honest, what Quirrell teaches is really bad. What made Lei even more dissatisfied was that it was not because Kilo was not good at teaching, but because he deliberately made bad things. The problem of attitude is more abominable than the problem of ability. In Les's opinion, if a teacher like Quirrell teaches black magic defense, how could the little wizards defend against black magic? However, looking at the students' appearance, they didn't seem to have much opinion on a slut like Professor Quirrell, which made Lay sigh in secret, the environment is too comfortable. 1,000 years ago, this kind of teacher was the next day will be driven out of the castle by students. Because at that time, students were very concerned about whether they could learn useful magic from school that could make a living. Nowadays students only care about whether the professor has many homework and whether the exam is difficult or not. This is the magic world's manifestation is also a sad fact. But if you endure it, you will pass. After all, a person like Quirrell, who has a secret, is likely not to stay in Hogwarts for a long time. In addition, that curse that Rice felt was a bit outrageous, he believed that the school would change another next year. A reliable professor of black magic defense. Based on various abnormal performances of Killoa, Rice determined that he should be plotting against Dumbledore's things hidden in the corridor on the 4th floor. He was also a little curious about this and decided to find out when the matter at hand was finished. I said, "You're at least concerned about the recent major events in the school." Daphne also wanted to complain about Rice's real ear to the outside world. Fortunately, she is here, so I can share the latest gossip with Lay. Daphne, who consciously played a little positive role, proudly raised her chin and told Rice that she heard that Porter became the Gryffindor's goalkeeper. At the Gryffindor Academy, it was obvious that he wanted to use Harry as their secret weapon. Wood decided to keep Harry's participation in the competition strictly confidential, but the news that Harry wanted to be a player was leaked. Even the most important thing was to be the first to be a player. Slytherin Academy knew everything that shouldn't have known. Rice, oh! Isn't this quite normal? Porter flew well that day, and it was reasonable to be selected for the Quidditch team. But why wasn't Malfoy selected for the Slytherin team? Is it because the team's goalkeeper is better? Looking at Lay, who had not understood the essence of this news at all, Daphne instantly felt like she was hitting the cotton with one punch. "This is the youngest golfer in a century," she said, gritting her teeth. A century, so there were also players who were like him, even younger than him, 100 years ago? So is this something worth making a fuss about? For Lay, one in a century, Hogwarts has also produced more than a dozen in history, which is not surprising at all. Daphne was stunned. When discussing this topic, most people will be amazed that Harry has become the youngest finder in a century. Only Rice is unique and put forward such a point of view. Thinking of this, it seems that Harry was recruited into the Gryffindor team is not a big deal. So where did the original Gryffindor finder go? After learning that Charlie Weasley, the former player, had graduated and the team's player position was temporarily vacant, Rice showed an expression of as expected. Harry's main purpose in joining the team is to have a right time, place, and people. When the opportunity comes, it will go up. He and Malfoy are in a situation that Draco Malfoy can also become the youngest finder in a century. Of course, a person's destiny depends on his own struggle, but it also takes into account the course of history. Daphne was silent. The Gemma classmate next to him heard the conversation between the two and was inspired and analyzed the situation of the competition for his juniors with a smile. "Our college has a sure win in this game, because Slytherin College has 3 wins and Gryffindor College has 3 losses. The players of our college have experienced many battles and are almost perfect in the running in. How many days did that Porter join the team? How could he cooperate with his teammates? Most of our players grew up riding a broom." In contrast, several people at the Gryffindor Academy were 11 years old and were flying into the sky for the first time, coupled with the crushing of hardware conditions. "I can't think of how we should lose." After listening to the speech of Gemma, Rice couldn't help feeling relieved. "Godric, I admit that you are a little better at riding a broom, but my students are better at flying than Mirai. This time it's my turn to win. No matter what, it's a good thing to win Gryffindor on the court." Rice was quite happy. The match day was coming soon, and the stands around Quidditch Stadium were filled with students, and many students also brought their own binoculars to better see the game situation. "Here, I have one more." Seeing that Rice didn't bring a telescope, Daphne planned to lend him her spare telescope. "No, it's enough to have the Hawkeye curse." Rice pointed to his eyes with his wand, greatly enhancing his vision. After using this spell, Rice could even see the lip of the little wizard in the Gryffindor stand opposite him. After the game started, as expected, Slytherin had the upper hand and scored with the ghost flying ball several times in a row. Just as Rice applauded goalkeeper Bletch for a wonderful save, an accident happened. Harry's flying broom suddenly shook, as if the broom wanted to throw him down. Rice stopped applauding and narrowed his eyes. He found that someone was casting a spell on Potter's broom. Despicable. The Slytherin doesn't need to rely on such a side-sided way to win, and this dirty trick has tarnished the glory of the Academy. He immediately began to look for the source of the curse, and soon he targeted Professor Quirrell. In the process, he also noticed that Professor Snape was trying to stabilize the broom in the sky with a spell. This is the real Slytherin. After giving Snape a thumbs up, Rice took action without hesitation. His magic and Quirrell's spell collided in the air, and in an instant, defeating Quirrell's curse, regaining stability to the broom. Learning from the lessons of the flight class, this time he restrained the intensity of his curse and did not use too much force, but he still defeated his opponent. However, Quirrell's spell came back as soon as it was defeated, and this time there was a trace of extremely evil aura in his magic. "Oh? Is this a real skill?" Lay raised his eyebrows and took action with confidence and boldness. However, just as the two magic powers converged, the magic power from Quirrell suddenly disappeared. Lay and Snape's spells met and worked together to help him. The broom is firmly fixed in the sky. Updates are provided. The next update will be tomorrow noon. Chapter 60 Professor Snape takes the pot. Faced with the sudden retreat of Kilo, Lay was a little confused. "Why don't you continue to fight? Did you feel in advance that you will definitely lose, so you gave up directly? Or are you afraid of being discovered by others, so you stop? Or do you think this approach is meaningless, and even if you throw Harry off the broom, it will not have any impact on the game and Harry's health?" He looked at Quirrell and then laughed silently. The reason was not as complicated as he thought. Quirrell was knocked down. It is for such a simple reason that Quirrell was defeated from a physical level. The person who knocked down Quirrell was also an acquaintance, Hermione, a freshman at Ravenclaw College. She also keenly noticed something wrong with Harry's broom, and then found the culprit in the crowd. Severus Snape. He stared at Harry in the sky with a gloomy expression, and his muttering words looked so much like a villain doing bad things that Hermione did not hesitate to treat him as an enemy. Hermione, who found the target, rushed towards Snape in a hurry, intending to expose his ugly face in public. Fortunately, while walking through the crowded stands, she accidentally knocked over Professor Quirrell, who was concentrating on fighting. Unexpectedly the goal was achieved. The problem-solving steps are correct, and the algebra is wrong, but there was an accident during the calculation and I finally got the correct answer. This is a portrayal of Hermione's action. Professor Snape didn't know that he had taken the blame, he only knew that Harry's crisis had been lifted. He immediately shut his mouth and pretended to have done nothing. He could not be found chanting a curse on Potter's broom. The Dean of the Slytherin Academy casts a spell on the broomstick against the Gryffindor Finder in the Quidditch game, which is the match between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Once discovered, it will be that the yellow mud falls into the crotch and cannot be washed. Even if it is easy to prove innocence, the impact on reputation is still extremely bad, because students will not believe it at all. At this moment, Harry in the sky was in a very embarrassing situation. The spells of Rice and Snape can stabilize the broom, but when the spells are combined, an unexpected magic reaction occurs. Harry's 2000 light wheel under the action of their spells it's dead, stopping at a high altitude and letting Harry drive it, it's still motionless. The two initiators, Lay and Snape, also discovered this situation soon after. Snape's face turned dark, and Lay couldn't help but cover his forehead. Rice did not try to activate Harry's broom again with a spell. He knew that the problem now was that the three-party spell was fighting in a flying broom, which caused the broom to temporarily not receive external signals. The best way to do nothing is to do it, and the broom will return to normal on its own in a minute or two. Now I can only hope that the referee will find an abnormality and stop the game. Where is the referee? Mrs. Huoqi will do something. At this time, Mrs. Huoqi was attracted by attention and did not notice the abnormality on Harry's side. At this moment, a golden shadow flashed in front of Harry, and Harry's breathing became rapid. He was 100% sure that was the golden flying thief. It's a pity that his broom was out of control and nailed him to the spot and could not move. The next second, Slytherin's ball seeker drove a broom and rushed past him roaring, holding the thief firmly in his hand. After catching the thief, he glanced at Harry with a strange look, not understanding why Potter was drifting and watching. Harry. Lay. Snape. Seeing the unexpected ending of the game, Rice and Snape were both stunned. How to say it? Harry's luck was indeed not very good, and the accident happened in that short window. Snape, I'm for his own good. Without me, Potter has been thrown off the broom. Isn't it normal for a little accident during the rescue? Rice, the magic reaction is so amazing, haha. Both of them quickly completed their psychological construction and enjoyed the victory with peace of mind. When Hermione also arrived at Snape, the game was over, so she naturally didn't catch Snape's handle. Snape looked down at her while applauding the Slytherin. Miss Granger, why are you here? If you want to celebrate the victory with Slytherin College, we welcome it. Hermione stared at Snape for a while, then left angrily. Although I have no evidence to expose your ugly true face now, I will sooner or later seize the opportunity. She swears secretly in her heart and decides to go find Rice immediately and tell him what she just saw. Harry fell back to the ground under the protection of his teammates and handed over his 2000 wheel to Professor McGonagall, who was rushing to come. She will conduct a comprehensive inspection of the broom. The first Quidditch League of this school year came to an absurd end. After the game, Rice did not join the Academy's celebration team. He beats while the teachers and staff were all enjoying lunch. They went to the corridor on the 4th floor to find out what Dumbledore had hidden in the school. However, as soon as he walked out of the corridor, he was blocked halfway by a man. Hermione, Mi Xing's verbal partner, Wu Jun. Rice, I have to tell you something. Hermione looked around and found that there was no one else around and said in a low voice. Lay signaled Hermione to start the speech. Hermione told Rice everything she saw in today's Quidditch game. Lay, Snape, he wants to kill Harry. Her expression became anxious. I need your help to collect evidence. Rice sighed. Professor Snape, look, this is the end of not managing his image properly. If he puts his heart in his heart, he will regard people like Snape as a villain if he doesn't understand the truth. Hermione, this is not what you think. Professor Snape is innocent. I am innocent too, Rice silently added in his heart. Rice. Seeing that Rice didn't believe him, Hermione began to become impatient. Snape is helping Harry, not harming him. If you don't believe what I said, you can go to Professor Flitwick, who will find out the truth for you. This kind of investigation is not difficult, and it is just a curse for Professor Flitwick. Less suggestion made Hermione's eyes lit up, and then it dimmed again. But I have no evidence. I reported a professor without evidence. In Hermione's consciousness, this was an extremely dangerous behavior, so she subconsciously found the most reliable classmate Rice, whom she thought was the most reliable, hoping to get it. His help collects evidence of Snape's guilt. Then you write an anonymous letter. I'm really convinced. Rice was worried about the modern little wizard's ability to do things from the bottom of his heart. He took out a piece of parchment. His pen was like a dragon and snake, and he quickly wrote a letter reporting the facts Hermione saw. After reading it for Hermione, after confirming that the statement inside was correct, Lay took the wand and gently tapped the letter on the letter, and the letter turned into a small paper bird and flew towards the teacher's seat. Professor Flivy will give the answer. Snape is really innocent, why don't you believe it? The update is available. Sorry for being late, I was woken up by the phone in the morning and worked overtime for one day, and the next update will be in the evening. Chapter 61 Dumbledore's level-breaking game is doing well. The atmosphere on the staff seat was a bit solemn. Professor McGonagall had a stern face, and his whole body exuded a breath of no one to enter. Several other deans knew this well. Gryffindor lost to Slytherin due to off-court factors, which made her very upset. At this time, when I opened it, Flivy's face changed instantly. He handed the parchment to Professor McGonagall and cleared his throat. Severus, Minerva, I think you two need to look at what is written on it. Professor McGonagall took the parchment, glanced at it and narrowed his eyes, and threw the parchment directly in front of Snape. Severus, should you explain this? Yes, I chant a spell on Potter's broom. To all the professor's surprise, after reading the things written on the paper, Snape actually admitted it. In fact, as long as he bites him to death, the other deans can't do anything to him, but if he admits. Professor McGonagall coldly said that Snape must give him an explanation. I am protecting Potter with magic so that he will not fall from the sky. I am fighting against another person who has been cursing. You can check the remaining magic traces on the broom, and it will testify to me. Snape's face was calm. The professor at Hogwarts was different from the little wizards whose heads were filled with moxa. They could communicate and understand themselves. Just check the remaining magic traces on the broom, and the truth will be revealed. There is another person. Flivy's focus was slightly different. Isn't it that I'm going to kill Mona? Professor Sprout, the Dean of Hufflepuff, also shook his head. This is a bit strange. Snape frowned. Who is the person who saved Harry? Does this person have any connection with the person who killed the troll on Halloween Eve? After making an excuse, Rice sent Hermione away. For the little girl Hermione, he just gave her some advice because of her hard work and intelligence, hoping to correct her to Slytherin College. Stereotype. After this little episode, Lay came to the 4th floor of the castle alone. Putting his ear on the door panel and listening carefully for a few seconds, Rice confirmed that there were a few big guys behind the door. For such a gatekeeper, if it were Godric, he would definitely open the door and fight them to the death, but in Rice's opinion, it was completely unnecessary. The sound of the battle is likely to alarm the people in the castle, and their whereabouts will be exposed at that time, so Rice chose to take the lead. He took out a small crystal bottle from his pocket, pulled out the plug, and a stream of smoke flashing with a dreamy and blurred color escaped from it, and floated in through the crack of the door under the command of Lay. After about a minute, the breathing behind the door became heavy and evenly, the big guy inside fell asleep, and for the next few hours, they would be immersed in a sweet dreamland. This is a magic potion made of the Desire Demon as the raw material. Rice is very confident about it, and even a fire dragon can be fascinated. Lay took out his wand and knocked on the door. Knock. The lock clicked and the door opened. The torches in the corridor illuminated the corridor behind the door. After seeing the things behind the door, Rice couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Dumbledore is really okay, he can actually find this rare magical animal. Behind the wooden door is a huge 3-headed dog. Even 1,000 years ago, this magical animal was rare. Judging from its huge body and shiny hair, this 3-headed dog has been well taken care of, which is rare. 3-headed dogs are as difficult to raise as Rooney snakes because their 3 heads have independent consciousness and sometimes even attack each other. The owner must have put in a lot of effort to raise this 3-headed dog like this. Rice admitted that he had made some mistakes in his judgment. He felt 3 breathing sounds and 3 independent magic powers through the door. He thought there were several magical animals guarding the door, but in the end, several magical animals guarding the door. After stepping into the door, Rice closed the door, waved his wand, and let the door lock automatically lock. Then he did not rush to go deeper, but turned around the three-headed dog. Well, it's a bit degenerate, not as powerful as the previous three-headed dog, but it's also good to come to the door. Rice admitted that if he had not known it in advance, even a wizard of the dean of the college would not be able to escape unscathed when he was suddenly attacked by a three-headed dog in such a small space. Dumbledore is right. Anyone who does not want to die in an accident or in pain should not enter here. Lay easily found a trapdoor under the paws of the three-headed dog. When he opened the trapdoor, he couldn't help but sigh, it's too simple, it should be hidden, at least add a magic to the door. Body mantras and other things can also make the trapdoor not so easy to be discovered. After imposing a flying magic on himself, Lay slowly floated down the trapdoor. Tisk! Looking at the large tangled vines underground, Rice couldn't help but smack her lips. Isn't it really used to suck the devil's net here to absorb the shock? How did this defense mechanism be designed? Then the deeper he walked, the tighter Les brows frowned. He thought the three-headed dog was just the beginning, but he didn't expect it to be the pinnacle of all defense measures. The last level with a very distinctive Snape's personal touch made Rice even more amused. Do you use fireproof potions as antidotes and diarrhea potions as poison? Only the younger wizards and those who have lost their sense of smell will be stumped by your level, Severus Snape. Rice said that he didn't even see these levels. Then when he stepped through the fire door, he suddenly realized in his heart, the anti-theft measures are so simple, are these levels really used to prevent theft? The last room was behind the fire gate. Lay searched the place in an extremely detailed manner. After spending a lot of energy, Lay came to a conclusion: this place is empty, without any mechanism, magic, or secret door, and this is the letter empty in the sense. Dumbledore did not arrange any agency here, nor did he hide anything. The exploration of Rice's corridor ends here. Regarding the guard mechanism behind the door, Les's evaluation is, Dumbledore's level-breaking game is doing well. Yes, in his opinion, the three-headed dog who looked at the door was completely the level of puzzle games. Even if it was just an ordinary first-grade wizard, as long as he followed the rules, he could reach the end safely. One level. This is very abnormal. The update is provided. I will continue to write the next update. It is likely that it will be available in the early morning. Babies can get up tomorrow morning to watch. Thanks for Bobium's reward. Chapter 62 Dumbledore, thank you. Rice silently left the secret space under the corridor on the 4th floor and returned to the college's lounge. Leaning on the back of the armchair, Lay fell into thought. In Rice's view, most levels are suspected of letting water. If he is designed, the lethality can be easily increased dozens of times. For example, there is no devil net under the trapdoor, but it is replaced by a cutter. The sharp wooden stakes, and then plant some hallucinatory magical plants on the inner wall of the passage. The hundreds of flying keys will take the initiative to attack when they see people, and the keys that can open the door will not be mixed in at all, and it is carried by the level designer. The same applies to the chess pieces of giant wizard chess. What kind of chess is played? It's all done when you see the invader. Why do you have to follow the rules with a thief? Lay thought of a few improvement ideas and could increase the difficulty of protecting the mysterious item level by several levels. He didn't believe that Professor Dumbledore would not have thought of it. Combined with the empty room at the end of the level, the answer was about to come out. Dumbledore didn't hide the thing in the secret room under the corridor on the 4th floor. He probably carried the treasure with him. And those levels that are like puzzle games are more like Dumbledore's test for children. If Dumbledore really thought these fancy levels could stop the invaders, then Rice would have to seriously consider whether he had Alzheimer's disease. The test for children, the test for children. Rice's thoughts suddenly paused on the word. If we look at this guess, the levels in the secret space are no tits often reasonable, and if you think about it carefully, this secret space is really well designed, with moderate difficulty and guaranteed safety, which is very suitable for children to play with. Dumbledore may have other purposes. After all, it is still time-consuming and laborious to build such a space. Rice thinks it is probably used to catch fish. Which child did Dumbledore spend so much effort? Rice had the answer as soon as this idea came out. The boy who survived the disaster, the savior of the magic world, and the rising star of Gryffindor Academy. Is there anyone more suitable than him? Rice put himself into Dumbledore's perspective, and then gradually knocked away the fog shrouded in the truth little by little. Dumbledore first made the ulterior motives believe that he had hidden a treasure in school, and then designed a bunch of puzzle-type small levels for this treasure. The difficulty was just right for the first-grade wizard. As for the three-headed dog at the door, the purpose is to block the villain outside the door so that he will not see the mechanism under the trapdoor too early, so that Dumbledore's cultivation game will not be able to continue. As for this villain with ulterior motives, it is likely that Mr. Quirrell. Lay felt that with his current state and the frequency of contact with Quirrell, he could detect something wrong with Quirrell. Do you really not feel it when Dumbledore sat at the same table and had dinner with Quirrell every day? Rice doesn't believe it when he is kept in the dark. Dumbledore's next script may be to guide Harry to discover what he was hiding in the school step by step, discover Quirrell's conspiracy, and then let Quirrell break through the three-headed dog's defense line when necessary, and officially open Harry's trial. As for safety issues, Dumbledore probably had already made arrangements. The information collected at hand outlined Dumbledore's plan for Rice. After seeing through all this, Les couldn't help but sigh. You can still play. An old guy like him is really rigid in mind. Why didn't I see you in the restaurant just now? Lay lamented that when the back wave pushed the front wave, Daphne appeared in front of him with a small bag of food. Something happened. Looking at Daphne sitting opposite him, Rice narrowed her eyes. What's up? Keep confidential. Oh, then let me eat this finger puff. After the two chatted and joking for a while, Rice gradually began to guide the topic in the direction they expected. You said, what is hidden behind the corridor on the 4th floor? I don't know what dangerous thing should be. I know. A trace of curiosity flashed in Daphne's eyes. So, did you go on an adventure with the Enzim Wall? You didn't even call me. I didn't bring you many adventures, and not all adventures are suitable for children. Lay smiled and said, That's right, that's right. Since you know what I did just now, can I think beautifully. Daphne quickly took the lightning puffs in front of her. Tell me what's inside first. Rice described the three-headed dog he saw behind the door and Daphne. There is a very rare three-headed dog behind the door. Lay said as if showing off. Three-headed dog. Daphne chewed the news brought by Rice silently, then frowned. Why did Dumbledore and the school professors raise a three-headed dog in the corridor on the 4th floor of the school? Following this idea, Daphne came to a conclusion. Professor Dumbledore hid something in the corridor on the 4th floor and found a three-headed dog to take care of it. Her curiosity was suffocated. Are there only three-headed dogs? I didn't pay attention. I just satisfied my curiosity and left. Rice said something that suited his character in Daphne's mind. Hey, wait, the three-headed dog is a very dangerous magical animal? Daphne remembered something, but she closed her mouth halfway through her speech. In her opinion, even if there is a fire dragon behind the door, a wizard like Rice can escape unscathed. It's this. Rice gave Daphne the bottle of the Godsanth's potion. Just take a breath, even the three-headed dog will fall asleep. Daphne looked at the bottle of potion, thinking about it, and was a little embarrassed to ask for it directly. Can this potion be used for people? Rice glanced at her. Daphne quickly added, my sister often has nightmares at night, if she can use potions to assist her sleep. Lay shook his head. This potion is too powerful and it is difficult to control the dosage of humans. If you need it, I will turn around and make Astoria a magic potion that suits her. Thank you. Daphne closed her mouth awkwardly. Of course, her sister had a suitable calming medicine. Daphne, who felt that she could not beat the three-headed dog, just wanted to get the bottle of potion in Rice's hand. The girl really wanted to figure out what the three-headed dog was guarding. But she knew what Lei didn't know, so Lei wouldn't underestimate her, right? In the future adventures, I will definitely not be left behind. Daphne's expression was captured by Rice. He picked up the pumpkin juice on the table, took a big sip, and blocked the slightly raised corner of his mouth with a cup. Dumbledore, thank you, Lei expressed his sincere thanks to Dumbledore. Updates are provided, and the next update will be until evening. Thanks to Huan Yinying Yao Liman Yake for her reward. Chapter 63 Chapter Gemini Meteor Shower. After mentioning the fourth-floor corridor and the three-headed dog inside that day, Rice never took the initiative to mention this topic again. Daphne didn't mention it anymore, but began to pay attention to books and materials related to the three-headed dog while studying in the library. Hermione gave her a lot of help in this regard. This young girl spent almost all her spare time in the library, so she knew the library more well than most graduates. There are some magical animals. This book will definitely record three-headed dogs, and it is also mentioned in the magical farms and flora on the Mediterranean coast and their characteristics. They are magical animals native to Greece. Thank you. Daphne thanked from the bottom of her heart. So why did you suddenly want to check information related to three-headed dogs? I want to keep one at home. Daphne lies as natural as breathing. Hermione was silent. In her perception, the three-headed dog is used by Hell to see the gate. However, when she thought of the rich people in the Middle East who raised lions and leopards, she felt relieved. The rich people and Muggles raise lions, and the rich people and wizards raise three-headed dogs, which is very reasonable. The little girl had a high emotional intelligence and didn't ask whether this violated the laws of the magic world. Looking at Hermione sitting at the table next to them with a stack of books in her arms, Rice sighed, she is really hard-working. I feel that the probability of finding her in the Ravenclaw Tower is more likely to meet her in the library. Too much smaller. This sentence seemed to stimulate Daphne, and the little girl learned that the library was closed in one breath as if she was angry. Lay thoughtfully, some educational books recommend using encouragement education, but occasionally praises their children's peers seem to be effective. After walking out of the library, a snowflake was swept into the corridor by the cold wind and fell on Les's hands. Feeling the coldness in his palm, he realized that winter was coming. What comes with winter is Christmas and the Christmas holiday that the little wizards look forward to the most. Rice is also looking forward to the arrival of Christmas. Although Christmas is a Christian holiday, it is not important at all. What is important is the festive atmosphere and holidays. If Hogwarts celebrates Holy Eid or Loom Day and has a holiday on the holiday, Rice will also be looking forward to their arrival. The first step to Christmas holiday was the bitter cold wind. Although the castle was burning with raging fire, the corridor was still so cold that it made people's bones sore. Almost every moment, the window glass in the room would be buzzed by the strong wind. The worst classroom environment is not the potions class located in the underground classroom. At least a dozen crucibles are set up in each class, and the flames under the crucible can also provide a lot of heat. The most terrifying thing in the cold winter is the astronomy class. Students must climb the astronomical towers on all sides at night and observe the stars trembling in the cold wind. This link cannot be cancelled due to weather reasons, because the Gemini meteor shower, one of the three major meteor showers in the Northern Hemisphere, takes place in mid-December. According to Professor Sinista, who teaches astronomy, even if you go to Mrs. Pomfrey for medicine after class, you should not miss this meteor shower. I don't know what the founders thought, and chose the castle in such a ghost place. Rice glanced at the Hufflepuff boy named Justin Finlyery. Why, are you not convinced? This is already one of the best places on the Scottish Highlands. The climate of Boothbatten is pleasant. If you want, you can ask Professor Dumbledore to write to you. Rice assembled an astronomical telescope while talking to his mouth. The old little wizard will fight back. The environment in Hogwarts is already good, and it is colder to the north. Like his friend Nerida Vokanova founded in Scandinavia, Norman, Strong Magic School, 3/4 of the year, just like winter here. Cold. I don't know how Strong is developing now. This school strictly abides by his enrollment philosophy and focuses on developing war magic. Rice is sincerely looking forward to its goodness. However, although he was unforgivable, Lay still found a basin and a magic flame rose inside, making the surroundings a little warmer. Oh, isn't you not able to learn French? Who can learn French by serious British people? Justin was not angry at all. Seeing that Rice had a fire lit here, he ran over to grind the fire with his telescope happily. Keep heating. Have you learned French? Daphne next to her was a little surprised. She didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary person actually had this skill. I learned a little bit when I was a child, only hello, thank you, croissants, goodbye, goodbye, just, goodbye. Justin smiled embarrassedly. Fine. I only know Latin. While a few people were chatting, the meteor shower arrived. Hundreds of stars crossed the night sky, as if they were blown down from the night by the north wind. The stars are blown down even more, and the stars are like rain has become a real scene at this moment. It is said that the origin of magic comes from stars. Several stone slabs fell in the Nile River area of North Africa with meteors, allowing ancient Egypt to have the first batch of wizards in human history. The prosperous and splendid ancient Egyptian civilization was also formed. In the starry sky it really contains infinite secrets and possibilities. Looking at the meteor shower that was no different from that of 1,000 years ago, Rice felt deeply moved. At this time 1,000 years ago, my friends and I stood here and looked at the night sky. The bright starlight shone on our faces. Today, we returned here, and my friends disappeared, and only meteors still crossed the deserted night sky. I said, Lay, are you going home this Christmas? Daphne interrupted Rice's thoughts. The legend of Rice's magical origin just now did not attract her attention. She wanted to know more about whether Rice would go back this year than that. Don't go back. Okay. A few days later, when Vice Principal Minerva McGonagall began to count the list of students who stayed for the holiday, Rice was surprised to find that Daphne's name was also on it. Why don't you go home on Christmas? When you get home, you have to be dragged by your father to meet all kinds of messy relatives like a doll. It's better to stay in school to learn magic. Hurry up, think carefully about what spells you can teach me during Christmas. Students are eager to learn, so Rice naturally has no objection, so there are as many spells as they want. Daphne has become very skilled in controlling magic power, and she has also practiced the most basic offensive and defensive spells well. Rice thinks that she should teach her some potion formulas next and let her practice the preparation of potions. She is a Slytherin student, how could she not be good at making potions? Updates are provided. There is still at midnight. Chapter 64 Christmas Gifts. During Christmas, there were much fewer students in the school, which made it much less difficult to seize the best seat by the stove. With a backfire, Rice prepared Christmas gifts for the little wizards he had known and familiar with over the past few months. At Hogwarts, you only need to put the gift in the common lounge before going to bed at night, and write the name of the gift on it. The gift will be received by the person who gives it early the next morning, which is much more convenient than the Muggle world. The next morning, when Rice woke up, he saw a small stack of gifts piled up outside the curtain. I haven't received the gift for a long time. Let me see what it is. Lay pulled open the curtain and sat beside the bed and took off the gift. Giving gifts is a science, and Rice spent some time preparing gifts. First of all, Lepet, Rice prepared a pot of sunflower for the first wizard he met after he woke up. This flower looks a bit like a sunflower, but it emits a faint sunlight after blooming, which is very suitable for night lighting. More importantly, the legendary sunflower can reduce the pain of the werewolf transforming on a full moon night. Although Lupet no longer needs to bear this curse now, it is always pleasant to put a pot in the bedroom. Of course, Daphne would also receive a gift, and he prepared a sterling silver necklace for the girl. A snake-shaped pendant hung at the end of the necklace, the snake's body bent into a capital letter G, representing the surname of the green grass family, and 2 emeralds are inlaid on the snake's eye sockets. For the green grass children, wearing a sterling silver necklace seems to be a loss of identity when wearing it around the neck, but the necklace given by Rice is not simply a necklace, which contains 3 spells he carefully prepared for Daphne. 2 spells that can be used multiple times are triggered, and 1 spell that can be triggered passively can be used only once. The spell that is actively triggered can release an attack or unfold a defensive barrier every day. Passive spells are more technical. After triggering, a shield will be expanded. The shield can absorb the spell's shot from the opposite side and bounce back. However, due to the average texture of the necklace itself, this advanced spell will destroy the carrier even if it is released once. Rice will also get news. This necklace is regarded as an alchemy prop prepared by Lay for Daphne, so as not to suffer an unexpected death during her growth. This is a tradition at the beginning of Hogwarts' founding, and several other founders occasionally give this type of gift to their favorite apprentices. For Hermione, he compiled his notes and reading insights over the past few months into a booklet and gave it to her. Rice believes that this little witch who is eager to learn will like it, and he also hopes that Hermione can get some insights from it. In addition, Neville, who doesn't have much contact with him but is familiar with him, has also prepared gifts, and the main focus is on everything. The early morning of Christmas is the time to dismantle gifts. After Rice took apart the gifts in the corner and took a little attention, she found that she had received a few greeting cards and a few packs of candies, which were all gifts from her friends who were not so mature. The things Neville gave him were simple, but very interesting. They were actually a bag of herbs, which were said to be hung on the head of the bed to drive away mosquitoes. Hermione sent a large box with a set of manual tooth impulse to remove tartars. In addition, there is a box of sugar-free lollipops, which is a new product that Mr. Granger asked his classmates in the United States to get, which is said to prevent tooth decay. Daphne's gift was very popular with Rice, and she gave him a sterling silver snake eagle the size of a palm. The sculpture is very good. At first glance, it looks like a living snake. From the details, it is carved by hand, not shaped by magic. Lay likes the more he looks. Lupet's package was bulging. When he opened it, he found that it was a hand-woven scarf with a silver-green base with a pattern of wolf's head woven on it, and a big snake emerged from the wolf's mouth. Walking out of the dormitory, Lay saw Daphne walking out wearing the necklace he gave him. "Thank you for your necklace. The snake you gave is also very beautiful. By the way, your necklace has 2 special functions." Lay took the 2 included on the necklace he told Daphne with an actively triggered spell. She covered her mouth in surprise. This is too expensive, no, I can't." Rice waved his hand and didn't care at all. The materials of this necklace are not worth a lot of money, but they are a bit labor-intensive, and in his opinion it is a trivial matter that is not worth mentioning. The suit Helga prepared for his favorite students back then was so outrageous. Her set of alchemy props could make the wearer's defense and escape ability reach an amazing level, and it was difficult for other founders to focus on it. The escaped wearer stayed. "The equipment I gave me is nothing." When the 2 came to the auditorium together, the Christmas dinner was already on the dining table. Hundreds of fat roasted turkeys, hill-like barbecue, and boiled potatoes, a large plate of delicious small sausages, bowls of buttered peas, plates of thick meat braised and jam. In addition to the mountains of delicacies, there are also a lot of wizards and firecrackers next to the table. Rice and Daphne drew a colorful firecracker together, and exploded a girl's hat decorated with flowers from it, as well as a brand new set of wizard chess. The most people at Gryffindor College stayed at school. Harry, Ron, and Ron's 3 brothers were all stayed. After dinner, Rice found a sheltered corner on the corridor on the second floor of the castle and sat down, watching Harry and the others playing snowball fights on the playground. When he saw Ron's twin brother running after Professor Quirrell with several snowballs, he couldn't help laughing. Kilo, these are all people with ulterior motives who deserve to be the end, even if you teach them seriously. He used the snow by the window to make a solid snowball the size of a fist, and then controlled it to hit Kilo's headscarf, making him stagger. Good ball! There was a burst of cheers loaded on the playground, and Rice laughed happily. Pay a little interest first, Quirrell. Rice is not ruthless about such a guy who is malicious about Hogwarts. He has not cleared the portal yet, and he is mainly concerned about Dumbledore's cultivation plan. He thinks this kind of teaching project is great. And his students should also participate. It is considered a cross-college cooperation project between Gryffindor College and Slytherin College. When Rice teased Kylo, Daphne was a little worried. He gave him such a precious necklace, and he had been accepting his efforts, owing him favors without reward. This was not the correct interpersonal relationship. Her heart became more and more urgent to help Rice, and in the end she couldn't help asking this question. Rice, can I do something for you? When typing, my thoughts are like a spring, and I will post the next chapter as soon as possible. Chapter 65 Daphne Implicated. Hey! Rice took his eyes back from the playground and fell on Daphne. The little witch was wearing a thick winter cloak, a silver-green scarf wrapped around her neck, her face was flushed, and a complex look flashed in her eyes, as if she owed her a lot of favors and a lot of money. I mean, we are friends, right? But I feel like I have been asking for benefits from you one-sidedly, whether it is magic, medicine for my sister, or that necklace. I'm wondering which one I am and can you help you in the matter? Lay laughed in silence. Does he need help? Indeed, he wanted to dispel the pollution attached to the soul of Royna Ravenclaw. He wanted to know the whereabouts of Godric Gryffindor and Helga Hufflepuff. He wanted to suppress the dark creatures, let Hogwarts and the magic world survive well. He wants to reverse the reputation of Slytherin Academy. He wanted to do too many things, but how could he help these little wizards like Daphne who had just entered school? Even in my heyday, some things are quite difficult to deal with. Please help me do my homework. He thought about it and thought that this was the most reliable thing to be busy. As for Daphne's thoughts, he probably understood that children have a good upbringing, have a sense of shame, and know how to repay kindness. This is a good thing. However, the necklace was a gift from him as a teacher and friend, and Astoria's treatment materials were bought from her father for real money. She taught her magic and just couldn't bear to waste her talent. Her family origin also accounts for a very large proportion. He is also a hard-working child, but he is not as concerned about Hermione as Daphne. This is something engraved in his bones. It is really difficult for him to have 100% trust in the little wizard from the Muggle family. But they would not discriminate against others as madly as these pure-blood families nowadays. And after Daphne finished her studies in the future, she would contribute to Hogwarts, Slytherin Academy, and the magic world. Do you really think that magic is in vain? Listening to less words, Daphne rolled her eyes. I'm writing for you now. Otherwise, those essays on magic history and black magic defense have grown from the ground? Let's change things. Daphne's words even aroused a trace of guilt for Rice. How old is he? He also lets the little girl help him jealous and slacken. But writing about those broken things is really a waste of life. Daphne, this kind of subject. Next time you have someone else write your account for you. You are different from them. Don't waste your time writing these useless homework. Rice made the decision. Although homework and other things are important, not every subject is very important. Daphne was stunned and nodded subconsciously. Did she really not expect that there would be such an operation? Is it okay to ask seniors to write for them? No, it seems that it makes sense to live. She also thinks that writing about magic history homework is a waste of life. But if she puts the homework aside in advance, she has something more important. Looking at Daphne, who was reluctant, Rice felt that he was so angry. Fortunately, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of a good idea to kill two birds with one stone. Speaking of this, I really need your help. Say. Daphne felt excited. I feel that your inference that day was correct. It is unlikely that there is only one three-headed dog behind the corridor on the 4th floor. Can you help me investigate what exactly did Professor Dumbledore hide in school? I really didn't time to investigate, you know I've been very busy lately. Daphne nodded repeatedly, and her whole body became sunny and cheerful. If I could dig out Dumbledore's treasure, it would be considered helping Rice, right? As a result, her good mood did not even remain until the sun set, because Daphne was desperate to find that the exploration of the 4th floor corridor was facing a problem. She could not find a way to break through the three-headed dog defense line. The book does not record the weaknesses of three-headed dogs at all. What should I do? Daphne was a little worried. She couldn't learn how to configure the magic potion with Rice, right? What's going on? I thought I could help Rice, but I found that I could not do anything, which made Daphne unable to suffer from insomnia. After nightfall, Daphne, who couldn't sleep, turned over from the bed and sat up, and walked straight out of the dormitory. She didn't want to rush into the territory of the three-headed dog, and beat the three-headed dog with the necklace given to her by Rice and the curse she had made astray. She just wanted to walk around. After walking blindly for a while, Daphne found herself walking to the front of the library. She blinked and secretly complained that she had come to the library too many times. Just as she was about to turn and leave, a creepy scream suddenly sounded in the library. The sound cut through the silent night sky, and it was not stopped after a shout, but a high-pitched, continuous, deafening sharp call. Daphne! What's the situation? She was stunned by the sudden change. The next second she had no time to stare at Daisy because she heard the sound of messy footsteps on both sides of the corridor at the same time. Castle Administrator and Professor of Vigil. The blood on Daphne's face disappeared instantly. She regretted it very much. She had learned magic with Rice for 3 months, so why didn't she learn his magic spell? There was no way, both ends were blocked, so Daphne had to enter the library and try to find a hiding place inside. As soon as she opened the door, she ran in less than 2 steps and collided with something. Daphne? Suddenly, Harry's head appeared in mid-air, and before Daphne could scream, he appeared all over his body. SHH. Harry made a gesture to Daphne, and then covered her with a cloak with a very strange texture. Daphne felt that his brain had crashed, but Harry didn't care about so much. He burst out with unprecedented strength and almost ran out with Daphne. At the entrance of the library, the two passed by Felch, and Felch's furious light-colored eyes looked out through their bodies. Harry and Daphne carefully circumvented the furious Felch and ran along the corridor like headless flies. Harry also saw Snape's shadow from the corner of his eyes, which drove him to run faster. Running all the way, the two of them finally stopped in front of a locked door at the end of the corridor, gasping for breath. Harry, Potter, what are you doing? After a moment of rest, Daphne calmed down and asked almost in shock. I opened a book in the library and then... Daphne's eyes turned dark. What are you doing when you have nothing to do to touch books in the forbidden book area? Curious. Daphne. She just felt her temples hurt. Updated. I will write tomorrow's updates when I come back from work. I will have to wait until the evening, and everyone will wake up and read them. Chapter 66 Harry, who was taken away by the boss. The book in the forbidden book area requires the professor's written permission to open it, otherwise it will trigger an alarm. I thought this is common sense. Daphne said quietly. Harry was silent. Is this really common sense? Why hasn't anyone ever talked to me? Then after Harry thought about which classmates he often played with, he felt relieved. Neither Ron, Fred, George, or even Percy, he has no habit of spending time in the library, and it is normal not to know some common sense in the library. Daphne sighed. She was so pitted by Harry that she was sweating all over in the middle of winter. At this time, a low voice of conversation came from afar. "Professor, I'm sure someone broke into the library's forbidden book area just now." "I know, but it doesn't matter." "Oh no, Filch is chasing him." And listening to the sound, Snape followed him. Harry and Daphne's faces changed at the same time. Harry subconsciously turned around and looked at the door and the door lock, and an idea appeared in his mind. "Aracho." Daphne's eyes are quick and quick. Next he pressed his wand down. "Is your brain a decoration?" Daphne felt like she was almost dizzy by the idiot around her. Not to mention whether there will be danger behind the door? How to deal with the door lock outside the back door when you enter? "I want to avoid being found with an exception unless both Filch and Snape are blind." "Is your invisibility cloak used for a pay-per-view?" "Put it on." She quickly picked up Harry's invisibility cloak from the ground, and the two of them wrapped their clothes on their bodies. Less than 10 seconds after the two of them put on their cloaks, Filch appeared with Professor Snape. Filch ran to the locked door in 3 steps and said loudly to Snape as if he was seeking credit, "The door lock is intact, Professor, don't worry." Daphne and Harry hugged in the corner together, holding their breath, fearing that they would be discovered by the two of them because of the louder gasp. Snapean looked at the locked door and nodded. "The three-headed dog behind the door is a very good guard, and even he cannot pass it and enter under the trap door. It seems that I'm overthinking, but I really think I should add a spell to the lock, and once it is opened, it will make a sharp explosion or something. I don't understand why Professor Dumbledore rejected my proposal. He might have his considerations." The two left here. It was not until the two Snape and Filch's footsteps were completely inaudible that they lifted the invisibility cloak from their heads, and Harry felt that his back was soaked in sweat. "Fortunately, my sister who on Orange Hawaii Kai's door lock, otherwise we will be dead." Daphne was glad from the bottom of her heart that she stopped Harry's stupid operation, otherwise they would have been locked up with the three-headed dog. "It's in a room." With three-headed dogs for comparison, Snape is not that scary. At this time, Harry realized that this was the corridor on the 4th floor that was forbidden to enter. He and Daphne almost broke the rules set by Dumbledore. "Yes, I will definitely be discovered by Snape." Harry was also a little scared, but fortunately Daphne was calm enough. Seeing that Harry seemed to have no idea of the seriousness of the problem, Daphne decided to open his eyes to Harry. "So you've never been curious about what's behind the door?" Harry was not interested at first, but when Daphne asked this, his heart suddenly itched. "What is it? Do you want to open the door and take a look?" Daphne felt that with the defensive spell attached to the necklace, it was more than enough to block the three-headed dog's attack. They could take a quick look and then close the door. Of course, her greatest confidence is that the three-headed dog is the guard here, and the guard will not leave the guard's target at will, so at that time, the two of them will just run away. Based on the information she found, Daphne was convinced that a trained three-headed dog would not rush out of the house to chase them. Harry swallowed, and he admitted that he was moved. After the two reached an agreement, Daphne brought Harry to the door. Just as she was about to open the door lock with her wand, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Harry, let's put on the invisibility cloak," she made a suggestion. Although Harry didn't understand Daphne's intention to do this, out of trust in her, he still put the invisibility cloak on the two of them. Daphne pressed the keyhole with her wand, and a magic power flowed out of it. The lock tongue made a crisp click and the lock was opened. The door slowly opened, and the three-headed dog behind the door was instantly alert. Its 3 big noses were twitching rapidly, and its 6 small eyes were spinning, looking at the location where Harry and Daphne were standing. It felt that someone was standing outside the door, but it could not see the existence of this person. The first time the three-headed dog student was so confused. In the end, it remembered its owner's advice and decided not to move and never leave this place. Of course, if the smell approaches here, it will launch an attack without hesitation, even if it looks empty. Harry was stunned by the scene before him. 3 big dogs with heads filled all the space from the ceiling to the floor, saliva like sticky ropes, hanging from the yellowed dog's teeth and dripping on the ground. Its 6 eyes stared straight into the direction where they were standing, and their eyes almost pierced their chests. Harry now even had the heart to kneel down for Daphne. She really saved her life. Daphne gently covered the wooden door and locked the lock again. During this period, the 3-headed dog did not move. For the 3-headed dog, the strange guy outside the door was the best choice to leave with tactfulness. It didn't want to make trouble, it just wanted to complete the tasks left by its owner. Do you know what's inside now? Daphne looked at Harry with pride, and the shocked look on his face made her very happy. More importantly, she just observed that the 3-headed dog stood on a trap door. Apparently, the secret that Rice hopes her investigation is under the trap door. So why did Dumbledore keep such a thing in school? After Harry came to his senses, he couldn't help but talk to the only smart creature around him. Daphne was silent for a moment, and could not suppress her desire to complain. Didn't you see it standing on something? It was standing on a trap door, and it was obviously guarding something. She was sure that Harry's brain was a decoration and his eyes were also decoration. After being with Lay for a long time, Daphne is no longer able to adapt to the stupidity of other little wizards. Guardian? Oh! Harry's eyebrows trembled suddenly. His expression changed and did not escape Daphne's eyes. She immediately smelled the scent of clues. You know what's hidden inside, right? She asked, staring into Harry's eyes. Updates are provided. The next update is in the morning. Chapter 67 I won't be polite to Snape. Harry stammered. This way he almost wrote this sentence on his face. Please tell me, I really want to know what is hidden below. Daphne almost couldn't wait to raise her question. You can get the answers to the puzzle without forcing the 3-headed dog. This kind of opportunity is hard to come by. However, Harry did not answer her immediately. Daphne's actions puzzled him. Why do you want to know what Dumbledore was hiding in the castle? Because I'm curious too. Daphne tried hard to pretend to be a curious baby. But Harry still found it suspicious. Daphne's actions are really suspicious, and coupled with her identity as a Slytherin Academy and her performance in the first flight class at the beginning of the school year, Harry thought he could not tell her what he knew. He was figuring out her before motivation. Did you know there is one end inside long? 3-headed dog. Yes, 3-headed dog. Harry was also carefully looking at Daphne's face, hoping to see a hint of clue from her face. I actually had a similar experience before, and by chance I knew what was locked inside. Ah! Harry was stunned. Well, it's not a coincidence that you can meet me tonight. I often sneak out of the lounge and wander around at night. She paused and added, night tours are not that patented by Gryffindor. Daphne's words eliminated the barrier between Harry and her, allowing her to gain Harry's trust. That's it, but I don't actually know what's inside. I only know that it was a small package that existed in the Ghouling Pavilion before, and was transferred out by Hagrid. On the same day, Ghouling Pavilion was invaded. Daphne has a little impression of this news. The invasion of Ghouling Pavilion has been widely circulated among the pure-blood family, causing quite a lot of trouble to Ghouling Pavilion. Many pure-blood wizards choose to extract the treasures from their own vaults. Although Gillingo kept announcing that they had not been stolen, there was still a rift on the trust bond between the two sides. Despite this, Harry also provided her with a very useful clue. I'll look back and find a way to investigate. That's great, thank you. Daphne's face burst into a bright smile, and she prepared to return to the dormitory as an excuse to get late. The two walked to the stairs and were about to separate. Daphne suddenly said, I heard that Mimi beat Malfoy up in the duel. What a beautiful job. Harry laughed happily. Is he not welcomed people at Slytherin Academy? Of course, I'm annoyed him. After saying this, Daphne walked down the stairs. Her heart pounded as she felt like she was finally one step closer to the mystery behind the trapdoor. And Harry suddenly felt that Slytherin Academy was not all annoying. Oh! A special texture invisibility cloak. When listening to Daphne telling her adventure story last night, Rice noticed a detail. Although the invisible cloak is expensive, it is not rare in the magic world. The simpler one is a cloak with a magical body spell, while the more luxurious one is a cloak woven with the hair of an invisible beast. But according to Daphne, Harry's invisibility cloak is as silky as water, which is very interesting because Rice knows that the hair of the invisibility beast is not that kind of touch. And there are few fabrics in the magic world that are like water. He had the idea of meeting Harry and studying it with his invisible cloak. When he was sleepy, someone gave him a pillow. Before Rice could fulfill his ideas, Harry took the initiative to find Daphne. Do you want to spend Christmas together at Hegin's Lodge this afternoon? This is a pretty good suggestion, Daphne agreed. Lay sat aside, looking at the letter sent by Lopet. For him, since the question has been assigned, he will not interfere with the student's problem-solving process. There are several potion materials that you can't buy at all. He narrowed his eyes. Lopet is already trying to search for medicinal materials, and even the relationship between the tipping alley has started, but many of the raw materials of the potion are in a state of priceless market and in short supply, which is not what she can collect in a short time. These materials were all a little bit of a problem for Slytherin back then. He was the wizard who had the largest and most comprehensive potion storage room in the world. However, time has passed, and even if the descendants left some raw materials and did not use them up, 1,000 years is enough to completely lose the magic power in the materials. Later generations used my potion raw materials, which means that the younger generations did not regard me as an outsider. So why are I and those who inherited my potion storage room? Rice figured it out at once. So at dinner time, Daphne noticed that there was a faint smile on Rice's face. Rice, you seem to be in a good mood. That's natural, I'm for Slater. The people are proud of the inheritance of the Lynn Academy and they have maintained the excellent traditions of the college well. After opening Snape's potion storage room, Rice was convinced that at least Snape had the spirit of inheriting part of his life. The raw materials for the potion here are amazing. Except for those that require specific dark creatures, other potion materials can be found here. Snape's efforts to do this moved Rice. So he took some of it to show respect. Interestingly, Lay discovered that Snape was using the potion storage room he left behind, but it seemed that he did not master the various anti-theft mechanisms inside. The kind-hearted Rice opened several mechanisms with less damage before leaving, so that Snape could understand that he still had many secrets in this storage room. Les's mindless words made Daphne confused. She scratched her head and brought herself a sirloin pie. She also gained a lot today. Harry was very good at making Hager's words. Hager accidentally revealed part of the truth. The item was related to Nicole LeMay. This name is very strange to Harry, but it is well known to Daphne. Nicole LeMay, the owner of the Philosopher's Stone. Now she knew what was hidden under the trapdoor. Both of them were in a good mood. No one noticed that Snape was absent from today's dinner. However, when the little wizard at Hogwarts and other professors staying on campus saw him the next day, they were shocked by the murderous intent that could not be resolved on his face. Severus, you seem to be in a bad mood. After a moment of confusion, Professor McGonagall took the initiative to ask about Snape's condition. Talk. Snape's fork was folded by him. The update is provided, and the next update will be waiting until the early morning. It is still recommended to get up in the morning to watch it. Chapter 68. This must have been done by people from Gryffindor College. Theft. When I left, I set up a trap in the storage room. Snape swore that if he could catch the potion thief, he would have to hold him on his limbs and hang him on the ceiling of the potion classroom. He has locked the suspect in a range, this must have been done by the naughty guys of Gryffindor Academy. Snape is a master of potion science. He can judge the purpose of the prisoner by what raw materials he lacks. For example, if the African tree snakeskin is missing, the prisoner is likely to want to prepare a compound decoction, but this time he has every type of there are fewer raw materials. And according to his statistics, the proportion of each type of less is almost the same, about 1/3 less. Obviously, this thief did not steal for the purpose of matching potions, he was here to provoke himself. In his own potion storage room, he slowly took 1/3 of each raw material, just like treating the storage room as his own kitchen. Snape asked himself, who was quite intimidating at school, and how courage would it take to do such a thing in his storage room? Who else can do such a Gryffindor behavior? There are only those little lions in Gryffindor College who are energetic and have nowhere to release them. And there are no ordinary Gryffindors who have the courage to do such things, only those thorns. Fred and George from Gryffindor College suddenly shuddered and felt a trace of inexplicable malice. After Snape suppressed his anger and shared his experience with Professor McGonagall, Professor McGonagall was also shocked. 1/3 of each potion material was stolen. That's right, from the unicorn stomach stones to ordinary beef mollusks, they all disappeared exactly 1/3. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Snape's mouth. Professor McGonagall. She felt guilty. Just listening to the description of the problem is like something that people from Gryffindor College can do. This attitude did not treat Severus Snape as an outsider at all. His daughter robbed her mother's refrigerator. Ms. Minerva McGrath, do you have any clues? Professor McGonagall was sweating profusely. So shortly after today's lunch, Fred and George were about to leave the auditorium with arms around and some fun, and they were blocked by Professor McGonagall. You two, what were you doing at dinner last year? Professor McGonagall stared at the faces of the two, his eyes full of majesty. Professor, let's have dinner in the auditorium. Fred was confused and told the truth. Okay, what are you doing before dinner? Fred and George didn't even need to look at each other, so they said in unison that they were playing wizard chess in the public lounge. Snape appeared, holding a small bottle in his hand. Minerva, this is my newly prepared real-life agent, only 1 drop is needed. Fred, George. They just installed a dung egg outside Felch's office door, right? I haven't done anything like this before. Why are the two professors reacting so fiercely today? The two did not think of challenging Snape's potion production level with their bodies. They obediently explained what they did before dinner, and informed the two of them about their entire day yesterday after Professor McGonagall's questioning. Professor. After listening to Fred and George's confession, Snape's brows frowned even tighter. It's not that the twins are lying. The reason why Snape is worried is that he finds that both of them are telling the truth. My sister's sled reef, the sled reef? Is very good, very good. Professor McGonagall has been confessed. The content was so angry that it was overwhelming. Gryffindor deducts 20 points, Fred, George, you spend the next Christmas holiday in lockdown. She made a verdict on the twins. After the twins left dejectedly, Professor McGonagall felt a little better, at least Fred and George's suspicion was cleared. After deducting these two live treasures, Professor McGonagall felt that no one in his college should have such motivation and psychological qualities. This is stealing something in Snape's potion storage room. It may be done by the person who killed the monster or introduced the monster into the castle. Is it possible that it was for money? On this matter, Snape agreed with Professor McGonagall. He had already greeted several familiar medicinal materials shop owners. If those rare potion raw materials appeared on the market, he would have to let the culprit go to Azkaban for a few days. The owner of the potion shop still wants to sell him a little bit, because Severus Snape is a potion master who can make difficult potions. Sad to be sad, think about it, isn't there 2/3 left? After the children from his college cleared of the suspicion, Professor McGonagall also straightened up and even dared to make fun of Snape. Snape's face was so dark that it made people suspect that he had African descent. Late at night, when Snape was sorting out and counting his remaining collections with grief and anger, he suddenly found that there was a very shallow snake-shaped relief at the bottom of the shelf that he had not paid attention to in the past. Is there something like this before? Snape recalled in his mind and found that there was no memory in this area. He had never paid attention to this corner, who was idle and observing the bottom of the storage shelf. He gently stroked the relief of the little snake. A magical thing happened, and his storage shelf growed taller. Snape took the protection and carefully opened the newly grown drawer on the bottom layer, and then found that there were several small boxes inside. The outside of the box was as bright as new, just like I just put it in yesterday. He opened the box. Each box contained some seeds, and the inside of the lid was written with the name and purpose of the seeds in Latin. Snape's breathing suddenly became heavy. It was filled with extremely rare or long-extinct magical plant seeds. This is most likely a treasure left by the Slytherin era. Suddenly, Snape was not very sorry for the raw materials of the potion that he had been stolen. In the dormitory of Slytherin's first-year freshmen, Rice was taking stock of his harvest in the empty dormitory, with a smile on his lips. Only by communicating with each other's existence can we make progress with each other. Look at these African tree snake skins. You can only eat ash when put in your cabinet. Why don't you lend me some of my seeds? Some of my seeds are not very useful. Maybe it's very useful if you take them away? As for some institutions in the school, Rice felt that it was necessary to untie the restrictions on using the snake agent to use, which may be beneficial to everyone. For the 2 potion masters at Slytherin Academy, today is a day of full harvest. Updated, next update tomorrow morning. Chapter 69 The Unseen Clothes. 2 happy days came, and the next morning, Daphne reported her investigation results to Rice. Swordsman's Stone. Are you sure? Rice was extremely shocked when he heard that the thing Dumbledore was hidden was actually this thing. Magic Stone, or Sage Stone, is the peak achievement of alchemy. No doubt, this is a skill that the 4 of them could not master back then. In any era, as long as you can refine the Sage Stone, even if the alchemist has not achieved any other achievements before, he will become the greatest alchemist. This is the brightest jewel in the crown of alchemy. Many alchemists claim to be able to refine philosopher's stones, but Nicolas is the only one who can really make philosopher's stones. Lay had considered before that he would look for Nicolas when he had time. However, when he learned that Nicolas had already lived in seclusion, he gave up this idea. To find a wizard who is determined to live in seclusion is tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. After knowing that Dumbledore's treasure hidden in the castle was a philosopher's stone, Rice admitted that he was a little moved. He really wanted to bring the legendary Sage Stone into his hands and study it. Maybe he could research the method of refining the magic stone in reverse? Rice is not bragging, he really has this confidence. As long as he gets a real philosopher's stone, he can definitely find out some results. That's a magic stone, it's immortal. A trace of fascination flashed in Daphne's eyes. If a magic stone could be found, then my sister's illness would be saved. Magic stones can turn stones into gold, and can be made into elixirs of eternity, making people immortal. But for Daphne, the use of the former seems like a joke. Gold? Am I short of it? Immortality is not a good thing. It only guarantees immortality, and does not guarantee anything else. Lay said calmly. In his eyes, the 2 special effects of the Philosopher's Stone were ordinary. He is not short of gold and can be immortal. The Philosopher's Stone has only research value for him. Rice's intuition told him that immortality is not necessarily a good thing, it does not promise eternal youth, right? It is very terrifying to think about it this way. A wizard who took the elixir made of magic stone may age, but will never die until the flesh and blood are dry, the soul is exhausted, and it is a pain until life is alive. Rice has a little insignificant research on immortality in the end. He is sure that all the ways of immortality have disadvantages. If the worst Horcrux wants to split the soul, it will make people bear eternal curse and lose the opportunity to become a ghost or embrace the next life. The potion he invented needs to sleep for thousands of years, and eventually become children in their teenage years. Old have become much weaker, but the advantage is that they have no obvious side effects. The immortality brought by the Philosopher's Stone must have disadvantages, but it has not been discovered by the world. Lay, do you want to go to the corridor on the 4th floor to find out what it is? That's a Philosopher's Stone. Daphne looked at Lay with anticipation. She was like a bee-bird leading travelers to collect honey in the forest, hoping to use the power of rice to gain some benefits from it, such as giving her sister a potion made of Philosopher's Stone. Sorry, I have something more important to do. Lay rejected Daphne's request in disappointed eyes. If Rice hadn't penetrated the 4th floor corridor, he would have gone there immediately to explore. The Philosopher's Stone is one of the few alchemy creatures that could arouse his interest. Coles had already explored it and went deeper to the end. He knew there was no Philosopher's Stone inside. That Gryffindor porter asked me if I wanted to take risks in the castle together at night. How do I say, do you want to promise him? Daphne sighed softly and changed the topic. She decided to try her luck in the future. The corridor on the 4th floor is there and she would not go anywhere. Did Dumbledore really hide the Philosopher's Stone there? Will he hide it there all the time? The girl didn't consider these issues. She just thought the Philosopher's Stone would always be hidden in the corridor on the 4th floor of the castle, waiting the arrival of those who are destined to be. Why not? Rice asked back, wanting to take a look at what Daphne described as the texture of water invisibility looks like. Then I'll tell him. Daphne rekindled her interest. As night fell, Lay and Daphne stood quietly at the entrance of the basement waiting for Harry to arrive. In order to avoid unnecessary disturbance, he imposed a magical mantra on himself and Daphne. I want to learn this spell when I look back. Recalling the unpleasant memories of that night, Daphne decided to learn the magical mantra from Rice. In this way, even if I don't have an invisible cloak, I don't have to worry about being discovered by Felch. Wait, why don't I ask my father to buy myself an invisible cloak as a birthday gift? Can. Daphne on the side was still thinking about whether to ask her father to send her a stealth cloak. However, after she simulated the conversation between the father and daughter, she gave up the idea. As long as my father is not stupid, he can definitely guess his purpose. How could he allow himself to sneak out of the dormitory at night? It's better to learn the magical mantra honestly, it's more practical than the invisible cloak. Standing there, Rice, who was a little sleepy, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Although he couldn't see it, he still vaguely felt the existence of a human. People who are sensitive to magic power have a limited effect on them, but with the development of modern magic education, there are fewer and fewer such people. Rice condensed the magic power in his eyes and looked at the place that made him feel abnormal. Then 2 balls of magic power appeared in his field of vision. At the same time, a conversation that lowered the voice also reached his and Daphne's ears. You say, will that green grass agree on the surface like Malfoy, but secretly tell Felch? Ron's voice made Daphne clench his fists. Daphne is not that kind of person. Harry whispered to defend Daphne. He simply believed that those who hate Malfoy would not be bad people. At this moment, Rice lifted the magical curse on him and Daphne, and the sudden appearance of the 2 scared Harry and Ron. Lay, he opened his invisible clothes with a little surprised. He obviously only invited Daphne? I caught her in a daze outside the lounge door. Rice made an excuse casually and fooled her. Daphne raised her fist at Ron. Weasley, you dare to compare me to Malfoy? Ron smiled embarrassedly. It's over, it's discovered that he is talking bad things behind his back. He quickly changed the subject and said to Rice, did you just use the illusion body curse? No, I took some tricks and borrowed an alchemy prop. Rice was not willing to expose too much in front of the 2 little wizards. After the 4 of them chatted for a few words, Rice seemed to unintentionally expressing her desire to see Harry's invisibility cloak. This was a normal request. Harry generously handed him the cloak. The moment he took the invisibility cloak, Lay felt the extraordinariness of this invisibility cloak. Updates are provided. The next update will be at midnight. Chapter 70 Ravenclaw's Dressing Mirror. This silver-looking cloak is really like holding a handful of water. This material reminds Lay of the robes worn by the Nordic pseudo-gods back then, and the gorgeous robes are the same texture. However, the material is not its most amazing thing. What surprised Lay the most is the magic attached to it. What is attached to it is not an ordinary spell as the Phantom Body spell, but a group of spell combinations that even Rice looks a little tricky. But what puzzled Lay was that this spell combination ended up being only it has achieved an invisibility effect, but it is still the kind of invisibility that can be seen through by oneself. This has a feeling of assembling a top-end computer and then using it to play Texas Hold'em. This invisibility cloak looks ordinary at first glance. If you want to make new discoveries, Rice needs to keep the invisibility cloak in your hands for a while, but Harry's relationship with him is obviously not so familiar. But it's okay to try it on. After obtaining Harry's consent, Rice draped the invisibility cloak on her body. However, after putting on the cloak, Lay still did not discover the extraordinariness of this cloak. It seemed that it was no different from an ordinary invisible cloak. It was nothing more comfortable to wear. A work of art was created using precious materials and complex magic? A hint of confusion struck Les' heart, and he always felt something was wrong in this matter. Now is not a time to think about problems. If you delay any further, Rice is afraid that Harry will think he has escaped with his clothes. He took off his invisibility and returned it to Harry. It's different from any invisibility cloak I've seen before. Harry smiled. Indeed, Ron also said it was unusual. The ordinary invisibility cloak will be invalid as short as a few months or as long as a few years, but the invisibility cloak of Harry is said to be a relic of his father, which means it has been in effect for at least 11 years. The curse lasted for an extra long time, perhaps one of its special features. Rice thought so, and at the same time planned to check Harry's father's information. After a few simple chats, the slightly strange combination of 2 Gryffindors and 2 Slytherins opened their castle exploration journey. Come on, let's squeeze, the cloak is quite big. Harry opened his cloak and signaled the 2 of them to come in. To be honest, this cloak obviously cannot accommodate 4 people, even if they are all young wizards who have just entered school. Daphne tried hard to control her expression, but she still showed a look of disgust. She didn't want to squeeze under the same cloak as these 2 guys. The airtight cloak will hinder the communication of air. At that time, what she sucks in will be the exhaust gas that the 2 of them exhaled. Maybe their hot breath will spray on their necks. Just think about that scene. Daphne got goosebumps. Harry was a little embarrassed. He didn't know what to do for a moment, so he couldn't kick Ron out from under the cloak, right? Fortunately, there is still Rice, and he resolved the awkward atmosphere as if nothing had happened. He said that it was difficult for the 4 people to squeeze under the cloak to move, and it was more convenient for him and Daphne to use the magic body spell. Then Rice took out a small ornament, pretended to turn around, and used a magical body spell on himself and Daphne in conjunction with the movements in his hand. Harry was a little curious about the magical mantra used by Rice, but he was not familiar with Rice and was not very embarrassed to speak. In addition, Ron on the side was urging him to set off, so he could only temporarily suppress his thoughts. So where are we going? After walking around the corridor for a few circles, Daphne's patience was exhausted. She didn't really want to waste her time on such things, so she asked. I'm looking for a very tall armor, and there is a magical mirror in the nearby room. Daphne? The familiar feeling of rising blood pressure. How many sets of armor are there in Hogwarts Castle? I'm afraid even Principal Dumbledore couldn't answer this question. Rice didn't know it. They were not ready to put armor in the castle at that time, they all used stone beasts. Armor, especially this kind of full-body armor, became popular only after the 15th century. Although I don't know the specific number, Daphne confirmed that Harry's behavior was extremely unreliable. Harry wanted to find a specific set of armor in the castle, just like he wanted to buy cold medicine, but he only remembered that the medicine name contained capsules. How magical is it? Rice also wanted to know where the magical mirror in Harry's mouth was. That mirror can reflect the family of the mirror. You can look at the mirror with me. Harry went out for adventure last night alone in his invisibility. As a result, he accidentally bumped into Filch this time, and accidentally stepped on Mrs. Laura's tail. She was chased by Filch for a long time, and finally hid in an abandoned classroom. I just hid in it. In that room, there was a mirror that Harry couldn't forget. Through that mirror, Harry saw his parents for the first time. Harry's words made Daphne silent. After a while, she took the initiative to help Harry recall the environment near the armor. The four of them worked together and found the classroom in no time. Actually, it is not difficult. Take Harry to the place where he meets Filch, and then analyze it based on his escape route, and give priority to the choice of abandoned classrooms. When he opened the door and saw the mirror in the classroom, Rice was stunned. He felt an extremely familiar feeling from the mirror. He couldn't help but walk to the mirror and put his hand on it. Memories come like a tide. The carriage slowly drove along the road, and the four people on the car were lying in the carriage in the most comfortable position to rest. Is there a way to know the effect of wearing clothes on our bodies without having to wear clothes? Roina suddenly raised this question. The other three people in the carriage. How troublesome can it be to wear clothes? Godric frowned. Why is this guy Roiner thinking about being lazy every day? First, he invented the magic of making the carriage autonomously drive, and then he created the candle light to be put into the container. Then release strange props for automatic lighting at night. Some dresses are troublesome. Roiner explained. You can make a magic mirror, which can read your thoughts and then present them on the mirror. Salazar Slytherin gave his own advice. This way, the magnesium-coated skin is used to spread the magnesium-coated skin and disaster. The clothes look like. And then the mirror will automatically show how you look like in this dress. Good idea. I'll make a mirror now. When Roina Ravenclaw received her mirror, even her friend Helga Hufflepatch couldn't help but complain about something wrong with her mind. They thought that Ravenclaw would be almost the same as wearing a face makeup mirror, but they didn't expect that she would have a very large face, which could reflect the copper plates of people's body, and then polished them into a giant bronze mirror by themselves. Save more money to polish yourself, she said with confidence. However, Ravenclaw's magic mirror did not achieve the effect she expected. I will provide you with the update. Good night everyone. Next update is in the morning. Chapter 71. It takes no time to get it. Looking at the newly bought clothes on her body, Ravenclaw frowned tightly. This dress is not as good as I thought. Looking at myself in the mirror, Ravenclaw fell into deep thought. When I used a magic mirror to simulate it, it was obviously quite good. Why do you become so ugly when you wear it on your body? Gryffindor and Slytherin came over and both made it clear that this outfit was not suitable for her. Roiner stroked his chin with his fingers, thought for a moment, and then asked Godric and Salazar to try the mirror. The two of them stood in front of the mirror, and a mysterious smile appeared on their faces. What are you two thinking? Hey, this armor looks so handsome. Ravenclaw. Slytherin did not reply, but the expression on his face showed that he and Gryffindor saw similar things, and they were both good scenes that please him. After carefully searching for the reasons, Ravenclaw figured it out. The mirror reflects what they hope to see in their minds, but the images will be automatically beautified in their minds, which leads to a huge gap between reality and imagination. There was a flaw in her magic, and this mirror could not achieve the effect she wanted. But no matter how she looked at it, did she think these two guys discovered the extra use of the mirror? She doesn't believe that wearing clothes can make it happen. After the rigorous interrogation, Ravenclaw was surprised to find that this mirror could simulate other visions in addition to simulating the scene of his own dressing. For example, through fantasy, she could see in the mirror that she was surrounded by a large stack of magic scrolls. Magic is so magical. By chance, Ravenclaw designed a dressing mirror with a more wonderful function. Then, following this idea, Ravenclaw changed the mirror again and again, and finally made it a mirror that could peek into and reflect the deepest desire in a person's heart. She even attached a rather terrifying anti-theft spell to it. "Hey, how are you doing, Lay?" Daphne and Harry shouted softly on one side, and patted Lay on the shoulder a few times, interrupting his memories. "I just posted it for a while." Rice quickly returned to his calmness. This mirror evoked too many memories for him, and he had just made a small mistake and accidentally hit the curse left by Ravenclaw, but fortunately there was no big problem. He looked at the mirror in front of him carefully. The mirror is very grand, reaching the ceiling at a height, surrounded by gorgeous golden frames, and the bottom is supported by two claw-shaped feet. It can be seen that later generations have greatly modified this mirror. They added gorgeous borders and meaningful inscriptions to the mirror, and even the mirror was replaced with a rather luxurious glass mirror, but none of these changed the core of the mirror. This is still the mirror of Ravenclaw, but it's just been replaced. Only she can attach such powerful magic to the mirror. This is a direct reading of the deepest desire in a person's heart. In front of this mirror, everyone is like a child without clothes. "You also saw your family in the mirror?" Harry asked, looking into the mirror. "Really? Let's see." Daphne also got closer. But they could only see Rice standing in front of the mirror wearing a wizard robe, looking calm. "Can you only let yourself see?" Harry and Daphne were both a little disappointed. But when they stood in front of the mirror, their disappointment was wiped out. The mirror reflects the deep desires in their hearts and makes them fascinated. Les's expression changed and he immediately pulled the two of them away from the mirror. "Hello, Rice." Ignoring the complaints of the two, Rice gently stroked the mirror and turned off the protective mechanism left by Ravenclaw before giving up for them. The spell left on the mirror by Ravenclaw is terrible. It is not a straightforward damage like magic, but a very difficult mental hint. It will gradually deepen the obsession of the people who look in the mirror with the scene in the mirror, and ultimately make them sink, ignore the reality and ignore the food and food. The more people desire the scene in the mirror, the stronger the power of this suggestion. If there is no external interference, the mind of the person will be completely destroyed so that no fun can be obtained from real life. However, this terrible spell was turned off by Rice, and now they can feel at ease to see the beautiful scenery in the mirror without any morbid dependence. He stood aside and quietly watched Harry and the other two took turns to stand in front of the mirror to satisfy himself. This process is a bit boring because in the eyes of the bystander, the person in front of the mirror is just a fool in the mirror. When people are bored, they will find something for themselves. Then Rice made a remarkable discovery. Looking at the traces, this mirror was transferred here recently, and someone attached an extra spell to the mirror. A very interesting spell. Lay dares to bet that this mirror was Dumbledore's work. He couldn't help but be amazed by Dumbledore's fantasy ideas. If he were the only one here, he would be the last guard level he would have designed for Dumbledore. And applauded. He walked silently to the end of the line and lined up with Harry and the others to look in the mirror. After a while, when it was his turn, Rice took a deep breath and began to empty his brain. He knew the next thing he was going to do was challenging because it was equivalent to trying to deceive Ravenclaw. The scene in the mirror is changing rapidly and twisted. After this situation lasted for 5 or 6 seconds, the scene in the mirror gradually stabilized and Les's figure was reflected. In the mirror, there is a table beside Rice, with all kinds of desserts on it. After seeing this scene, Rice smiled satisfied. He successfully concealed his desire. Then he began to fabricate his heart based on the characteristics of the newly added spell on the mirror. "I am a pure person. I have no extra desire. I want the Philosopher's Stone, but I don't want to use it. The images in the mirror gradually changed, and the table full of dessert disappeared, leaving only Lei alone. At this time, the magic mirror seemed to have lost its magic power, which was no different from the usual dressing mirror. Lei in the mirror suddenly moved. This was a pretty terrifying scene, but Lei had only joy in his heart at this moment. In the mirror, Lei reached into his pocket, took out a bright red stone, then blinked his eyes, and put the stone in his pocket again. Just at this moment, Lei felt that a heavy thing really fell into his robe. Inside pocket. The highest achievement of alchemy is now lying quietly in your pocket. His fingers rubbed gently on the stone. After a moment, Lei in the mirror reached into his pocket and took out the Philosopher's Stone. Lei's pocket lightened, and the Philosopher's Stone was put back in place by him. The update will be presented, and the next update will be at midnight p.m. Chapter 72 War Potion, Compound Decoction. After Rice took out the Philosopher's Stone from the mirror and put it back, he gave up his position and walked aside obediently, no longer participating in the queue. Although Harry behind him was a little strange, when he thought that he could see his family again, he immediately threw this emotion aside and stared at the mirror with concentration. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Lei took out a small crystal bottle and shook the little red dust from the cracks of his nails into the crystal bottle. He even had the time to use a spell to clean each nail. Now is not a good time to move the Philosopher's Stone. The gun that appears on the wall of the first scene in the drama must be fired in the third act. Adhering to this concept, Rice believes that this mirror will definitely be moved to the secret space under the corridor on the 4th floor to serve as the last level of the level-breaking game. That means Dumbledore will definitely come into contact with this mirror again, and it would be unwise to take away the Philosopher's Stone in the mirror. How old is Dumbledore's heart to send it into a secret space without even looking at it? This president from Gryffindor College could not inherit Gryffindor's thick nerve, right? It's not as long as it was inherited from generation to generation. So take some sample first and study it, and it will not be too late to take it away in the future. It was a coincidence that Dumbledore chose to put it in Royner's mirror. No matter where it is transferred, you can find it yourself. So why do we need to learn this mantra? If someone stole this mirror one day, we can take it back. Okay, I'm convinced you. Is anyone really dare to steal your stuff? After doing these things, Rice started to do nothing again. Harry and the other three worked tirelessly, taking turns to look at the pictures in the mirror, without any intention of stopping. When several people walked out of the room with mirrors, the faint sunlight could be faintly seen in the sky. So what did you see in the mirror? Even though he stayed up all night, Harry still looked energetic. I saw that I grew up a little and became a student president, holding the Academy Cup and Quidditch Cup in my hand. Ron was excited when he talked about himself in the mirror. Daphne curled her lips, dreaming, the Quidditch Cup and the Academy Cup will eventually belong to Slytherin College. I saw my father get a potion, curing my sister's illness. Daphne only told the truth half. The part she said was naturally the recovery of her sister, and the person who provided the potion was hidden by her was the person who provided the potion. 3 pairs of eyes fell on Lei in one stroke. I saw that I had endless sweets around me, all kinds of them, and they were from every country, Britain, France, Turkey. The conscience of heaven and earth, no word in Rice's words is fake. He really likes the desserts of this era, and they are so delicious that they are dreamy that he never even dreamed of. Rice's words were a bit unexpected, but considering that everyone present saw different scenes, they also believed what Rice said. When I returned to the lounge, the sun was almost rising outside the castle. Fortunately, it is Christmas holiday, and they can sleep until they wake up naturally. The balance during the holiday dropped rapidly and soon the bottom was finally reached. Here, this is a copy of the imitation. Lei, who was in the lounge, handed him a written paper. Rice looked up at her, and a hint of blush appeared on Daphne's face. I bought it from a senior sister. Rice showed a gratified smile on his face. he didn't want Daphne to waste time on abstract things like magic history papers. If you don't understand anything you don't understand before the 11th century, you can ask him. If you do something after the 11th century, just search the book and get it done. In addition to the essay on magic history, Daphne also asked someone to help her and Rice do the holiday homework for the black magic defense technique. As for other subjects, Rice thought they were worth doing, so she didn't ask her to ask someone to help write them. After taking the 2 papers and other subjects written by Daphne, Rice took Daphne to the secret room. In recent times, Rice has been considering making a new entrance to his secret room. The route is still a bit far away now, especially in the cold winter. The distance from the lounge to the secret room entrance is cold wind. It looks so long against the backdrop of it. He knew that there was a dark creature. If he could meet one, he could make a very convenient teleportation port. Unfortunately, the dungeon was not suitable for entering for the time being, so he could only find another method. Finally, he discovered that the new generation of wizards had invented a teleportation method called feelyou.com, and now he had an idea in an instant. Although various information shows that Hogwarts fireplaces are usually not connected to Floornet, Rice feels that there is no big problem. He can find 2 fireplaces in private to connect them together. If you want to do it more concealedly, Rice can even imitate Floor.com to set up a network by himself, but this will take more energy. The Floor network invented by the wizards also opened less eyes. Space magic is all very advanced spells, but FLU.com has universalized this advanced magic. Even the most wizards can use the teleportation magic that FLU.com can easily use. This is the progress of the times. Lei chose a fireplace in an unmanned dormitory. Because it is uninhabited, the fireplace has been abandoned, but only by lighting the fire, it can connect to a fireplace in the secret room and realize the transmission. After sprinkling a handful of homemade floor powder into the fire, Lei and Daphne teleport to the secret room one by one. Today I plan to let you get in touch with something different. After Daphne stood firm, Rice revealed his teaching plan today. He felt that while teaching her the curse, he should also try to start cultivating her pharmaceutical abilities. The warm-hearted little wizard Severus Snape donated some raw materials for the potion, so he could start his own plan. Have you heard of the potion of compound decoction? Daphne nodded. She had heard of this magical potion that could make people look like another person. Tell me a brief explanation. Daphne told Lei about her understanding of compound decoction. After hearing this, Rice nodded. Daphne said it was basically right, and there was nothing big of a problem. Do you know what was used to do when compound decoction was first invented? Become the same as someone else. Rice smacked her lips. Compound decoction is a potion born for war. It has a wide range of applications in wars and is very common. The skin of African tree snakes is so difficult to find now because this potion has been used too much. Updates are provided, the second is later. Chapter 73 The Wizard Has No Faith. In the era of Rice, the snakeskin of African trees were far less difficult to find now. There were some spells and potions to crack this potion in private. But in modern times, African tree snakeskin can only find some collection in the potion master's locker, and the potions for cursing curse and counterfeiting decoctions have been completely lost. Why is this? Because the compound decoction was used too frequently before, the main ingredient African tree snake was almost extinct. After the main ingredients are difficult to obtain, the frequency of using compound decoction is forced to decrease. Over time, the means of countering compound decoction is lost. I understand. In the past, wizards would use compound decoction as figures of hostile forces and then sneak in to steal intelligence. Seeing that Lei called Kumardinari decoction a war potion, Daphne felt that she had suddenly caught the key points of the problem. Quickly spoke in order to get praise from Rice. It's a pity that she was wrong, and Lei shook his head. This is rare. If you want to pretend to be someone else through compound decoction, you need to know that person very well, otherwise you may be exposed as soon as you open your mouth. For example, someone pretended to be Rice, and then Daphne pushed the door and found that Rice was writing an essay on the history of magic. Isn't it a mistake in an instant? The soul of compound decoction is to become another person. At first, what the pharmacists wanted to achieve was not just the appearance of another person, but to imitate the magic that person is good at. How can this kind of potion be made? Daphne exclaimed, is there such a potion? So wouldn't it be better to just copy the strongest wizard on our side in batches before the war begins? There were even dozens of Dumbledore fighting side by side in her mind. Les's mouth curled up. Don't be so absolute, he really knows a potion formula that can simulate the spell that another person is good at. However, even he felt that the materials needed were too precious and a little wasteful, and they also needed to be imitated. In the process of this potion, compound decoction appears, and it can really make you look like another person. If you dare to take risks and are willing to bear the price, you can even become non-human or semi-human. Is it a thing that it makes sense for a wizard to become another person in the body? This is a very significant improvement in combat effectiveness. For example, if you get Gryffindor's hair, drink the compound decoction containing his hair, and you will become Gryffindor. Although you did not inherit the powerful dual magic of Gryffindor, you also have his healthy body. Daphne subconsciously touched her arm. If she turned into Gryffindor, how thick would that arm would become? This means you gain his reaction, speed, and power, which can support you to flash through the opponent's spell in the duel and fight back at the fastest speed. Speaking of this, Daphne understood what Rice meant. In ancient times, in addition to being able to turn into the appearance of other people and cause chaos, compound decoctions could also be used as physical amplifiers. A healthy and agile body could obviously help the wizard win the duel. Okay, now you have some understanding of compound decoctions, so let's take a look at this. Lay took out a roll of parchment paper with words from his arms and handed it to Daphne. This is the key points of the formula and production of compound decoctions. I hope you can make a one-pot compound decoction within 3 weeks. Of course, I will also help if necessary. After all, the snakeskin of African tree is very precious. Less the expectations for Daphne were very high, and she also showed good talent in the previous potion class, so Rice chose the compound decoction as her first pot of potion. Daphne's eyes widened. Compound decoction is an extremely complex advanced potion. Can she really make it? But Rice seems to say there are key points to make. She took the parchment and looked at it carefully, but the complicated steps above made her dizzy. After reading the formula of the compound decoction, Daphne couldn't help but sigh. This is not a recipe that people can think of. I really don't know how the pharmacist predecessors in the magic world came up with this prescription. She sighed so much, but Rice really explained it seriously for her. Pharmacology initially only summarized the effects of various magical substances, such as the detoxification effects of beef and feces tone. Later, because some magical substances were too expensive, the wizards began to look for materials with similar attributes to replace them, and eventually formed various types of drugs. Various potion recipes. Of course, potions are not original to humans, and some other magical creatures with wisdom have also invented many formulas. Because they are more sensitive to natural herbs, the prescriptions they create are even more exquisite and amazing. Daphne was stunned by these remarks. So how do you know this knowledge? I said that my family has collected a lot of letters from ancient wizards. Daphne. Les's words made her doubtful. She hesitated whether she would ask her father to get some letters from ancient wizards too. The next pharmaceutical process is boring. Before starting to make compound decoctions, a lot of repetitive preparations are required. Daphne was doing these tasks in her hands, and she kept chatting with Rice. Will you stay in Hogwarts until graduation in the future? Probably. I haven't figured it out yet, but I can go out to find a job after the 5th grade. It's only OWL certificate, and the job is not easy to find, but I can ask my dad to give you a letter of introduction, which would be much easier. Then I really thank you. Is the big snake in Slytherin's memory a god? That kind of creature almost exceeded the limit of human imagination. Rice frowned when he heard Daphne ask this. That's right, that big snake can indeed be called a god according to the standards of Muggles. It's so amazing. I didn't expect that those legendary gods actually exist. Daphne almost wrote her fascination for that era on her face. It's okay, Rice looked indifferent, there have never been any gods in the world. Gods are just stronger people or creatures. Wizards have no faith, or their faith is themselves. When the Muggles are in danger and extremely shocked, they will shout God, but the wizards will never do this. If they were forced to choose a name, the wizards chose Merlin, the name of a legendary magician. Les's words are very rebellious in the ears of young wizards from Muggle families, but they are common in the ears of young wizards like Daphne, because real wizards will not have faith in God. Listen to Lay. Daphne nodded. The update is provided. Sorry for being left to work overtime, so the update is a little late. I'll write the next update now, maybe it's noon. Chapter 74. We personally opened the prelude to Ragnarok. Yes. Daphne agreed with Rice's words from the bottom of her heart. Such a big snake, she rubbed her hands, shook off the powder of the horned beasts on her hands, and began to imagine, there must be a lot of meat on her body, right? Ah! Daphne's thinking was so jumping that Rice couldn't even react to what she was saying. I mean, in my memory, its head is as big as a small island. If such a snake is slaughtered, the meat of the entire British magic world is probably not enough to eat it for a year. Rice subconsciously calculated that if there were 10,000 wizards in the entire British magic world, each of whom ate 1 pound of snake meat every day, it would only be more than 3 million pounds a year, but only 3,600 tons. Cold knowledge, a blue whale can produce 50 tons of meat and 25 tons of oil, and it is just a little guy with a body length of more than 30 meters. It is not as big as Yemengat's head. Daphne's estimate is conservative. It's true that the flesh on the snake was taken out, enough for wizards all over the world to eat for several years. Lay. Wait, why am I serious about this ridiculous thing? That thing is really not something that humans can eat. Forget it, its flesh must be very old. The skin on its body is difficult to pierce even the siege crossbow, and the flesh below is even harder than the stone. Yes, but it must be of great value for research on potions, right? The various parts of the snake must be of great value for research. Didn't Slytherin just take something from it after the battle? That's right. Rice looked at Daphne with a teachable look. After the battle, he did take away the brain nerve of Yemengard and used it as the core of the staff to make a very powerful one. Amazing wand. The wand inherited the power of Yemengard and its cruelty. Even Slytherin was unwilling to keep it by his side, otherwise sooner or later it would be affected and distorted by the wand. The other old friends were similar, and they all gained some benefits from those pseudo-gods and used their bodies to make extremely powerful magic props. Why did Slytherin fight with that big snake back then? After several confusions in his heart were answered, Daphne asked the last question. After asking, she smiled playfully, "Does there be records in the letter papers you have collected?" Rice blinked. It seems that the old letter is no longer fooled. Should I find a new reason? But even though he thought so in his heart, he still recognized Daphne's statement. Yes, a medieval letter did record the reason for the outbreak of war, which was the most dangerous crises encountered in the magic world. 1. Although wizards have no faith, they have other species and factions. There is a church on the Europa continent to the east, and there is a similar existence on the Scandinavia peninsula to the north, the Nordic gods. In the eyes of the wizards led by Gryffindor and Slytherin, the pseudo-gods and Nordics are even more annoying than the lunatics in the church. The latter is at least still in the category of human, but the former no longer considers himself human. They think that their ethnic group is naturally superior and they are the shepherds of the world. Which is unacceptable to wizards. No wizard is willing to turn from a human to a sheep. The church occasionally says that sheep is a sheep, but it is purely a sensible thing, and it is basically human beings. The Nordic gods were planning to play the real thing, and the nature of the two was fundamentally different. Wizards will not regard the pursuit of ascension to a certain place after death to serve a group of people as their lifelong pursuit. In order to spread their faith, the pseudo-gods began to expand to the southern British Isle. If the plan succeeds, the British Isles will be shrouded in the shadow of Asgard, and the status of the wizards may be a little stronger than the current domestic elves. The fuse of the outbreak of the war was the arrival of Jemengard, the snake that devoured the world. K made waves in the North Sea, making the magic world unbearable, so the four wizards, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, went north. They set sail from the North Sea, heading north, uniting with other powerful people from other races to defeat Asgard in one fell swoop, and kicked off the Ragnarok twilight with their own hands. Jemengard, chasing waves in the North Sea, eventually became the core of Slytherin's magic wand. It is said that thunder and lightning in charge, Thor, the Asgardian gatekeeper who is in charge of storms, wars, and agriculture, was cut into pieces by Ravenclaw using the magic of the wind, proving that you claim to be in charge of a certain field, and after all, you claim to be yourself. Bedel, the god of light, known as the incarnation of light, died after being pierced through his chest by Hufflepuff with a spear turned into mistletoe. As for the god King Odin, he did not end up with a good end. K was killed in Asgard, and together with K's Valhalla was wiped out by magic, and the parts of the body were made into various magics. Jewelry, anyway, no one thinks you are a human, so you will have no psychological burden when using it. The medieval wizards had a little disconnection from modern society in their understanding of the world. The four people proved with the blood and flesh of the pseudo-god that the so-called god is just a stronger species. In essence, it's just a larger duel. Rice told Daphne about some past events that happened 1,000 years ago, as if she was talking about something trivial. Daphne nodded blankly. She was born into a wizard family and did not have so many filters for gods. She was not surprised by the feats of the four founders. From her perspective, there was a feeling that the wild boar from the next village tried to urge the cornfield of the village, but was hunted by the righteous village chief. Where did you say that Slytherin went to the wand made by Namungud's brain nerves? Daphne asked to herself. She didn't expect to get an answer from Rice. I'm afraid only Slytherin himself knows whereabouts of this kind of artifact-level treasure. Lay smiled but said nothing. When you grow up, I will take you to see it. This thing is not suitable for children to contact now. Why do you think, which one is stronger, it or the old wand? What is the Elden wand? Rice was stunned for a moment, adding the adjective elder to the wand. This was the first time he heard this statement. Daphne was even more shocked than Rice. You have never even heard of the legend of the three brothers. Are you sure you are a wizard? This is as outrageous as the children of Muggle families have never heard of Sleeping Beauty or Snow White. The stories written by Wang Bidu are included in the story of Wang Bidu. Daphne couldn't help but waved her hand, unable to hide her inner shock at all. Only less deafening silence responded to her. The update is provided, and I will continue to code. Chapter 75 The Strongest Magic Wand. Looking at the silent Rice, Daphne frowned. This guy always gives people the feeling of walking out of the isolated mountain village. However, considering his usual style, Daphne felt that this seemed to be possible. Some wizard family that has lived in seclusion since the Middle Ages? Then why did he return to the Magic Society? Daphne felt like she had figured it out when she thought about the seal deep in the Hogwarts dungeon. It is very likely that something went wrong with the underground seal that he come out and returned to Hogwarts to strengthen the seal, solve the problems inside the seal, and get in touch with the modern magic world. During the silent time, Rice quickly recalled it, and then remembered that he seemed to have seen the book called Stories of Poetry and Wang Bidu at Lihen bookstore. I didn't read it because it was this collection of stories. Thinking of this, Rice couldn't help but feel helpless. He had been making up for knowledge in the modern magic world over the past few months, but he still made a joke on some common sense issues. But it is understandable that it is incredible that a person who was active in the 11th century had heard of the stories of the 15th century. So can you tell me this legend of the three brothers? Rice chose to let Daphne tell her stories directly. Daphne was a little surprised, because the narrator of the previous story was always Rice. Naturally, she didn't want to miss this precious opportunity. Daphne put the tools on her hands aside, wiped her hands and robe with a handkerchief, and found a stool to sit down. She seemed not telling a story, but was conducting a sacred religious ceremony. After everything was ready, Daphne cleared her throat and began to tell the legend of the three brothers vividly. Once upon a time, three brothers were rushing on a secluded path, and it was almost midnight. Lay raised his eyebrows. It's time to go as midnight approaches. Are they in a hurry? Then why not teleportation magic or flying broom? Isn't it? They walked and came to a river. The water was too deep to pass by, and it was too dangerous to swim. However, the three brothers were proficient in magic, and with a wave of their wands, a bridge appeared on the dangerous and unpredictable water. When they reached the middle of the bridge, a hooded figure blocked their way. Death spoke to them. Death was angry and lost 3 new offerings, because travelers usually drowned in this river. But Death is cunning. He pretended to congratulate the three brothers on their magic, saying that they had escaped the god of death with their intelligence, and each of them could receive a reward. Rice found another flaw in the story: a wizard who can turn into a bridge with a wave of his wand will really drown in the river? This is unreasonable unless there is a problem with the water in that river. But since it is a bedtime story for children, there is no need to worry too much. Later, the three brothers asked the god of death for the most powerful magic wand in the world, the stone that could resurrect the dead, and the god of death's invisibility cloak. The eldest who got the old wand was cut off his throat in his sleep. The second who had the resurrection stone fell into madness because the person who was resurrected from the stone did not really resurrect and committed suicide. Only the third who held the invisible cloak got it after a good end. He finally welcomed the god of death like an old friend meeting. He left the world with the god of death with an equal identity. After listening to this story, Lay rubbed his chin. Ignoring some small flaws, the whole story is pretty good and very educational. Powerful force alone is not lasting, and attempting to break the laws of nature is not feasible. Only low-key and humility are wealth that people can hold for life. As for the god of death, he also knew that he was the master of the coming and going, responsible for suppressing the black wizards who were unable to reincarnate due to the broken soul, and responsible for maintaining the normal operation of the reincarnation order. Rice doesn't think death will do the operation in the story, because for him, as long as he is a wizard, he will come to find him sooner or later, just sooner or later. If you don't come today, you will come sooner or later in the future. It's all over. Why be angry? Of course, these are fairy tales. Trying to find rationality in fairy tales is unreasonable behavior. So is the wand made by Slytherin stronger than the old wand? Should it be? Rice was a little uncertain. According to the setting in the story, the old wand is the strongest. But to look deeper, the old magic wand was made by the god of death, and his snake wand was made of the brain nerves of Yemengard as the core of the staff, and the mistletoe branches of Bader, the god of light, as the staff body. The materials alone consumed the lives of the two pseudo-gods. No matter how you look at it, it is not weaker than the one made by death, right? However, the wand I made myself has a bit of a negative effect. If the Elder's wand of death has no negative effect, it is indeed more suitable for daily use than my snake wand. Cool. Daphne didn't think so much, but was simply very excited. Compared to the illusory old wand in fairy tales, Slytherin's wand is much more real. Then do you have any records where Slytherin hid his wand before his death? Les's face turned dark. How do you speak a stinky girl? He cleared his throat and pointed out the fallacy in Daphne's words. The whereabouts of the 4 founders, except for Royner, I mean Ms. Ravenclaw, are unknown, so you believe that Slytherin has death is not rigorous. On the contrary, I prefer that all the 4 founders continue their lives in some special way. After all, as long as they want to live, there is always a way. For a powerful wizard who is proficient in magic, it is not very difficult to continue life. How to continue life decently is the difficulty. If you really want to have a face, you can still make a Horcrux. But this is the lowest method of immortality, and Rice scoffs at it. For those wizards who seek immortality through the Horcrux, Rice is pure contempt. How could anyone live 1,000 years? Nicole LeMay only lived for more than 600 years after inventing the Philosopher's Stone. Daphne didn't believe what Rice said, but she soon noticed her problem. Rice did not deny it. Ms. Ioneo told the whereabouts of that magic wand. Daphne was shocked. Why did Rice know everything? Could it be that he is the true heir of Slytherin, and the Gunter family is just adopted son? It's not something you can touch now. Seeing that Daphne seemed to have some bold thoughts, Rice quickly poured cold water to make her sober. She will definitely go crazy when she rashly touches the snake rod. When you grow up, I will take you to find its whereabouts. Rice wrote a check for the future. Daphne. The update will be presented, the next update will be at 12 noon. Chapter 76 Hagrid's Little Secret. Daphne felt like she was in a dream. She just asked casually, but who would have thought that Rice could really take her there? If he could get that wand. Daphne couldn't help but start fantasizing. But don't have too high expectations. The wand is just a wand after all. In the end, it depends on the wizard holding the wand. Lay felt that Daphne seemed to overestimate the function of the wand. What she had in her mind was not a magic wand, but a wishing machine. Now the chat is over, it's time for you to continue your preparations. Lay said in 2 words, pulling Daphne from her fantasy back to reality. She began to continue preparing for the preparation of compound decoctions. When Daphne competed with the bicorn horns, Rice narrowed her eyes and thought about the 3 sacred artifacts of death that Daphne mentioned just now. He had never seen the old wand and the resurrection stone, but the invisibility cloak. Isn't there one around you? Daphne, what is the origin of Medeo Porter? He planned to inquire with Daphne before checking the documents. Daphne recalled her father's introduction to Harry's family. The Potters settled in the Godric Valley before that incident, and then, you know, Harry was kept at his Muggle aunt's house until he was 11. Is Godric Valley? When I suddenly heard the familiar name here, Lay felt a faint sadness. It is the place where Godric was born. Whether the Godric Valley was named after Gryffindor or Gryffindor was named after Godric because of the valley, he didn't even know that this is unverified. The history is here. I wonder if that Porter is a descendant of Gryffindor, maybe? It is normal that the magic family with a long history is related to it. Why did you suddenly talk about him? Daphne felt a little strange because of the jumping topic. Don't you think Harry's invisibility cloak is very consistent with the description of the invisibility cloak in the 3 Holy Death? Not it. But his invisible cloak is indeed unusual, right? But the story of the 3 brothers is just a legend. There are always prototypes in legends, right? Rice has decided to investigate Harry's life experience carefully. As the Christmas holiday approached the end, Fred and George were finally released and regained their freedom. Professor McGonagall was very generous and gave them 2 days to breathe fresh air. The twins were extremely angry when they were detained during the Christmas holiday. They both took some effort to find out the real reason for their confinement. Snape's storage room was stolen and many precious ones were lost. Potion. After hearing this news, the originally angry twins suddenly breathed. In their original words, if 2 weeks of confinement can cause Snape's potion materials to lose 1/3, then please keep me from confinement for 2 months, and you can meet only 1.5 months. This is really uneasy for me to have such a good thing. Although the little wizards in Gryffindor were very happy after hearing about Snape's experience, they still made sufficient preparations before the first magic potion class after school started. If you don't vent your anger on Gryffindor's students after getting angry, is it still Snape? Surprisingly, Snape didn't really make things difficult for Gryffindor's students. As if his potion storage room was not stolen. This made Fred and George confused. Snape was so stupid that he was so angry? Daphne's compound decoction production plan was carried out in an orderly manner. Even if something went wrong in the middle, Rice could save it when watching it, so the overall progress was quite smooth. During the process of making the decoction, she even had time to learn the magical mantra from Rice. On the 21st day, Daphne's compound decoction was finally ready. Looking at the thick mud-like decoction, Lay nodded with satisfaction. He took out a small glass cup, divided it into a compound decoction, and added a stick of his own hair. The decoction sounded loudly, like a pot of boiling water, and it was filled with foam. After a second it turned into a glass of silver liquid with a metallic luster. "Please." Rice handed the cup to Daphne. After taking the cup, Daphne drank the compound decoction in one go, shivering. She felt that the decoction in the cup tasted like a cup of iced mint water. The compound decoction took effect very quickly, and Daphne's fair skin began to bubble like hot wax. As her hair became shorter, the color was also changing. Soon, 2 Rices appeared in the secret room. "Congratulations, your potion has been prepared successfully." Rice applauded gently to show encouragement. A little wizard who can make compound decoctions at this age is enough to boast even if he has his own guidance on the side. Daphne's changes also show that her body has really returned to her teenage state. Daphne, who turned into Lay, looked at her hands, raised her feet and looked at her heels, as if she was extremely curious about what was happening to her, which was indeed a novel experience for her. After wandering in the secret room for half an hour, Daphne changed back to her own appearance. "The amount of medicine will affect your deformation time. You should pay attention to this. Also, this is your compound decoction, take it." Lay poured Daphne into a large jar with the remaining compound decoction. And handed it to her. Can I keep it?" Daphne was quite surprised. She knew that she was using extremely precious magical materials. "To be honest, if you get this pot of potion on the market, the money you get will definitely fill the jar. Of course, keep it properly." After the 2 left the secret room, Rice went straight to the library. He needed to investigate the legend of the Porter family and the 3 sacred artifacts. While searching for information, he passed by Ruber Hager, the guard of the school's hunting ground. Rice noticed that the hunting ground guard was holding several books in his arms. After detecting Rice's gaze, Hagrid covered the book in his arms with his mole leather coat. This suspicious action aroused Rice's interest. He remembered that he had just caught a glimpse of the book outside called The Guide to Raising Dragons, so what the hunting ground guard wanted to do was just about to come out. Raising dragons seems illegal now, but Rice doesn't care, because in his time, it was still legal. Some little wizards of Hogwarts even brought their pet dragons with them when they came to school. This is also the reason why the school later stipulated that only owls, cats, and toads were allowed to come to the school. Updated. Let me tell you one thing, I will be on the shelves on Monday. Big guys will give you a first order to support me. Chapter 77 Remarks on the list. The editor told me that my book was going to be on the shelves and the time was set at midnight on Monday. Hehe, I hope you guys can give you a subscription and support, thank you. The first book of a newbie is quite difficult to write, and the company works overtime, so the update time is not stable, so everyone forgives you. The purpose of opening this book is very simple, just to make money from the daily pork leg rice. It would be even better if I could make rent. My writer's name is Pigfoot and Pig Ear Pinju, which is also out of this little wish. After I started writing, I didn't understand anything and encountered many difficulties. Fortunately, the editor was very patient and the seniors in the author group were also very friendly. I told me a lot of common sense that I don't understand. Thank them here. At the beginning, I was confused and wrote it in a silly way, but the data was not very good. Later I heard that when a fan recommended the promotion, the data would be discounted, and the new book list would be discounted, so seniors who were similar to my data could be ranked. It's very high, so I can only hang it at the end of the list. To sum it up, it's highly discriminated against. A senior said that he could get promoted by spending money to buy the league leader's reward. I tried it, but it still didn't work. Instead, he lost all the money he gave to me by the previous bosses. To be honest, I was a little sad, but I also got it open. After all, I wrote about fan, so it was worth giving way to the original author. Fortunately, I have you, and everyone has always supported me to continue writing, because when I failed to advance, the new book list did not provide traffic support, the company suddenly asked to work overtime, was exploited by the boss, and felt uncomfortable and painful by the unreasonable trouble of customers. As long as I thought about the book friends who supported me, I felt much more comfortable. Thank you for your support, you supported me to write it. I love you. Kill one for the big guys. By the way, I would like to order the first order. My seniors said that as long as the sales volume is enough and there are good recommendations in the future, you can earn more rice, so. I hope everyone can help me add a chicken leg to the pork leg rice, thank you. Chapter 78. Yes, this wound was bitten by a dog, please order first. What's wrong with him? Daphne also noticed something wrong with Hagar, he seemed to be hiding from Rice and himself, and he looked sneaky. He wants to raise something that the magic world does not allow it to be raised. What? Fire Dragon, the book he just held in his arms is related to raising dragons. If you have the leisure to investigate what books he borrowed, maybe you can find further evidence. Daphne got up and ran out in a flash. A few minutes later, she came back and brought back Hagrid's list of borrowed books. The types of dragons in Great Britain and Ireland, from the hatching eggs to Nirvana, a guide to raising dragons. Just read the title of the book on the Hagrid's book list. Daphne confirmed that Hagrid was planning a fire dragon. Daphne's reaction to Hagrid's desire to raise a dragon was, oh. The green grass family also raised hundreds of years ago, and it was no big deal. Now the Ministry of Magic prohibits wizards from raising dragons because the fire dragon is too easy for muggles to see. It is not harmful to destroy the secret law that Hagrid lives by the Forbidden Forest. It is not harmful to raise one. But is he really able to deal with such a big guy? Daphne and Rice had an amazing attitude towards Hagar's plan to raise a dragon, that is, he would raise it if he wanted to. Lay was still a little excited. In the future, you don't need to buy raw materials such as dragon blood. For this purpose, he also excitedly prepared several magic potions, all of which were nutritional supplements for Fire Dragon, in order to get some materials on the dragon after getting closer to Hogla. After a brief episode, after a search, Rice finally found the book he needed in a pile of grey books. The medieval fairy tale prototype verification, all legends have its source, this book looks reliable. Rice opened the book and quickly found what he wanted to read. Daphne came over and saw the title above clearly, the prototype of the three brothers, Pavarier from the Godric Valley. Godric Valley! She exclaimed, and couldn't help but think of the invisibility cloak that the Porter family living in the Godric Valley inherit. If it was just a single point, it might be a coincidence, but this string of information appeared before her, and it would be very far-fetched to say that the coincidence was. Rice turned the book to that page and read the text on it. According to the author's research, the three Pavarier brothers who were active in western England in the mid to late 12th century, Antioch, Cadmos, and Ignotus. The three are outstanding masters of metamorphosis and alchemy, and have a high prestige in the local area, Godric Valley. Their relationship with the legendary wizard, Godric Gryffindor, cannot be verified. Some people think they have obtained it. The inheritance of Gryffindor. The author believes that this statement is unlikely, because the timelines between the three brothers and Gryffindor were at least 100 years apart, and Gryffindor was not known for alchemy. Antioch, the eldest son of the three brothers, possesses a powerful wand. This wand is the prototype of the old wand. Its characteristic is that it cannot be inherited and can only replace the heirs through duels, which also makes it famous. According to research, there are many wizards in history who claim to have had old wands. I will not elaborate on them here. If you want to further explore, please refer to The Dark Wizard in History Volume 4 and Volume 5. Cadmos is the second son, very good at alchemy, and is the prototype of the owner of the Resurrection Stone. It is said that the Resurrection Stone he refined can summon the phantom of the dead. The Gunter family, one of the 28 pure blood saints of Slytherin, claims to own the Resurrection Stone. Ignotus is the youngest son of the three brothers. He has an invisible cloak with a very long time. The symbol of the three holy tools on his tombstone is the most powerful evidence to prove that the three brothers Pavarier are the prototypes in the legend of the three brothers. His granddaughter, Eilent Pefrel, married the wealthy Hardwin Potter. Eirent rarely talks about the invisibility cloak, and says that the invisibility cloak left by his grandfather failed to work when he died, so there is a very likely rumor that the existence of the invisibility cloak is rumored. Look, the book records are very clear. After reading this article, Rice was almost 100% sure that Harry was in his hand, the invisibility cloak, one of the three holy weapons. Eilent inherited his grandfather's intelligence and successfully diverted the public's attention. In addition, the effect of the invisibility cloak is not as dazzling as the first two holy objects, so it has been passed down in the Porter family. Of course, Rice was also very angry when he saw the words Slytherin's last Genesis in the book. He could probably guess what his adopted son Gunter did after he slept. He was sure that he would not reveal the coffin, and after the other founders gradually withered, he let his descendants take their own. He left him the wand and other tokens to go to Hogwarts, pretending to be a descendant of Slytherin. Due to the lack of insiders, Hogwarts actually believed it. Fortunately, he didn't tell Gunter about his sleeping place, otherwise how could he wake up one day? It seems that it is time for me to go to the Gaunt house. Since I have taken over my name, it shouldn't be too much for the ancestors to ask for a stone from my younger generations? Merlin. Daphne expressed her deep amazement, that Potter is actually a descendant of the three brothers. The invisibility cloak in his hand is one of the three holy tools of death. However, after a brief amazement, the filter was broken. But that dress doesn't look special. I admit that the magic attached to it is almost eternal, but so what? Just buy another one if the ordinary invisibility cloak fails. In Daphne's eyes, the invisibility cloak is far less attractive than the other two holy objects. If she wants to be invisible, she can buy a few invisible cloaks and use the magic body curse taught by Rice. It is not that the Deathly Hallows cannot be used, but that the magic body curse is more cost-effective. The old wand and the resurrection stone are different. How can you buy it for money? Any alchemy prop is related to eternity, then it cannot be mediocre. Lay looked farther than Daphne. He knew that the invisibility effect of the invisibility cloak might be its most insignificant effect. Just like the wand in the hand of a wizard, it can also be used as a kebab, but this is obviously just a passive function. The two of them discussed Harry's invisibility cloak, and Hagrid's little move was almost forgotten by them until someone came to them and woke them up. So you said that the mystery of there is no wonder that the mystery of the legend of the Condor He is difficult to be thicker. Ron's face changed and his ears turned red. He didn't let go in the end, and insisted that the wound with green light on his hand was bitten by a dog. Oh, that's out of help. Wait for death. Goodbye. I'll write my magic history homework. Rice directly sent a 3-game series to Ron, causing a critical blow to his mind. Ron, ah! The first update is presented. There is also some later. Thank you guys for your first order. Chapter 79, Learn about nutritional supplements. Please order first. After hearing Rice's words, Ron's face became somewhat similar to the color of the wound. He raised his hand tremblingly and almost brought the wound under Rice's nose. Rice, take a closer look. No, I was just bitten, why was it helpless? Ron's tone was trembling. If it is a bitten by a mad dog, it is indeed beyond help. Your wound seems to have been delayed for a while, right? Lei pushed Ron's hand away a little while. At this time, he could see any eyes that had grown. It was a bad situation for him. Ron's bitten hand had swollen twice the size of his normal palm, and the flesh at the wound turned green. It was indeed bitten yesterday, but it's only one day. Ron cried with a sad face and almost burst into tears. Have you heard of rabies, or mad dog disease? If you are bitten by a mad dog, if you are not dealt with in a timely manner, you will definitely die. Lei said lightly. In the non-magical world, there is no cure for rabies once it occurs. In the magic world, this is also an extremely difficult disease. Rice believes that Hogwarts medical conditions alone may not be enough to deal with it. However, Ron was not infected with rabies. His wound was bitten by a fire dragon and had nothing to do with rabies. Daphne next to her also spoke, indicating that this is a very difficult condition to treat. Ron's face gradually turned into pig's liver. After a minute of entanglement, he lowered his voice and said, the reason for my injury is that the principle that the nature of people who hate Malfoy will never be bad. Ron chose to believe that Lei and Daphne. If it weren't for the fact that they had contacted Rice and Daphne before and felt that they were normal people in Slytherin Academy, Ron wouldn't have asked for help from the two Slytherin. But he really has no choice. Among the people Ron knew, only they showed strong potion talent. He and Daphne were the only wizard combination that had never been criticized by Snape in potion class. If they were here, if he couldn't provide help, he had to go to the school doctor. But after entering the school hospital, how should he explain the origin of this wound? It is not clear that Mrs. Pomfrey will be disturbed by Professor McGonagall, and then something will be a big deal. So Ron chose to tell Rice the truth. He believed that Rice and they would keep a secret for him. Of course, we won't talk nonsense. After getting Les's assurance, Ron confessed, okay, this was actually bitten by a dragon. Norwegian spine dragon. Do you think there is still a way to save it? To Ron's surprise, Rice and Daphne seemed not surprised at the explosive news, but were quite calm, as if the one who bit her was really a stray dog. Rice nodded and pointed at Ron's wound to indicate that this was indeed a standard dragon bite trauma, and it was not troublesome to deal with it. Ron couldn't help but ask, are you not curious at all? Why am I? Why were he bitten by a fire dragon in Hogwarts Castle? Is it the evil done by Hagrid's dragon? Is it too lazy to ask? Hagrid's knowledge reserves and objective conditions do not support him to become a qualified one. Fire dragon breeder, if he insists on raising dragons in his small wooden house, then I dare to say responsibly. More serious accidents will definitely occur in the future. Rice said a long sentence in one breath. He was a little dissatisfied with Hagrid's behavior. Can Hogwarts raise dragons? Of course, but the breeder needs to be prepared. If Hagrid's preparation refers to those books, then Rice is against him raising dragons. The breeding of fire dragons is a very profound knowledge. Masters who are proficient in this art can raise fire dragons as well as sheepdogs, and Hag is obviously not good at this art. Ron's eyes were staring like two eggs. You are, how do you know, that thing? Ron was stunned and couldn't even organize a complete sentence. He's so silly. Daphne told Ron about what happened to Hagar that day, and said that with a little attention, he could find out what Hagar wanted to do. Ron felt cold sweating. Fortunately, he found out that Hagar was his own people, if he was noticed by Malfoy or other Slytherin students. If you raise a fire dragon privately, you will be sentenced to Azkaban imprisonment. Okay, let's talk about Hagrid again. Let's treat Mr. Weasley first. After seeing that Ron was finally willing to tell the truth, Rice was willing to help him deal with the wound. He and Daphne took Ron to an unmanned classroom and began to prepare the potions needed for him to heal. "No big problem, don't worry." Rice's wand lightly tapped and threw the materials needed for the potion into the boiling crucible one by one. "You said just now. So were you bitten by a mad dog?" Ron shut his mouth. Daphne snorted coldly, "You can't hide your wound at all. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that it was a fire dragon biting it." While speaking, Rice's potion was ready. After knowing that Ron wanted to see how he treated the wound, Rice diluted the potion slightly and let Ron drink it. Shortly after the potion was taken, Ron found that he could not feel the existence of his limbs. After letting Ron drink the painkiller, Rice pointed directly at the wound on his hand with the tip of his wand. He cut off the rotten flesh from the wound with a very accurate cut, and gave it to him after the rotten flesh was removed. A layer of ointment was applied to the wound. The white ointment quickly turned green after contact with the wound. After the ointment was dyed green, Lay waved his wand, took it off, and applied a new layer. When the new ointment turned green, he repeated the operation until the color on the ointment turned blood red. He poured a few drops of whiteness on Ron's wound and wrapped it with a bandage. "Ron's wound has been treated. Very good, the toxins in the wound have been removed. Come on, eat this." Les rolled the ointment in the jar into a ball and signaled Ron to take it. "Ron? This is to suck out the toxins in your body. You don't think that the toxins are only staying near the wound, do you?" Seeing Rice say this, Ron obediently took the ointment ball. "Thank you, Lay, you've really helped." Ron thanked Lay for his help from the bottom of his heart. "You're welcome, lead the way." "Ah. I'm going to meet Hagrid." "What did you do when you see him?" Ron asked with some guilt. "I want to see if he is interested in Fire Dragon's nutritional supplements." Ron fell into confusion again, and he was so confused by Rice. "Does this thing like Fire Dragon need nutritional supplements?" The second update is presented. Thank you for your first order. Merry Christmas. Thank you for letting others play with the rewards for Shinwen. Please wait for a moment for the third update. Chapter 80. I'm actually quite good at Fire Dragon. Merry Christmas. Happy. In Rice's opinion, now is an excellent opportunity to bring his relationship closer to Hagar. After the relationship between the two is close enough, Hagrid's Fire Dragon can be obtained by himself, and he can also tell Hagrid about the precautions for raising dragons, which is a killing of two birds with one stone. What's even better is that as the guard of the hunting ground, Hagrid has definitely saved a lot of good things over the years. As long as the relationship is in place, they can get all of them to help Lay expand his potion material reserves. Really precious potion materials are difficult to buy on the market, such as the main ingredient of compound decoctions, African tree snake skin. The moment this thing is discovered, it will be divided up by various potion masters and will not flow to the market at all. It is almost impossible to buy with money, and can only exchange raw materials of the same level with other potion masters. When he thought of these benefits, Rice couldn't help but speed up. No potion master can refuse the opportunity to expand the material library. If he refuses, it means that his love for potions is not deep enough. Under Ron's leadership, Rice and the other two quickly rushed outside Heejin's hut. All the curtains in Hagar's cottage were pulled tightly. After Ron knocked on the door, Hagar first confirmed his identity before opening the door. Then he was stunned because behind Ron was Rice and Daphne. Hagir, they can believe it. Ron saw Hagar's concerns and hurriedly made a guarantee for Rice. He raised his bandaged hand and said that his wound was still treated by Rice. With Ron's endorsement, Hagar then put Rice in. After they entered the house, he did not forget to lock the door firmly to death. The smell of blood in Hagrid's house was extremely strong, with a large number of chicken feathers and empty wine bottles scattered on the floor. Lay saw the culprit of all this at a glance first. The fire dragon that was about the size of a hunting dog was ripping something crazy under the bed of Hagrid. Judging from its scales and caudal fins, it is indeed a Norwegian spine dragon. After determining the status of the fire dragon, Lay began to observe Hagrid's living environment. Hagrid's cottage is quite cramped. The cabin has only one room. There are prey such as ham, pheasants, and hares hanging on the ceiling. The fireplace is close to the wall and there is a kettle on it. Hagrid usually boils water here. His bed was in the corner of the room, and the bedding spliced with rags on the bed had been torn to pieces by the fire dragon. The magic power in the room was quite strong, and it was only slightly inferior to Snape's potion storage room, which made Rice secretly shocked. He looked around and finally attracted the attention of the thing hanging on the ham and pheasant. It was a bunch of silver hair hidden among all kinds of bacon, which was very inconspicuous. Lay looked carefully, and his pupils dilated for a moment. It was actually a bunch of unicorn hair. This bunch of precious beast hair that was enough to exchange for a large bag of Jin Jialong was hung on the ceiling casually, and even Lay almost ignored it. Lay looked at the decorations in the room again, and then made more amazing discoveries. The handful of hay placed next to the firewood in the corner looked more and more like the phoenix grass. The basket containing miscellaneous items seemed to be laurel wood. There seemed to be a few fire heartstones in the stone used to hang prey on the ceiling, and Lay judged that it is an oak tree core that is no less than 300 years old. Rice took a deep breath, and he felt that if he didn't sell burial objects, Hager would probably be much richer than him. Sit, sit, do you want to drink tea? Hagrid warmly greeted the three of them and took a huge teapot over. Hag, that fire dragon. Rice tried to get straight to the point. It's called Norbur, haha, I didn't expect it to be discovered by you. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Hager's face. Well, I know, I guessed it when you borrowed the book that day. Lay took the steaming teacup from Hager. Is this true? Hager scratched his head. I thought I was hiding well. What preparations have you made to raise a dragon, Hagrid? Have you only read those few books? Lay asked seriously by putting the teacup back on the table. Well, I've read as many books as possible. Hager also became serious. Mi Pao now is anxious to return the Ark. Bengchingu, and his family is proud of his grudges. Ron's injury is just the beginning. If you continue to do this, a more serious accident will happen sooner or later. This time he was just bitten and he might throw an arm away next time. Ron's face turned pale, and he remembered the rumors his brother Charlie told him. Rice glanced at Norbert who was biting the foot of the bed. It needs training, you need to let it know what is right and what is wrong. Norbert is just a child, he is still young. It's too late when it grows up. Rice felt that his patience was exhausted bit by bit. You know what will happen if it's like this when it grows up? Hagrid was silent. Rice's words are cruel, but they are realistic. After Norbert becomes an adult fire dragon, if it is still so disobedient, it is highly likely that it will be killed. Even the fire dragon reserve will not contain the fire dragon that is too irritable. Also, raising dragons is illegal now. Hagrid pursed her lips, and the room fell into a long silence. Only the fire dragon Norbert and the flames in the fireplace were making noises. I. Hager opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer. I can contact my brother Charlie. He is studying fire dragons in Romania. He will definitely be happy to accept Norbert. Ron quickly spoke up to smooth things over for everyone. Rice glanced at him. He initially wanted Hagrid to release Norbert into the Forbidden Forest. Judging from the area and properties of the Forbidden Forest, it was more than enough to accommodate more than a dozen fire dragons. Training the fire dragon is actually not difficult. Daphne also spoke. I should have some ancient information in my family, and I will give it to you. That's great, great. Hager was excited and thanked him repeatedly, but he was so excited that he was already exhausted and he was just talking over and over again. Very good. A smile appeared on Rice's face. He looked at Hagrid and asked if he would mind having a physical examination for Norbert. I'm going to tell you, I'm actually quite good at fire dragon." Rice did not lie. When the four of them moved here, there were many fire dragons living in the forbidden forest next to Hogwarts. These energetic big guys often run out to attack the livestock raised in Helga. So in order to expand the potion storage room and guard the corral, Lay cleaned the fire dragons in the forbidden forest. During this process, he did have a deep understanding and research on the fire dragon. Really? That's great, go. Hager didn't know about these old past events. He waved his hand and agreed to Rice's request. Thank you. The smile on Rice's face made Hager shudder suddenly. He was a little confused. Is it okay which window is not closed? It seems that the fire needs to be more prosperous. As for the fire dragon noble, he raised his head quickly, as if he had noticed something strange. Often. The third update is here. Good night, big guys. By the way, I wish you all a Merry Christmas. Chapter 81 Holding the Wing Roots of Fate. Roar. Norbert, shrouded in an inexplicable sense of crisis, chose to use his roar to dispel his inner fear and possible dangers. But this does not scare Lay away. In his eyes, adult fire dragons are just potion materials. How could a fire dragon cub that was only born for a few weeks be taken seriously by him? He walked to the blind spot of Norbert's vision with a clever look, and took the root of its two wings while he was unprepared and lifted it up. Hager was shocked, and he stood up suddenly, intending to stop Rice so that he would not be bitten by the fire dragon. However, he was surprised to find that Norbert, who was usually irritable and naughty, is now even more obedient than the chicken he raised. Let Rice grab its wings and move it around. Although the fire dragons will stay in their mother's nest until they are sub-adult after hatching, the adult fire dragons still have the need to move and transfer their cubs. At this time, they will pick up the wings of the little fire dragon and hold them in their mouths. This habit gives a switch at the root of the young fire dragon's wings. As soon as you touch it, even the naughty little fire dragon will calm down. Ulsti slipped through Norbert and told Hagrid that taught Dragon Guide. After hearing this, Hager couldn't help but feel quite moved. Looking at Hagrid, who was eager to try, Rice sighed secretly. He didn't even know these common sense. How could he dare to hatch the dragon? Okay, it's time to start the checkup. Since Hager was so amateur, Rice simply replaced Hager's role, cheered up and carefully checked Norbert's physical condition. Fortunately, this little fire dragon is quite healthy, there is nothing big problem, it just has a little. So why did you give her such a masculine name? Lay was a little puzzled. He clearly had a little female dragon in his hand, but he had a boy's name. Combined with Hagrid's situation, he had a sure guess. What? Norbert is a girl. Hagrid's eyes were round. Ah! Daphne and Ron exclaimed in unison, and Hager's reaction really shocked them. Hagen, you've been raising it for more than 3 weeks. Ron couldn't express his feelings in words at this time, as did Lay and Daphne. Hager smiled embarrassedly and stroked his half-charred beard with his scarred big hands. I want to see it, but the child Norbert doesn't let me see it, and I'm not very good at using it, but as a result it's been dragged until now. Rice sighed, and Hagrid's unreliability made him speechless. He walked to Hagrid's bed and threw Norbert under the bed. The little fire dragon with a confused look on his face rolled under the bed, and immediately shrank to the corner after finding himself free from the constraints, staring at the feet of the people outside with a vigilant look. I'll get you some food first, Leylint, right? We can talk about how to raise dragons. Hager took heavy steps, hummed a light tone, and walked out of the room to prepare. Going for lunch. The dish Hagrid wants to cook is potatoes, mushrooms, chicken stew. In order to prepare enough chicken blood brandy for Norbert, he has killed many chickens recently. For him, there is enough chicken, and there is more chicken in the pot than vegetables. After carrying a few raw chickens with their hair removed and putting the dried blood back into the house, Hagrid began to process the chicken. He cut the whole chicken into large pieces and threw it into a pot to blanch it. The raw chicken rolled in the pot, and a chicken smell came out, causing Ron's stomach to churn. He tried hard to suppress the desire to vomit, but it ended in failure, and finally he vomited out with a wow sound. Ron, he didn't buy a lot of green vomit. His expression changed suddenly after seeing him spitting out a pile of green vomit. This color doesn't look like nothing is wrong. It's nothing serious, Rice helped Ron answer Hager's question, it's just a normal detox. He explained Hagrid a little the treatment plan he gave to Ron, and Hagrid was stunned. Although Hager doesn't understand very well, she feels that Rice looks very professional. Awesome! He gave Lay a thumbs up and made a sorry expression to Ron. Eat more meat at noon today to nourish your body. These chickens are grown up by eating insects and taste very good. When Hagrid apologized to Ron, Rice pulled out his wand and cleaned the ground dirty by Ron's vomit. The stew of Hagrid is pretty good. He took out the blanched chicken, put it aside, poured a lot of oil into the pot, and threw the cut potatoes, onions, eggplant, carrots, beans, and wild mushrooms that were picked. After sprinkling some salt and black pepper into the pot, he poured the chicken in, finally covered the lid and simmered it on low heat. He wanted to chat with Rice for a while. Before Hagrid put the mushrooms into the pot, Lay carefully checked the variety of mushrooms he picked. Just looking at the figure, Lay understands that Hagrid must have giant blood, and the giant's toxin resistance is quite good. The mushrooms that the giant eats are fine, and ordinary wizards may not be able to withstand. Of course, he needs to check it carefully. Fortunately, Hagrid is still reliable in this regard. The mushrooms picked are all safe and edible varieties. The dish was stewed, and Hagrid asked Rice and the other two to sit at the table, then poured them a cup of tea and brought them a plate of rock crust. Ron lowered his eyes, like I didn't see the plate of rock crust. But Lay and Daphne didn't understand the mystery. Each of them took a piece and took a bite. They understood why Ron didn't eat the cake. The cake is really as hard as a stone. Daphne's neat silver teeth were almost smashed by the cake. Hager did not notice the abnormality in the expressions of the three of them. He sat at the table on his own, took a rock crust and chewed it in his mouth. Lay. Giant bloodline is so terrifying. Well. Hagrid seemed to be thinking about life when he chewed the rock crust. Finally he spoke, but it was not reflecting on his cake being too hard, but about Norbert. Since Norbert is a girl, it's not appropriate to call her Norbert. How about changing her name to Nobetta? Lay and others naturally had no objection. When it's time for dinner, humans have something to eat, so Hagrid will naturally not treat his little fire dragon unfairly. He picked up a bottle full of chicken blood brandy from the ground and prepared to feed Nobetta. Looking at the can of suspiciously colored mixture, Lay frowned. Hagir, are you going to feed it this? Go home, right? Update and present. The second update is being written, it will be a few minutes later. Thank you to the Yanyan Star Soul, Xiaoli's Reward Under the Moon, K-Zone, and the Boat, I Love You. Chapter 82, Exchange the Local Specialties in the Forbidden Forest. What's wrong? This is what the book teaches. Hager was a little frightened. Lay proved with his behavior that he is an expert in raising fire dragons. Hager naturally dared not ignore less words, but instead had to cheer up and listen carefully and try not to miss a word. The 3-week-old fire dragon can already feed it meat. It doesn't matter if it's raw and cooked. The chicken blood is the transitional food when the fire dragon's teeth have not yet developed. Lay pointed at Ron's finger. Nobetta could have eaten meat long ago if he could bite Ron like that. And you're not the right proportion, Lay frowned as he looked at the mixture in the bottle. The purpose of the chicken blood is to make the newly hatched little fire dragon drunk, so that it can be convenient for transportation, so brandy should be selected with a high degree, and the ratio to chicken blood must be at least 3:1. The brandy in your bottle can only make it drunk, it will help it spit out fire. Hagrid suddenly realized, I said, why do you need to match this? It turns out to be convenient for transportation. After successfully hatching young dragons, the medieval fire dragons would pour a lot of high concentration wine or even sleeping potions into the fire dragons, allowing them to sleep quietly in the box, so as to facilitate transportation and sales. There is no need for Hagrid to do this. Nobetta's temper may also be related to being drunk all day long. After getting less advice, Hager cut some chicken for Nobetta and threw it under the bed. Nobetta twitched his nose and sniffed the smell of chicken, and immediately started chewing it. It was very sweet. Ha, she can also roast the chicken. Hagrid squatted aside, watching his little fire dragon eat like a child, his eyes full of happiness. Ron and Daphne couldn't help but run to Hagrid, took the chicken strip from him and threw it at Nobetta's mouth. When Nobetta ate the stomach, Hagrid's stew was ready. The flavors of chicken and vegetables are mixed together and exuding an attractive aroma. The whole pot of stew didn't contain a drop of water, and it all depends on the juice seeping out of the ingredients, making the soup in the pot taste particularly delicious. Hager was right, the chicken he raised was indeed excellent, and even Daphne ate several large pieces without caring about her image. What's even better is that after soaking the rock pizza for a while, it became soft and could be chewed. Hager and Lay and the other two ate the whole pot of stew and the plate of rock crust. Nobetta only eats these things, and its nutrition seems to be a little less comprehensive. Lay suddenly said this when he was gnawing a big chicken leg at Hager. Oh! Hager immediately put down the chicken legs in his hand. It is related to Nobetta's healthy growth, and he is not careless. For Fire Dragon, it is probably not possible to eat chicken only. In addition, the environment here is far from the dragon's cave. It is alive here, and it is fine in a short time, but it is always not good after a long time. Rice did not exaggerate, it was indeed the case. Fire dragon cubs in the wild environment will be properly fed by the fire dragon mother. Their recipes will not only contain chicken, but also the temperature of the fire dragon nest is much higher than that of the Hagrid house, and the concentration of substances such as sulfur is higher. Artificially bred fire dragons need to be artificially supplemented by the breeder to allow them to grow healthily. Then I'll go back and get some rabbits, boars, ferrets and other things to feed it. Hagrid waved his hand and proposed a solution. No, but Hagrid's slim with the slutty lips and a slutty lip can't solve the problem. Les was very tempted, which triggered Hagrid's in-depth thinking. Ah, what should I do? A hint of anxiety flashed across Hager's face. Do you have any good solutions? He subconsciously asked Rice for help. Of course, the ancient books I collected at home record such a potion formula that can be used as a nutritional supplement when raising fire dragons. Whilst was revealed. Daphne narrowed her eyes. Isn't this letter left by the ancient wizard? Oh? Can you provide me with the recipe? I'll find someone to make it. Hager was quite embarrassed when he asked for the recipe. This was an ancestral potion recipe, and it was really. But this is all for the healthy growth of Nobetta. Hagrid was worried about his fire dragon. Hag, you don't need to find someone. Rice is a very good potion maker. Ron swallowed the food in his mouth and introduced Rice to Hager in a vague way. Performance in the field of medicine. So amazing. Hagrid's eyes widened a few times when he heard that Rice could actually make potions to treat fire dragon bites alone. It's okay, I have a little talent in potions. Listening to Rice's humility, Daphne forced herself to roll her eyes. This guy's purpose is obviously not simple. In Hager's thanks, Lay agreed to provide Hager with Nobetta nutritional supplements, but in exchange, he needed Hager to prepare some local specialties in the Forbidden Forest, such as unicorn's tail hair, etc. The sun set, and Lay left Hagrid's hut with a bag, which was filled with Hagrid's harvest in the Forbidden Forest over the years, and there was even a bottle of fresh fire dragon blood inside. It's a lot of gains. Daphne looked at the bag in Rice's hand and couldn't help but speak. This is mutual benefit, isn't it? Les's mouth curled up slightly. These things will only slowly fall into ashes when they are placed in him, but in my hands, they can become precious potions, even if it is Gryffindor emerged from the ground and couldn't blame me. In Rice's eyes, Hagrid's hanging precious potion materials and bacon together is obviously a waste of resources. Instead of letting them fall into ashes and rot in the corners, it is better to leave them to yourself and let them play their due role. With the help of Rice's knowledge and supplements, Nobeta grew up healthily and vigorously, but this did not change the fact that it had to be sent away. This was a consensus reached by several people in Higher. Ron sent a letter to his brother Charlie and made an appointment with him. That day finally arrived. In Hager's reluctance to leave, Nobeta was filled with a sleeping potion made by Rice, stuffed into a large wooden box prepared in advance, and then brought to the letter by Harry, Ron, and Daphne. Delivery location. Daphne was willing to get involved in this because she developed feelings for Nobeta during the process of raising it. She was reluctant to let it go on the day when it was about to be sent away. Lay didn't have that much affection for Nobeta, but he took some blood before it left. As for farewell, let Daphne and the others do it, he has something else to do. The second update is presented. I will continue to write the third update. Thank you for your subscription. The third update is a little later, you can get up in the morning to watch it. Chapter 83 The Unlucky Daphne. Watching Charlie and his friends rise into the night sky with brooms and Nobeta's box, gradually turning into a few small black dots, Harry and Ron felt a little relaxed, the burden on their hearts finally disappeared. The private raising of fire dragons is a violation of the laws of the magic world. Once caught, Hagrid will definitely suffer a prison sentence. Although no one has discovered it so far, it is a mine buried underground and it will explode one day. Now that the time bomb has finally been lifted, the two of them can breathe a sigh of relief. The three of them walked down the spiral stairs, walking down the astronomy tower. Harry and Ron were in a very happy mood. They were so relaxed that they even forgot to take the invisibility cloak, but Daphne took it with them. She wanted to see when the two of them realized that they had forgotten the invisibility cloak on the tower. So how did Hagrid get that dragon egg? I don't know, go back and ask him. So you two, what are you doing here if you don't sleep late at night? A female voice full of anger rang downstairs, making the three of them fall into an ice cellar. Professor McGonagall appeared, her face flushed and her breathing was rapid, and she seemed to have been running for a long time. Behind her are Professor Freve and Professor Sprout in pajamas. Professor Flivy held his wand tightly in his hand, while Professor Sprout held a wand in one hand and a pot of strange-shaped plants in the other. As the professor on duty tonight, by chance, Professor McGonagall saw Charlie and his group landing in the castle atrium. Mysterious people landed in Hogwarts at night? This is no small matter. She immediately linked the previous Halloween Trolls incident with what she saw and heard tonight. This is the Black Wizard who covets the Philosopher's Stone infiltrating into Hogwarts. After reaching this conclusion, Professor McGonagall rushed to the astronomical tower where unknown people landed, and summoned his patron saint, and woke two reliable professors, Flivier and Sprout, from their sleep. She believed that the three of her three were enough to capture all these dark wizards who sneaked into the school. As a result, the Black Wizard did not meet, but instead met Harry and Ron who were strolling in the castle without sleeping at night. Maliva. Freve pulled Professor McGonagall's cuff, and she immediately reacted, Porter and Weasley's affairs can be put aside first, and the key to the matter is to check those who slipped into the school and run. Where did they go? They probably hid after hearing the voices of Porter and the others. Professor McGonagall held the wand and walked upstairs carefully. Harry and Ron stood aside, not daring to say a word, let alone ask Professor McGonagall why he did such an abnormal move. Daphne put on the invisibility cloak as soon as she heard Professor McGonagall's voice. She was lucky, and Professor McGonagall only saw Harry and Ron walking in front, and did not find any trace of her. Professor Sprout protected the two of them behind him. Flivy stood there without moving, and secretly divided his mind to observe Harry and Ron. He was worried that the two were pretended by the infiltrator. And if they had any abnormal movements, he would knock them out without hesitation. Professor McGonagall walked up to the astronomical tower and searched it, but found no trace of outsiders. She narrowed her eyes. Illusion body curse? Or is it another trick? No big problem. There are thousands of spells appearing. Traces appear. She raised her wand high above and imposed a spell on the surroundings. The next moment, the traces left by people before appeared on the floor tiles of the tower in reverse order. First there were 3 lines of footprints leading downstairs, and then there were the phantoms of 4 people riding a flying broom. Standing silently, Daphne, who felt that she had escaped a disaster, felt the blood in her brain cold when she saw the 3 lines of footprints. She subconsciously used flying magic and flew out of the tower while wrapping Harry's invisibility cloak, but it was too late. If she had run out the first time Professor McGonagall arrived, she might have been able to escape, but now she would have been a turtle in the jar. Professor McGonagall, who noticed the abnormal number of people, waved his wand suddenly, and in an instant, the windows on the astronomical tower were closed tightly, and then a strong wind blew up inside the tower. Before Daphne could react, the invisible cloak on her body was blown off by the wind. She could feel that the 3 professors and 2 classmates focused their attention on her. Daphne. An awkward smile appeared on her face. Professor McGonagall, please allow me to explain. Explain? It does not exist. Professor McGonagall, who was so angry that he was about to lose his mind, turned out to create a rope with his wand, pulled Daphne down from the air, and then let her stand with Harry and Ron. The 3 of them squeezed into the corner of the tower like little chickens, trembling, waiting for Professor McGonagall's trial. After the magic exploration was completed, Professor McGonagall ruled out the possibility that someone would sneak into Hogwarts. Outsiders did arrive, but they quickly left with a large box. Professor McGonagall suppressed his anger and after dealing with the most important matter, he turned his attention to Daphne and the other 2. Immediately afterwards, Freve and Sprout saw the roaring letter being opened. Professor McGonagall's roar could be heard throughout the astronomical tower. About 3 minutes later, Professor McGonagall returned to his calmness. I can't believe it. It's 1 a.m. Now it's 2 Gryffindors and 1 Slytherin. They don't sleep in the dormitory, but instead come out of the astronomical tower. Let's explain it yourself. After Professor McGonagall asked the question, I also felt quite surprised. When did the Gryffindor students act with Slytherin's children? Harry and Ron were already confused, and Daphne, who always thought she was smart, really didn't know how to answer. Seeing the 3 of them look like mutes, Professor McGonagall felt that the anger in his heart was rising again. If you can't answer this question, then let's talk about who you met. Don't tell me, you happened to meet. It's my brother, Charlie, and his friends. Ron said in a very low voice. Professor McGonagall narrowed his eyes. Charlie Weasley, a name she is very familiar with, knows that the child went to Romania to study fire dragons after graduation. A series of key clues, a terrifying truth was about to emerge. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Daphne Greengrass are likely to have hatched a fire dragon in the castle. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why the 3 of them had to meet Charlie Weasley on the astronomical tower in the middle of the night and asked him to take away a box of things. It was impossible that Ron made some pies to invite his brother to eat, right? The 3rd update is here. Good night everyone. There will be updates tomorrow until evening. Chapter 84. Don't get along with some students who are not bad. Miss Greengrass. After hearing the name Charlie, a hint of enlightenment arose in Professor McGonagall. She glanced at Freve and Professor Sprout who were standing next to her, and decisively changed the subject. She can't let things like someone has raised a one-stop in the castle be brought to the table. Once you continue to investigate the matter of raising fire dragons privately, someone will definitely be sent to Azkaban. This is not what Professor McGonagall wants to see, whether it is a student present or other bold guys. The punishment of confinement is like it's enough. The most critical risk has been ruled out, and the rest belongs to the irrelevant category. She believes that her two friends will not break the question to the end, but will keep a tacit silence together. No matter what purpose you are for, wandering around the castle late at night is always a wrong behavior. Professor McGonagall directly characterized the matter and skipped the reason why several people came out easily. Hearing Professor McGonagall say this, Daphne feels that her courage and wisdom are back in her mind. She plucks up her courage and says, "But the four founders actually encourage students to come out to patrol the castle at night. I think if they are resurrected, Hugh will definitely not blame us." Rice's words echoed in her ears. Although his evidence was nothing more than a child-written letters from ancient wizards, Daphne still believed in what he said. The era in which the four founders lived has its own particularity, but the era has changed. The era that belonged to the four founders has left with them, and the rules should have changed accordingly. Professor McGonagall took a look. Daphne, she was impressed by this child, and she was extremely talented, but she did not have the annoying temperament that Slytherin students generally possessed, so she had a good impression of Daphne, even surpassing many Griffins. Many students. Quiet, gentle, elegant, excellent academic performance, respectful and polite to the teacher. She has never seen her quarrel or fight with other students, and she is not as naughty as other young wizards in her spare time. She goes to the library to read books when she has time. Such a series of advantages appear on a person, even if she is a Slytherin. Professor McGonagall likes her very much. As a result, she appeared at the same crime scene as Harry and Ron today. Professor McGonagall felt that he had a crack in Daphne's filter. In order to save this good girl, Professor McGonagall decided to persuade her. Also, Miss Greengrass, I advise you not to mingle with some students, but to be like a lady, and not to violate school rules every day with some students. Harry, Ron. Professor McGonagall must refer to Leylint, right? We too are students from your own college. How can we call us a bad person? Professor McGonagall glared at the two of them. You are talking about you, but you have learned enough. Ron's image in her eyes is blending with Fred and George. To stop this terrible trend, she decided to impose severe punishment on the two. Of course, Daphne will also be punished. I'm really angry, said Professor McGonagall. Break curfew and wander around the castle. All three of you are going to be locked up. The confinement is just one of the punishments. Gryffindor deducts 50 points, 5 per person 10, so is Slytherin. Professor McGonagall's unexplained operation made Harry and Ron relax a little, but the punishment she made immediately made the two feel a drowning feeling. Harry opened his mouth like a fish caught, took a few breaths in vain, and a dizziness came from his mind. Gryffindor's Academy Cup is difficult to save. How should he face his classmates tomorrow morning? Professor. You can't. Harry and Ron spoke together, trying to get Professor McGonagall to take her decision back. Do you want to teach me how to do things? Enough, Porter, Weasley. It's time for you to go to bed, and you, Miss Greengrass. Professor McGonagall waved his hand and drove them back. On the way back to the lounge, Harry and Ron gradually calmed down. They were even somewhat grateful that Daphne was also arrested, which meant that while Gryffindor was deducted 100 points, Slytherin was deducted 50 points. The two academies were originally in the first and second positions. After such trouble, they were directly overtaken by Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, but they were not overwhelmed too much, and there was still hope of catching up. However, Ravenclaw became the first place for no reason, and he was the biggest winner. The next day, Harry and the other two were wandering around the castle at night and then being caught by Professor McGonagall's spread. 100 points were deducted at one time. This was no less than a bolt from the blue for the little wizards of Gryffindor, but what made them feel a little relieved was that Slytherin was also deducted a large score. When they are sad, just think about the situation of Slytherin Academy, they will feel much better. They just fell from second to fourth, while Slytherin fell from first to third, and may lose 7 consecutively the Academy Cup. Thinking of this, it seems that it is not that uncomfortable. Fred and George even came up with a theory of this wave is not a loss to relieve public opinion pressure for Harry and Ron. Not to mention, there are many Gryffindor students who have recognized the rhetoric of "died with Slytherin College." In addition, Harry and Ron are usually well known, so their public opinion has gradually improved. In contrast, Daphne's situation is much worse. There is no such statement on Gryffindor's side to comfort themselves by pulling Slytherin from the throne into the mud. Daphne really cheated them. Now, no matter how noble the family background is, it is useless. The students of Slytherin College suddenly became unwilling to talk to Daphne, and some girls even sarcastically when they met Daphne. Looking at Daphne, who looked haggard, Rice took out a piece of chocolate, broke it apart and handed it to her. "It will be a little better if you eat this." "No." Les's hand did not retract. Seeing this, Daphne had to take the chocolate and eat it in small sips. I have to say that after the chocolate turned into sweet syrup, the clouds in Daphne's heart also dissipated a little. Don't take these things too seriously. The Academy Cup is insignificant. Slytherin comes. I will agree with my statement. Lay had a little idea and put a draft to comfort Daphne in his belly. "I have a story here, do you want to hear it?" The update is provided. I will continue to write it, and the next one will be later. Chapter 85 Les's Story. When Daphne heard that Rice was about to tell a story, she instantly felt energetic. She couldn't help but quip, "Are they the stories mentioned in the old letters?" "No, it was told by a little snake I met yesterday. The little snake told me that this is a story passed down from generation to generation, passed down from generation to present," Lay said seriously. Before Daphne could say anything, he began to tell the story. A long time ago, Hogwarts had not even been created. On the wastelands in the west of the British Isle, there was a swamp, and there was a small wizard village composed of several wizard families. Even his father rarely tells such an ancient story. Daphne was immediately attracted to the attention and listened attentively with chocolate in her mouth. Life in the swamp is difficult, and what's worse is that there is an evil dragon deep in the swamp. A group of demons regard it as their master and are willing to act as its minions, making trouble and doing evil under its banner. The villagers in the village hated and feared the evil dragon and its fairies, but they could not do anything to them at all. Perhaps the wizards are gradually thriving, and the fairies are afraid that one day they will unite, kill the dragon, and liquidate them as their accomplices. So they found the evil dragon and gave him a vicious suggestion: let the village hand over one person every year for the evil dragon to eat, otherwise the evil dragon would pass over the village and roast their fish pond with dragon breath. Kill all their livestock with sharp minions. The goblins believe that doing so can control the population of the wizards and make them permanently slaves to be squeezed by themselves. However, the wizards also had their own solutions. They chose to capture the passing travelers and send them to the dragon as sacrifice. That day, a strong red-haired man passed by the swamp, and it happened that the day of offering sacrifices was coming, so the villagers in the village warmly treated him, and drank him very drunk, and took the opportunity to lock him in the cellar of the village chief's house. Inside, if nothing unexpected happens, he will be the dragon's lunch, but his conversation during the meal touched the village chief's son, and he felt that such a person should not be buried in the dragon's belly. So while he was delivering food to him, he let the red-haired boy go. His actions were exposed, and the angry villagers wrapped him in a cowhide bag and sent him to the dragon's nest. He would serve as a sacrifice instead of the red-haired boy. The fairies carried him and the bag to the evil dragon. Just as the evil dragon was about to swallow him alive, a spell accurately hit the evil dragon's right eye and blinded one of its eyes. It was the red-haired boy who was released. He sneaked into the nest and sneaked into the careless dragon. While the dragon was roaring and struggling, the boy came out of the bag and blinded the dragon's other eye with the prepared dagger. The evil dragon went crazy, the entire nest was trapped in the sea of fire, and the fairies were all burned to coke, but the two teenagers successfully ran out. The queen of the escaped queen gathered together to discuss it, and decided to return to the dragon's den and eliminate all evil. After a lot of trouble, the two finally killed the blind dragon in the nest. After killing the evil dragon, the two boys did not return to the village, but walked together and went out to take risks. The red-haired teenager in the story is named Godric Gryffindor, and the village chief's child is named Salazar Slytherin. After Rice's story was finished, Daphne opened her eyes wide and couldn't calm down for a long time. If you think the right thing is right in your heart, do it boldly and don't have any scruples. If Slytherin didn't release Gryffindor from the cellar that night, he might have stayed in that small village for the rest of his life, unknown, and spent the rest of his life in regret like most ordinary wizards in the Middle Ages. Daphne nodded, and the dark clouds in her heart were wiped out. A few days later, Daphne's confinement was punished. She, Harry and Ron received 3 identical notes during breakfast. The notes told them, 11 o'clock tonight, in the foyer, the doorkeeper Felch will take them to a confinement site. Daphne frowned. She doesn't want to go, but there is nothing she can do. If she makes a mistake, she will have to bear the price. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Daphne came to the foyer, where Felch had been waiting. After a few minutes, Harry and Ron also came down. Looking at the 3 little wizards gathered in front of him, Felch showed a hideous smile on his face. He liked this moment the most. No matter what his background or family background, he had to bow his head and accept punishment in front of him. Punishing these little guys can bring him a soul-born pleasure. Felch lighted a lamp and signaled the 3 of them to follow. However, when he brought the 3 of them to the destination, Harry and Ron showed heartfelt smiles on their faces. It was Hagrid who was responsible for the confinement of them tonight. This is simply a desperate situation, and the 3 of them are full of energy. Felch seemed to see the 3 of them's little thoughts, so he warned them a few more words and tried to hit Hagrid, but Hagrid was retorted by Hagrid. I have the final say here. Felch left in disappointment. Looking at the 3 small figures standing in front of him, a look of guilt appeared on Hagrid's face. I'm sorry, I've implicated you. He scratched his head embarrassedly, because the 3 of them were because how could Hager not feel guilty when he ended up like this? However, even if Hagrid is the executor in confinement, Daphne and the other 3 will not be relieved of their punishment. This is a bit dark humor because Professor McGonagall actually designated Hagrid to punish Daphne and the other 3. After simply apologizing to the 3 of them, Hagrid introduced the background of the lockdown. Because most of his energy was involved by Nobeta a few days ago, Hager was lazy in the inspection of the Forbidden Forest, and something happened. He discovered that a unicorn died in the Forbidden Forest. A rare magical animal, a unicorn, was hunted by unknown creatures in the Forbidden Forest. This was an extremely serious accident. Hagrid, who sent Nobeta away, dared not slacken anymore and immediately began to search and kill unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. The culprit. As a result, the murderer was not found, but instead found traces of a unicorn being injured. Their confinement content this time was to enter the Forbidden Forest, find the injured unicorn, and give it help. This is undoubtedly a very challenging confinement. The Forbidden Forest itself is very dangerous. Now there is a monster with a unicorn as its prey wandering around, which adds a lot of danger to this trip. Professor McGonagall's intention is also very obvious. You 3 like to go out for a night, right? Then I will satisfy you and go to the Forbidden Forest to visit. I hope this confinement can cure my sister Kyogwola's disease. After explaining the content of the mission, Hagrid led 3 young wizards into the Forbidden Forest. The second update is here. Good night everyone. The next update will be until the evening. I stayed up late yesterday and I took a break today. Chapter 86, Frugal Daphne. Hagrid walked into the Forbidden Forest with his hound teeth and 3 little wizards. He led 3 little wizards into the Forbidden Forest. A figure gradually emerged from the Hagrid's cottage. Rice looked at the backs of 4 people and 1 dog and raised her eyebrows. Minerva McGonagall was wild enough to send the first-year freshman to the Forbidden Forest. Even 1,000 years ago, this operation was very explosive. The first-grade wizard is not enough to deal with various emergencies in the Forbidden Forest, but with Hagar, an experienced hunting ground guard, nothing big will happen. Rice once again cast a magical mantra on himself and followed him quietly. After all, he was entering the Forbidden Forest, so he still needed to follow him to avoid any accidents. By the way, he could also observe Daphne's performance in the Forbidden Forest and make an assessment of her strength. Daphne remained calm on her face, but her heart was up and down. Unlike the ignorant Harry and the stubborn Ron, she is very aware of the risks of going deep into the Forbidden Forest. Not to mention anything else, Lay told her many stories about the 4 founders who opened up land in the Forbidden Forest when they first founded Hogwarts. Such a large forest, close to the natural water source of Black Lake, is a paradise for magical animals. Although Hogwarts is located above the cliff, it is actually not geographically isolated from the Forbidden Forest. So why haven't magical animals run from the Forbidden Forest to Hogwarts Castle in thousands of years? The answer is that all the magical animals that dare to do this were cleaned up by the 4 founders and their students. Not only those magical animals with strong desire to attack, but also those magical animals with strong territorial consciousness, as long as they can pose a threat to the castle, were killed by them. Even smart creatures are no exception. The fairy tribe on the edge of the Forbidden Forest was killed by Slytherin, Ravenclaw destroyed the Fishman Kingdom in the Black Lake, and Hufflepuff wiped out all the werewolves near the castle. Only the Horseman tribe was lucky, and the one who found them was Greyfinder. He only asked the horsemen to make a vow with him after a few duels and would never take the initiative to take the Forbidden Forest. It is the efforts of the founders that have kept Hogwarts Castle calm for thousands of years. As the saying goes, you can punch 1 punch so that you won't get 100 punches. Back then, Lay and the others didn't just open 1 punch, but directly cut off all the 100 punches around them. However, they deliberately kept some less dangerous magical animals in the Forbidden Forest, providing students with a place to experience. What Daphne is worried about is this part that she retains. Now, there are powerful monsters that can kill unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Faced with such an existence, one must be energetic. Fred and George always said before that they would often sneak into the Forbidden Forest to play. Now I have been to the Forbidden Forest, Ron said to Harry with great pride. Fred and the others will come in the Forbidden Forest to play in the future. When showing off in front of him, he could also stand up and say that he had been to the Forbidden Forest, where there was no big deal. After hearing Ron's words, Hagar couldn't help but snorted coldly. The twin brothers from the Weasley family had caused him a lot of trouble. Hagar spent a lot of effort to expel the 2 brothers from the Forbidden Forest. Harry was also quite helpless and didn't understand what Ron was saying in front of Hagrid that this was about. If Hagrid hadn't had a good relationship with them, he would have probably been furious now. Did you know? It's rumored that there were werewolves in the Forbidden Forest, and all kinds of other monsters. Hogwarts sometimes claims that students transfer, but in fact, it's said that each of them has been with friends. He said that he wanted to take risks in the Forbidden Forest. Daphne said quietly. Most of this passage was made up by Daphne. Hagar raised his eyebrows, and it was just right that he should announce the little surprise he prepared for Ron. What? We actually want to act separately. Ron was stunned when he heard Hagrid's arrangement. After touching for a minute, he realized and stammered, "It's okay to disperse, there will be risks, right?" Hagrid smiled. "This is lockdown, Ron, I'm here to punish us." Daphne sighed. Finally, Hagrid decided to go with Ron, Harry, and Daphne and Hound Yama. This choice made everyone present very satisfied, including Rice, who was following everyone. He thought that the grouping was the safest way to divide it. If Daphne was really separated from Hagar, he would have to follow Harry and Ron. Okay, if anyone finds a unicorn, use his wand to fire a green spark. If anyone is in trouble, fire a red spark, and we will come to find you. Okay, be careful, let's go. Hagrid waved his hand and the forest squad set out in 2 groups. Harry and Daphne walked silently along the black path. The faint fluorescent light and bright moonlight at the tip of the stick provided light for them. Perhaps because he thought the light of the illumination curse was too dim, Daphne simply extinguished the fluorescent light at the tip of the staff and instead summoned a ball of flame like rice. Brighter and warmer. She explained her intention concisely. Harry naturally could not object. After walking deep into the forbidden forest for a while, the two stopped together. A moonlight fell from the gaps between the branches, illuminating a piece of silver-blue blood in the grass. That's... Harry hesitated. Unicorn's blood. Rice once introduced this potion material to Daphne, so she was very sure. What is the attack on the unicorn? Is it the werewolf you mentioned? Daphne shook her head. That was what I made up to scare Ron. In fact, the werewolf is no different from ordinary wizards for most of the time of a month. They only transform when they are full moons. They are not full moons recently. Take a step back and say, why did wolf attack unicorns? Also, unicorns have very powerful magic. Things that can make it hurt and die cannot be underestimated. After hearing Daphne's words, Harry felt goosebumps on his body. Let's go quickly. He couldn't help but urge, but Daphne not only did not mean to move her steps, but instead squatted down in front of the blood. In Harry's confused gaze, she pointed at the blood with her wand and patiently extracted it from the grass with magic. The silver-blue blood floated in the air, giving people a metallic texture. After doing this, Daphne took out a crystal bottle from her arms and put the ball of blood in it. After collecting the blood like flowing water, Daphne carefully sealed the mouth of the crystal bottle with a stopper, and then put the bottle in the pocket lined by the robe. The update will be presented, the second update will be later. I will try my best to write it. I can't wait to read it tomorrow morning. I love you. Chapter 87 The Battle in the Forbidden Forest. Harry just felt that his brain was a little overwhelmed. After Daphne put away the crystal bottle and walked forward a few steps, he realized, chased him behind Daphne and asked, "What are you doing?" Daphne looked at him strangely. This is the blood of a unicorn, very precious, and I can't see it at all. Now that I have the chance, of course I have to collect some. Perhaps because she was afraid that Harry would follow the trend blindly, she added, if the blood of a unicorn is obtained through hunting, it will be accompanied by a terrible curse. Those who drink it will commit heinous crimes, forever being cursed. Harry suddenly realized, because it is not you who injured the unicorn, you can use this blood without being eroded by the curse, right? Daphne was silent for a moment and shook her head. When the unicorn is injured, the curse has already penetrated into the blood, which means that the bottle of blood itself has a curse and has little to do with whom the unicorn hunts. That insult. There is a way to remove it, but the method is very complicated. Having said this, Daphne refused to continue. Harry knew in his heart that he probably wanted to use the secret technique passed down from the green grass family. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. Daphne was obviously about the same age as him, but she knew a lot of things and mastered a lot of profound magic. She was already a completely surpassing her peers. Is this the foundation of the pure blood family? Harry instinctively attributed Daphne's success to his wealthy family, but he quickly drove this idea out of his mind, because other young wizards from pure blood families were not as good as hers. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle are all good examples, even his friend Ron, Neville Longbottom of Hufflepuff Academy next door, both came from pure blood families, but they were like him. There is no difference between the little wizard who grew up in a family, and it is even worse than him. Take Crabbe and Goyle as an example. It is hard to say whether these two people have pure bloodlines or not. After briefly talking to Harry about the reasons for collecting blood, the two continued to walk deep into the Forbidden Forest. Along the way, the blood was getting denser and Daphne became more and more skillful in her movements. She could even collect blood into the bottle while walking. In the child. What kind of curse is this? Professor Flivy has never taught it. The expression of envy in Harry's eyes almost overflowed. To be honest, he also wanted to learn, but he didn't know if Daphne was willing to teach him. This is not a spell. Daphne did not use spells, but simply drove the magic to collect the blood of the unicorn from every corner. This is the biggest difference between ancient wizards and modern wizards. Although ancient wizards also had the concept of spells, they paid more attention to the flow of magic when casting spells. Modern wizards value pronunciations and gestures of spells. As a wizard brought by Rice, Daphne's casting mode is more like a magician 1,000 years ago. Not good. She stopped in front of a bloodstain. The area of this bloodstain was very large. Obviously, the injured unicorn stayed here for a while, which shows that its physical strength had reached its limit. Combined with the freshness of the blood, Daphne thought they were almost finding it. Prepare to launch green sparks. Daphne explained to Harry, but secretly held his wand tightly. The injured unicorn is very close. Will the monster that attacks the unicorn be far away? After walking more than 10 steps forward, a clearing appeared in front of the two of them. Daphne did not rashly walk into the open space, but instead stood in the shadow of the trees, while raising her arms to stop Harry. The two saw a white thing lying on the ground, its hair shining in the moonlight, which was exactly the unicorn they were looking for, but it was dead. The dead unicorn formed a beautiful and miserable painting under the moonlight. The unicorn's slender legs remained in the posture of falling, and its mane was spread on the dark leaves, with pearls scattered around it. The same blood bead. Suddenly, Daphne pulled Harry aside and narrowly avoided a flying spell. The spell that lost its accuracy hit a tree next to it, blowing the trunk to pieces. A hooded figure walked out from the shadow of the woods opposite in a strange posture that seemed to be climbing but not crawling, or walking but not walking. Start spark! Daphne shouted, then put a magic spell on herself, and at the same time activated the necklace to release the defensive magic stored inside in front of Harry. Her figure quickly disappeared, while Harry stood there, covering his forehead, and did not release the spark as agreed. When the hooded man appeared, a severe pain penetrated his head, the scar on his forehead seemed to have suddenly caught fire. The severe pain made his eyes stammer and he could only subconsciously stagger back. Daphne couldn't care about that much anymore. She rose into the air under the cover of the magical body curse, and then counterattacked the hooded monster. A magic attack fell from the sky, and the hooded man quickly applied an armor spell in front of him and bounced it away. At the same time, the tip of its magic wand turned into a black rope. The rope fell to the ground and turned into black beads. The beads instantly turned into black spikes, attacking the source of magic in the sky. Comb! But all these black thorns fell to nothing, because Daphne changed direction after launching an attack, and she landed lightly on the ground, pointing her wand at the hoodman. The hooded man seemed to see through her magic spell. As soon as Daphne's wand pointed at it, it turned around and used the wand to create a shield in the air. The soil under its feet also surging like liquid, on the shield a earth wall that serves support and defense is generated below. The next second, the shield made a earth-shaking sound, and an attack spell that was far more powerful than just hit the shield, tearing the shield to pieces. At the same time, even the earth wall behind the shield was cut off by the curse. The magic spell of great power penetrated 2 layers of protection and flew towards the hooded man with a shocked face. In a hurry, it twisted its body and tried its best to dodge, but it was still hit by the curse. The spell cut off its arm in an instant, and the cut-off arm fell to the ground, and the wound at the broken arm was as smooth as a mirror. While the attack spell broke through the defense it laid down. The blood scattered on the ground of the unicorn also seemed to have gained a new life, hitting the hooded man like a bullet. This was Daphne's attack. The amazingly powerful attack spell just now was the curse stored in Daphne's necklace. These dozen blood bullets were her real killer move. Daphne's original plan was to use the attack magic in the necklace to attract the attention of the hooded man, and then take the opportunity to sneak attack with the unicorn's blood. As a result, the power of the attack magic left to her by Rice exceeded her expectations, and the faint attack turned into a more than she expected. Mainly attacked. The blood-made bullet hit the hooded man, splashing a few blood flowers. It was repeatedly hurt and no longer wanted to entangle here. With the sound of explosion, a thick black fog appeared in the open space. The fog dissipated, and the hooded man disappeared, and the broken arm that fell to the ground. All disappeared. The second update is here. Good night everyone. Chapter 88 Rice, It's Total Slander. The hooded man was beaten away. After it disappeared, Daphne did not dare to relax her vigilance. She first fired a string of red sparks into the sky, and then quickly changed positions several times, fearing that the hooded monster was pretending to escape, but was actually preparing for a sneak attack. While Daphne and the heir were fighting wits and courage, Harry gradually recovered. He had a great headache. When Daphne and the hoodman fought fiercely, he had a headache so much that he could hardly open his eyes until the weird man escaped. The scar on Harry's head gradually calmed down. At this moment, a sound of horse hooves hitting the ground not far away, Harry suddenly stood up from the ground and took out his wand from his arms. Although he didn't even have a few spells, he still felt a little relieved after holding the wand in his hand. Daphne also silently held her wand tightly and secretly prayed that Hagrid would come over quickly. However, while waiting anxiously, Daphne suddenly thought of a question: why did the person coming ride a horse? This is very abnormal. It is now the 20th century, not the 12th century. Cavalry is already a ritual army, and no one even rides a horse in the magic world, which has always been conservative. So what is the origin of these people riding horses? Soon, Daphne's confusion was answered. Two horsemen rushed into the open space with bows and arrows in hand. There is no difference between them above the waist and humans, but below the waist is the body of a horse, and even the tail of a horse is retained. Two horsemen, one with black hair and beard, the horse's body is also pure black, and the other horseman's hair is platinum and has a pair of silver-maned horse's body, which looks a little younger than the red-haired horseman. Looking at the horseman galloping in the forbidden forest, Daphne opened her eyes wide and carefully observed every detail on the horseman. This was the first time she had seen a magical animal like a horseman. It is said that they possess wisdom no less than humans, just like domestic elves and fairies. After patrolling in the open space for a week and confirming that the source of the danger had left, the two horsemen stopped running. The black-haired horseman looked gloomy and observed the unicorn's corpse and the traces of battle around them. The platinum-haired horses were platinum-haired. The man came to Harry and asked him if he needed help. "How are you?" "It's okay, thank you." "You don't look like you're fine." The blonde horseman's eyes were on the clear and prominent scar on Harry's forehead. Harry's face was now very pale, which made the scar very obvious. "Where is the karma?" The horseman recognized Harry's identity. "Why did you appear here? This is not where you should come. Go back to the castle. You can ride a horse, is it? This will be faster." The horseman bent his front legs and lowered his body so that Harry could climb onto his back. The black-haired horseman on one side suddenly became angry when he saw the blonde horseman's behavior. "Firenze! How can you get a man to ride on your back? Do you think you are a mule?" Only then did Daphne and Harry realize that the blonde horseman was named Firenze. "Bane, he is the boy from the Porter family, and he needs to leave here as soon as possible." After hearing the surname Potter, Bane sniffed, still looking very dissatisfied, but he recognized Harry's behavior on Firenze. If Voldemort took power and came to power, the situation of the horses would be 10,000 times worse than it is now. Therefore, as the one who defeated the Dark King, the horses would have more or less accepted his favor. At this time, Hagrid appeared with another red-haired horseman. "Merlin is on, Harry, are you okay? Where is that little girl Daphne?" Hagrid held a giant crossbow in one hand and a few arrows the size of a spear in the other hand, and ran to Harry in 3 steps in 2 steps. After confirming that he was fine, he remembered that Daphne was gone. "I'm here." Daphne, who had removed the magical mantra, walked out of the hidden place as if nothing had happened, and stroked the head of the hunting dog's teeth, running to her with her hand. After Daphne appeared, Bane and Firenze frowned. They didn't even notice this little girl just now. They winked each other, and after some eye contact, they were sure that their companions didn't see her, which was very unusual. People with horses have good eyesight and there is almost no possibility of missing out, so the little girl just now should have hidden herself with magic. The curse that can hide one's body is not a low-level spell. This little girl with silver hair is not simple. Considering that the monsters attacking the unicorns when they arrived here had already fled, Firenze and Bane came to a seemingly ridiculous conclusion: the traces of the battle on the field were left by the weak little girl in front of her. Below, the focus of the two horsemen is now shifting from Harry to Daphne. "This is Ronan, he is Bane, he is Firenze." Hagrid introduced the names of the three horsemen to the young wizards present, and then introduced the few young wizards present to the horsemen in turn. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Daphne Greengrass. Deerhead Adrian's descendants. After hearing Greengrass' surname, the three horsemen were stunned. Hager and others, including Lay, who had been hiding their bodies, were stunned for a moment. Hager and the others did not expect Daphne to get extra attention from the horses, while Rice was surprised that after 1,000 years, he heard a familiar name again. "It's indeed one of my ancestors." Daphne nodded. "That makes sense. He is worthy of being a descendant of Long Xin." Firenze praised. "Long Xin?" Harry was confused. This was the first time he had heard such a strange title. The ancestor of the Greengrass family, once a student of Salazar Slytherin, once took out its heart with his hands when fighting the dragon, so he was respected as Adrian, the Dragon Heart. Even though he had passed, he had taken out his heart. For thousands of years, his legend is still passed down by word of mouth in this forest. Ronan answered Harry's doubts. Daphne also added 2 sentences to give everyone a deeper understanding of the ancestor of the Greengrass family. Adrian Greengrass was once in Slytherin, learned magic, but his personality was different from his teacher. He was heroic and straightforward, but he had a bit of Gryffindor's shadow. At the beginning of Hogwarts' establishment, the 4 giants had cleared the Forbidden Forest, but as time passed, some powerful magical animals took a fancy to this land of abundant water and grass and migrated here from the outside world. Among them, a black dragon is the most powerful and cruel, causing considerable trouble to the ethnic group living in the Forbidden Forest and the teachers and students of Hogwarts. After knowing its existence, Slytherin sent his student Adrian for the purpose of experience. In the end, he did not disappoint the teacher's expectations and successfully solved the giant dragon in the Forbidden Forest. It's not a training, but Slytherin, one of the 4 giants, had a conflict with the other 3 founders. The 4 giants were busy with internal fighting and could not care about what happened here, so this was incompatible with the atmosphere of Slytherin College. The little guy was sent to die. But who would have thought that he actually succeeded? Bane disdained his school background. Lay, who secretly listened to the whole process, was so angry that his eyes turned dark. "This is completely slander. Updates are provided. It will be later next time, so get up tomorrow morning to watch." Chapter 89 I Use the Magic of the Undead. I am the Black Wizard. Chapter 89 I Use the Magic of the Undead? I am a Black Wizard. Listening to the words of Bane, Rice only felt his blood pressure rising. What does it mean to be busy with internal strife, and what does it mean to be sent to die? Slytherin's reputation was corrupted by people like you. The most annoying thing was that he looked at Hagrid and the others, and he seemed to think what the horseman said was reasonable. "This horseman is slandering me." Lay was quite dissatisfied. As for the truth about this matter, Adrian actually secretly ran to hunt the black dragon. When Lay learned about this, he had already returned to the castle with the black dragon's heart. He paid a heavy price for this. Rice locked him up for a month, but wrote the reason for his lockdown in the castle bulletin board. It's not surprising that Adrian's descendants did this. The horses reached a consensus, and then looked at Daphne with a strange look. This little witch has the courage to fight against that evil creature, and her future is unlimited by fighting with it without being hurt. The horses chatted with Hagar for a few more words, and the topic inevitably shifted to the big event that happened tonight. The wounded unicorn is dead, Firenze said in a regretful tone. After hearing the news, Hagar and everyone else present fell into silence. Then have you found it, or do you know what it was done? After a long time, Hagrid took the initiative to break the silence. The three horsemen were led by the red-haired Ronan. Ronan did not directly answer Hagrid's question, but looked up and pointed to the sky above everyone's heads. Mars are bright tonight. Hagrid? He didn't understand what Ronan meant, and after asking again and again, Ronan just had such an answer as Mars is very bright. Ronan was unwilling to speak out his thoughts directly, and Firenze and Bane remained silent. Okay. Hagar waved his hand impatiently and complained, my sister is snatching the new girl. She knows a lot of things, but she always keeps her mouth shut. The horse people were very familiar with Hagrid, so they didn't take what he said to heart. If we had said everything we knew casually, we would have ceased to exist. Bane explained to Hagrid in a muffled voice. Seeing Bane telling the words so clearly, Hagar couldn't help but sigh heavily. He knew that it would be impossible to get any clues from the horsemen tonight. When Hagrid and Harry were confused, Rice, who was listening to the conversation on the side, had his eyes lit up. Rice knew that the horse people had strong prophecy ability, and because they prophesy by interpreting the astrological signs, in other words, their prophecy abilities originate from the starry sky, so their prophecy is also very accurate. Then Ronan's words, it is worth his deep thought. He wouldn't think Ronan was really talking about seeing like Hagrid. Mars. Is it referring to war? Generally speaking, when it comes to Mars, it will inevitably be related to war. When the horse people's prophecies are related to war, his interest is aroused. After further researching Ronan's words, Lay got a terrible conclusion: Mars is bright and war is approaching. War. Rice couldn't help but squint his eyes. He never feared war, but if possible, the current magic world should avoid war. After all, it is not the world that was 1,000 years ago. But this is just his speculation. Only Ronan knows the specific content of the prophecy. Maybe 1 in 10,000 may be that he really wants to show his mixed-race giant friend the shining Mars? Okay, we have to go back. Tonight's confinement is over. The unicorn is dead, and the confinement has lost its meaning. In addition, it is already the second half of the night, so Hagar decided to take Harry and the others back. The horses had a little disagreement. Firenze wanted to escort Hagrid and his group out of the Forbidden Forest, while Ronan and Bane insisted on disposing of the unicorn's corpse first. So the horses were divided into two groups, Firenze, Hagar, and Harry leaving together. Bane and Ronan remained in place, preparing to burn the firewood of the unicorn's corpse. Due to that evil existence, the horses were unwilling to bury the unicorn, fearing that it would not be peaceful after its death. Hagar and his group left, while Bane and Ronan began to collect branches. 2 spells hit the 2 horsemen accurately, one on the left and one on the right. They rolled their eyes and fell down straight without even humming, making 2 muffled sounds. After knocking the horsemen stranded here unconscious, Rice's figure emerged from the shadow. Looking at the unicorn corpse lying on the ground, he narrowed his eyes. This is an excellent biological material. Powerful magical creatures such as unicorns are very rare. Even thousands of years ago, they were animals in the legendary stories. Many wizards have never seen unicorns in their entire lives. Lay was sure that Mr. Ollivand must have a close connection with Hogwarts or Hagrid, otherwise he would not have been able to use the tail hair of unicorns as a core of the pole. The same goes for phoenix feather. Lay heard that Dumbledore had a phoenix, which was probably the source of all the phoenix tail feather cores of Ollivander. But the focus of tonight is not on wand making, but on the undead magic that Rice had once dabbled in. He has done some research in this area, but his research results are likely to have dissipated with the passage of time. Although the results are gone, the knowledge is still there. As long as you have the right materials, Lay can naturally reproduce his undead magic. If Gryffindor and the others saw me, I would probably say I am a dark wizard again. When pulling out his wand, Rice couldn't help but complain about himself. The differences between him and his friends, in addition to the students' family components, are research on magic. Gryffindor and others are very opposed to their research on these things, and the reason is very simple. They believe that black magic will corrupt people's souls and make people's temperament change unknowingly. It is better for Rice to have less contact with these things. But Rice opposes the point, and he believes that there is no such thing as black magic at all. Magic is just a tool for wizards. Where can there be evil or not? The key is to see who the user is. Muggles can cut fruits with a fruit knife or kill people with a fruit knife. Do you still need to sort the fruit knife? The same goes for magic. Does my use of undead magic mean that I am a dark wizard? Rice doesn't think so. All magic and spells can be used, but you must be extra careful before learning and using some spells. Just like some raw materials for alchemists, you must take good protection before use. It is injured because of no protection, but you don't reflect on yourself but complain about the evil of the raw materials. Isn't it ridiculous? Lay began to prepare for the casting ceremony of the unicorn corpse without any psychological burden. The second update is here. Good night everyone. Chapter 90 Nightmare. In Rice's eyes, not all corpses are suitable for casting undead magic. First of all, they must be fresh, secondly, they must be strong enough, and finally, they must be in line with his aesthetics. The monsters that Daphne killed before were fresh enough, but they were really dirty and ugly. Rice didn't like them at all. In addition, the monsters are not rare. Several professors from the school are on their way to the journey. It was urgent, so he gave up the troll's corpse. The situation today is different. The corpse of a unicorn is still the kind that just died, which perfectly fits Les's request. He took out his wand and pressed it to the heart of the unicorn. The magic power pushed it and the wand penetrated into the unicorn's body. Next, he cut his palm and let the blood drop to the ground, and used his blood to outline an equilateral triangle magic circle centered on the corpse of a unicorn and with his own blood. From the perspective of others, Rice's behavior is already pure and cannot be more pure. But in Rice's eyes, isn't this a sacred spell that gives the dead a new life? There is no more bright magic than this. The magic circle was drawn without long. Les's face turned pale due to blood loss, but his eyes became brighter due to excitement. Nowadays, there is light in Rice's eyes. After treating the wound casually and stopping the blood, Rice began to carefully search for the traces left by the hooded man in the open space. Fortunately, the hooded man was in a hurry when he ran away, and only took away his broken arms and did not clean up the blood on the ground. Lay waved his hand, and the soil stained with the hooded man's blood floated up from the ground and gathered into a ball. Rice placed the blood ball on one corner of the triangle. In the other two corners, he placed some soil stained with unicorn blood and soil stained with his own blood. At this point, the three key elements, the enemy's blood, its own blood, and the caster's blood are all ready, and the most important preliminary preparations for undead magic have been completed. To ensure success rate, Rice took out some essential oils and potion materials that had been prepared before from his small bag and placed them next to the unicorn corpse. When everything was ready, Rice stood next to the unicorn corpse and chanted a spell at its corpse. This time he did not use English, but chanted a spell in Latin. From Anubis, the extraditioner of the underworld, to Hades, the master of the underworld, from Thanatos, to Arnu, the king of the underworld. Death, lord of the underworld, god of darkness and death, ruler of the kingdom of the underworld. No matter what your identity is, where is it in charge, I, Salazar Slytherin, ask you for a soul. Whether it is sinful, innocent, meritorious, or full of evil, it should return to the world of the living, and I will take its flesh as your reward. The blood of the enemy, my own blood, and my blood are already in place. Its resurrection should be as natural as the sun rises east and sets west. After reciting a large spell, the triangle magic circle that had been drawn before suddenly ignited a blue flame. The flames churned, burning all the magical materials prepared by Rice, and the fire reached its peak where he placed 3 blood groups. Each of these 3 flames extended a wisp of flame as thin as a rope, wrapped around the head, heart, and crotch of the unicorn, and then expanded little by little. Lay looked at the blue flames with expressionless face and completely swallowed the unicorn's corpse. What's amazing is that although the unicorn's corpse was covered by flames, it did not smell any burnt, like a candle, burning silently. About a quarter of an hour later, the flesh and blood on the unicorn had burned out, leaving only a black skeleton, and the flames gradually shrank to the position of its 4 hooves. The next second, a whirlwind blew out of thin air from the open space. The wind swept away all the ashes on the ground, and a pure white figure appeared in the woods. The shadow became bigger and clearer little by little. Finally, a phantom in the shape of a unicorn appeared on the edge of the clearing. It walked carefully towards Rice, walked to him and rubbed his head against his arm, then turned his head to look at the skeleton on the ground. Welcome to the world of the living, and hope to be a slander. The skeleton of the monster said. The unicorn's shadow no longer hesitated, raised its front hooves and jumped onto the skeleton, and the entire shadow completely penetrated the skeleton on the ground. After the phantom and the skeleton were combined, 2 small white flames appeared in the hollow eye sockets of the unicorn's skull. The flames flashed for a moment. The skeleton stood up from the ground, and the hooves of blue fire blew on the ground a few times. Down. For your new body, the resurrected unicorn needs to adapt. At this point, Rice's undead magic has been successfully cast. Rice patted the unicorn's boneless head and said to it, after you get a new life, you will naturally have a new name. What do you think of the name Nightmare? To be more precise, Nightmare is its racial name, but judging from the appearance of the unicorn, it does not seem to object to being called Nightmare. After Nightmare adapted to his new body, Rice took out a crystal ball from his bag. This crystal ball is very similar to the one sold in the Muggle gift store. It has a small platform inside, decorated with small decorations. The decoration in Rice's crystal ball is a small forest. He pressed the crystal ball on Nightmare, and Nightmare's body began to gradually become smaller. After it became smaller than the crystal ball, it was sucked in and continued to shrink in the crystal ball until it became its half smaller than those small trees for decoration. Looking at the Nightmare walking in the crystal ball, Lay smiled with satisfaction. He cleaned up the scene a little and left here. After a while, the 2 horsemen who were knocked unconscious by Rice gradually woke up. They hurried to the open space and found that the corpse of the unicorn originally lying here was missing. Bane and Ronan's faces suddenly became ugly. Damn it, that guy actually came back. Why didn't I expect this? Bane angrily stomped on the ground twice with his hooves, and he was upset about his carelessness. Bane believes that the demon who killed the unicorn stole the unicorn's body. As for the purpose, it is probably for the dirty money and the continuation of life that is destined to be cursed. Luonan looked at the night sky with concern, sighed and said, the dark clouds are about to cover the stars. Hearing Ronan say this, Bane also raised his head and looked at the starry sky, without saying a word for a long time. And finally just shook his head. The update is provided. I will go to the next update. Everyone will get up tomorrow morning to read. Chapter 91, Dumbledore should not be the only one who sets the question. What are the culprits in the horse's mouth who killed and stole the unicorn's corpse now? Professor Quirrell was crawling in the corner of the Forbidden Forest. Daphne and Rice's spells caused him very serious damage. After running for a distance, he was exhausted and could not even walk upright. Bad. A muffled roar came from Professor Quirrell's big headscarf. If you can't do this little thing well, what's the use of you? Although there was a headscarf blocking it, the anger and resentment in the voice were still clearly exposed. How could the little wizards of Hogwarts have such a big secret hidden in Professor Quirrell, who has always been cowardly? If they were to let them know that the owner of this voice was Voldemort, who was famous for the time being, I wonder how many people would faint from being scared. Killua shivered and tried to defend himself. Master, let me do it. Without allowing Quirrell to say anything, Quirrell's physical control was taken away by Voldemort behind his head. Voldemort is not stingy when using this body that does not belong to him. After Killua was injured, he became careful in many movements. Winged, for fear of aggravating his injuries, but Voldemort had no such concerns. His movements were as if he was not injured at all. Pain? Voldemort had long been used to it. Every minute and every second after becoming a wandering soul was torture like 1,000 cuts. The pain at the moment was just a small matter. As for what Killua's body will become, what does it have to do with him? Since he possessed Quirrell, Quirrell has become a living dead person. All Voldemort's promises to Quirrell and all the beautiful visions outlined for him are lies. The ending of Killua is no different from those poisonous snakes and mice that he has possessed. When he squeezes out the nutrients in this body, Killua will die. Any operation will only delay the arrival of that day. With Voldemort's efforts, more than a dozen drops of silver blue blood beads slid out of the wound. Daphne turned the unicorn's blood into a projectile, and although she also injured Quirrell, she provided him with some unicorn's blood, which continued his life. After taking the blood, Killua's complexion improved a lot. It's a pity that it has attracted too many people's attention and there is no way to continue hunting unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Voldemort said with regret. Since possessing Quirrell, Voldemort has been planning to seize the Philosopher's Stone hidden in the castle by Dumbledore. He did not notice the abnormality in this matter and put himself in his heart. Voldemort thought Dumbledore should be in the end, so he hurriedly asked his friend Nicole LeMay to ask for the Philosopher's Stone in order to extend his life. The desire for Philosopher's Stone and the weakness of the soul defeated Voldemort's sanity, making him ignore all the unreasonable things. Through a series of methods, Quirrell finally got the way to crack those guardian levels. He just needed to wait until Voldemort on the back of his head recovered enough physical strength before he could start the action. According to Voldemort's estimate, if you want to restore enough power, you need to hunt at least 2 unicorns and suck their blood. Everything was going well in the plan, and they could get the Philosopher's Stone after tonight, but now they have been interrupted by this, and the plan to seize the Philosopher's Stone can only continue to delay. Master! Killua stumbled, as if he wanted to say something. Ignoring Kiro's voice, Voldemort set up a new plan on his own. The blood of the unicorn can't be counted on. What you have to do next is to configure the magic with the potion recipe I gave you every day. Then take the medicine on time, and wait until I recover some energy, and we will do it again. His voice lowered little by little, but before going to bed, Voldemort still attached a broken arm to Quirrell and healed other wounds on his body. Looking at the wounds that were healing quickly and the broken limbs that were reconnected, Killua was overjoyed. The Master's magic power is so profound, what else can he not do? When he takes the magic stone and regains his life, he will receive a reward that he will never dream of. How could he know that everything in front of him was obtained by overdrawing his vitality? At this time, Quirrell looked healthy, but his body under his good skin was almost hollowed out by Voldemort. Interesting experience. After Daphne finished talking about what she had experienced in the Forbidden Forest last night, Lay picked up a silver pot and asked Daphne, "Do you want some black tea?" Daphne curled her lips. She thought her experience could surprise Rice. But she didn't expect that he would maintain a plain attitude from beginning to end, just as if he had experienced these things last night. It's easy to hire a squid mace. If it weren't for it, I'm afraid it would be a stalemate for a while. Daphne did not forget to praise Rice's birthday gift to her. It really happened last night. It's been a big help. Lei smiled slightly. Of course it is easy to use. The production of this necklace is very difficult, and he has spent a lot of effort to make it. While having a casual chat with Daphne, he was also planning his next plan. Killua has already begun to hunt unicorns, which means that the thing in his body is already accumulating strength. He just doesn't know when he will steal the Philosopher's Stone. Will the predation interruption by Daphne affect Killua's plan? All signs indicate that Kiro or the thing in his body might be unable to bear it. Rice thought he should do something first. After all, Harry Potter is not only taking the final exam, but also Daphne, and Dumbledore should not be the only one who sets the question. By the way, will you go to the library later? It will be the end of the term in a few weeks. Should you make a review plan? Rice stared at Daphne with the look of looking at the strange creature until she lowered her head. Final review? Miss Greengrass, do you want to see what you are talking about? For Rice, there is no difference between full scores in the whole subject and 0 scores in the whole subject. If it weren't for the lack of exams, he wouldn't even want to take the exam. If only someone could take the exam instead of him. Rice narrowed his eyes. I have something to do in the afternoon. Let's go first, you're busy with yours. Rice pushed the plate aside, left the restaurant directly, and stopped Daphne, who was trying to keep up. This time he was going to act alone. Lei, who was acting alone, returned to the secret room alone and entered a secret room in the secret room. This is his own potion laboratory, and some potions that he doesn't want Daphne to know will be prepared here. If Quirrell accidentally entered here, he would be shocked, because at this time, there were 5 of them on the lab bench of Rice. A stone that looks very much like a philosopher's stone. In the crucible on one side, there was a pot of blood-red liquid boiling, and a stone that looked exactly like the genuine philosopher's stone was floating up and down. After Rice walked into his laboratory and took the stone out of the crucible, he narrowed his eyes and observed it carefully. In Rice's opinion, this stone cannot have any flaws. Updated. Good night everyone. Chapter 92 Different Levels, Different Test Papers. Lei took out a wipe cloth and gently wiped away the remaining red liquid on the surface of the stone, revealing the blood-like bright red stone. Visually, it is no different from the Philosopher's Stone that Rice got that day, but just looking the same is not enough. He wanted to do it, a copycat that could deceive Dumbledore's eyes. As the strongest wizard he met after awakening, Rice would not take Dumbledore lightly. He was willing to treat this junior who was born nearly 1,000 years later than him as an equal status. In other words, he needs to make a copy that is difficult for even himself to distinguish. There are many fake methods in the antique world of Muggles. For example, making an ancient-style plate and corresponding to the style of the era on the bottom of the group is the most clumsy method of imitation. A slightly higher-end method is to use physical or chemical means to make the old. The most powerful thing is to make the different antiques from the times are combined and spliced. To create fakes with a longer historical background and high value, or simply split one antique into 2. Rice is to use the highest-end counterfeiting methods. He tried so hard to imitate the Philosopher's Stone, naturally because Rice wanted to bring the real Philosopher's Stone into his hands for research, but he didn't want Dumbledore to notice it. He had obtained some debris from the Philosopher's Stone before. Although this sample was not enough to study, it was enough to make him make a realistic enough imitation. Rice used his magic power and did not find any abnormalities in the fake product in his hand. After several failures, he finally made a fake that was enough to hide from his own eyes. After selecting the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, Rice began to further imitate it. He steamed the liquid in the crucible, leaving only a ball of fingernail size. Then he used magic power to control the ball of gelatinous substance to evenly apply it on the surface of the fake Philosopher's Stone, and finally waited for it to dry naturally, and then it was done. The fake in Rice's hand has reached a level that he can't tell. The powder of the real Philosopher's Stone is evenly dispersed inside the stone, and even if it is used to explore it with magic, it is impossible to find strange things. What's even better is that Rice uses real magic stone as raw material and plates an extremely thin film on this fake, which allows this fake to even play a little bit of the function of a real magic stone. If it is real magic, a stone can last for a year, so it can last for about a few hours. This operation allows this fake to escape even if it is really used to make elixirs of immortality. Putting the fake in his arms, Lei left the secret room and headed straight to the corridor on the 4th floor. It is still a puzzle-type level-breaking game, but along the way, Rice has moved a little in these game levels. These are the tests he prepared for Daphne. How can he use the same test paper when the students are of different levels? As for whether the hands and feet will be discovered, Rice has his own plans. When he reached the last level, he found that there had been a little change here from before. The Eris mirror I saw that night was already placed here. Lei used the same technique to remove the Philosopher's Stone from the mirror. Then changed the shape of the one he made, so that the 2 Philosopher's Stones became exactly the same in appearance, and then put the fake in it. After putting the imitation of the Philosopher's Stone in, Lei thought for a while and added something to it. After doing all this, Rice left the examination room that Dumbledore prepared for Harry. Days passed day by day, and as the final exam approached, Harry, Kilo, Daphne, Rice, Dumbledore, everyone began to get busy with their own affairs. Voldemort behind Quirrell's head finally accumulated enough power, prompting Quirrell to break into the closed corridor on the 4th floor, and candidate Harry finally realized something was wrong. It was a sunny afternoon. As the end of the semester approached, the professors no longer taught classes, but let the students review freely. If you have any questions, you can go to their office. Harry threw the notes aside in annoyance and rubbed his forehead hard. Ron, who was sitting next to him, sighed, knowing that Harry had been in poor condition since he last returned from the Forbidden Forest, and the approach of final exams in recent days seemed to exacerbate his symptoms. Do you want to go to the infirmary? Maybe Mrs. Pomfrey will prepare you a pain-relieving potion, or find Rice. He really understands potion. Harry waved his hand, his intuition telling him that the painkiller potions won't work. What Ron didn't know was that he had been awakened by a nightmare recently. In the dream, a figure wearing a hood and blood dripping from the corner of his mouth was constantly approaching him. Harry thought this was a warning, meaning that some kind of danger was coming. At the same time, he always had a vague feeling in his heart. Ron's second half of the sentence makes sense, and it might be a good idea to find Rice. I may have forgotten to do one thing, a very important thing. Harry said to Ron. There is a high probability that the exam is at work. I really don't understand. The professors taught us knowledge and we learned the knowledge seriously. Why did we still have to do an exam? This is simply distrust of us. Ron told Expect I had a huge complaint in the final exam. Harry didn't want to talk to Ron for the time being, so he stood up and decided to go to Lei and Daphne to have a good chat with them. To Harry's surprise, when he found Daphne, he found that Rice, who had always been with Daphne, was missing. Where is Rice? I don't know, he said he had something to do, so I asked me to review it here alone. Daphne pursed. Of course she knew that Rice was going to tinker with his extremely complicated potion, but what obligation did she have to tell Porter? You can't take him to the secret room to find Lei. That's the territory left by Slytherin for his heirs. What's the matter with him, Gryffindor? Without seeing Rice, Harry became more and more irritable. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed, and Harry felt as if he had grasped the truth's tale. He pressed his palm on Daphne's notes and took her notes away. Facing Daphne's eyes frightened and angry, Harry just begged her to go to see Hagrid with her. Calling bored Ron, the three of them headed straight to Hegel's hut. You'd better give me an explanation. Daphne followed behind the two of them with a dark face. She swore that if Harry couldn't give a reasonable explanation, she would definitely give him some color. Is it a coincidence? Harry passed his fingers and told Daphne the suspicious points he realized one by one. Hag is the owner of the three-headed dog in the corridor, and then he met a wizard with a dragon egg while playing cards. What wizard would take the dragon egg to play cards? The key is that this dragon egg ended up with it. Lose to Hagrid. Add to Halloween trolls and monsters in the Forbidden Forest. No, I have to go to Hagrid to verify some things. Harry's face turned pale. If it matches my guess, that would be too bad. The update is provided, and I won't work overtime today, so I've updated it for 2 consecutive times. Chapter 93 Daphne's Anger. When the three of them found Hagrid, Hagrid was sitting at the door of the cottage to deal with the prey they had caught from the hunting ground. It can be seen that he was in a good mood. While exposing the rabbit's belly, he hummed an unknown little song. After seeing Harry and the other two, Hagrid looked surprised. Why do you have time to come here? Don't you need to review the final exam? Harry did not greet Hagar, he went straight to the point. Hag, I have one thing to ask you. Do you still remember the details of the night when Nobetta was so angry? For example, who lost it to your? Hagar frowned and carefully searched his memory. A weird guy who refuses to take off his cloak or hood, but almost everyone in the Pighead Bar has this kind of virtue. A guy like me who shows up in public is the weird guy there, haha. Hagrid smiled heartily twice. Hearing cloak and hood, Harry felt his scar start to hurt again. He asked hurriedly, then why are you, well, what happened to you? He couldn't be yelling around with the dragon eggs, and betting on someone, right? Speaking of dragon egg, Hagrid became more interested. He threw the rabbit in his hand aside and told Harry and the other two about the story of that night. After finishing my day's work, ordering a big cup of hot beer and playing 2 cards in the bar, that's the best enjoyment of an adult wizard. I know that fire dragon vendors so well. When he heard the word fire dragon hawker, Harry almost fainted. Hagrid is good in everything, but sometimes he is too careless. Fire dragon vendor, he can think of it, the fire dragon fruit vendor is almost the same. Unconsciously how outrageous, he said. Hagrid continued to talk about his experience. We played a few games together, drank a lot of wine, and ordered a few barbecue. At that time, the interest came to the point. You know, playing cards there is no separation between gambling, don't learn from me, and then I was lucky and won several times in a row. In the end, he became anxious and bet a dragon egg, that is, Nobetta, on the gambling table. Hagar paused for 2 seconds as if she wanted to suck her appetite, and then announced the well-known answer, and he lost again. After losing, he woke up a lot and regretted it. He hoped that I would give him some time to raise some money. He was unwilling to hand over the dragon egg to me because he felt that I couldn't control the dragon. Then the time the dragon escaped from control and ran out of trouble and caused trouble. I couldn't let this God-given opportunity slip away from me, so I told him that I was the guardian of the hunting ground here. Lua with 3 heads all are obedient, and a dragon is nothing. Harry only felt a basin of ice water pouring on his head. And what? Is he very interested in Lua? Yes, anyone will be interested in a dog with only 3 heads. I told him that any animal has a way to deal with them, such as Lua only needs it. Hagar suddenly stopped the car, with a face. The upper part suddenly showed a terrified expression. Damn it, I shouldn't have told you all this. It's enough. You should go back and review the final exam. Hagrid pushed and drove the 3 little wizards out of his yard. Hagir, Hagrid! Harry screamed in vain. But Hagrid went back to the room. No matter how he screamed, he would not echo. Harry only feels himself swallowed by despair. Daphne, who watched all this, finally understood what was going on. She pondered for 2 seconds and made a decision. We must go find Rice. We must go find Dumbledore. She and Harry said in unison. Daphne. Harry, Ron? The 3 of them were silent for a moment, and then Daphne said embarrassedly, indeed, it seems that it's okay to find Dumbledore. She thought about it carefully, and in this case, she should indeed contact Dumbledore as soon as possible. After all, he is the principal of the school. What's wrong with me, and why do I subconsciously want to find Rice to solve the problem? It's okay to find Lay, but you still have to find Dumbledore first. Let him know that Hagrid told a stranger about the way to subdue Lua. I'm sure that the guy in the cloak was either Snape or Voldemort. In addition to this, we have to tell him what happened in the Forbidden Forest that day. I believe Firenze will testify for me and hope Dumbledore can trust us, so that perhaps we can still stay in Snape. You stopped him before stealing the Philosopher's Stone. Where is Dumbledore's office? Harry finally realized that he didn't know where Dumbledore's office was. Wait, why is it related to the mysterious man and Professor Snape? Daphne subconsciously shivered after hearing the name. She didn't understand why this matter was related to the mysterious man, so why did she still make Professor Nap is involved? Harry and Ron then remembered that Daphne was a Slytherin. That's it. Harry told Daphne his speculation basis. In his opinion, Daphne would believe himself and recognize Snape's nature as long as he listened to his explanation. Daphne had a question mark on her face. Don't you have no evidence at all? Faced with Harry and Ron's continuous slander on Professor Snape, she couldn't help it. Based on subjective speculation, she believed that Professor Snape was going to steal Magic Stone. Also, I need to remind you that the mysterious man was wiped out 10 years ago. Harry and Ron looked at each other, their eyes full of helplessness. But think about it, Snape targeted Harry for a full semester. Ron also joined the ranks of persuading Daphne. So what? Where is the evidence? Daphne raised her two slender eyebrows, and the angry flames in her eyes were almost spurted out. At the end of the game, I saw it in the Forbidden Forest. Harry repeated the conversation between Snape and Chillo that he had heard by chance to Daphne. He is coercing Professor Quirrell. He wants Professor Quirrell to help him obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Daphne? Coercion, Quirrell. Do you really think Professor Quirrell doesn't know where Dumbledore's office is like you? Sure enough, it is unreasonable to be with a Slytherin. Sure enough, it was unreasonable to the two Gryffindors. The three of them sighed together. So what? What are you going to do? Are you telling us to Snape? Hall looked at Daphne with a rather unfriendly look. Daphne almost jumped up like a cat with her tail stepped on. Who do you think of me? I will go into the corridor on the 4th floor with you. I have to take you to see who the intruder is. Over. At this time, Daphne, who was angry with Harry, had already made up her mind to intervene in this matter, and the three of them ran towards the castle together. Updated, good night everyone. Chapter 94, Rice fainted due to poisoning. Happy New Year's Day. The three of them ran for a while and rushed into the castle. The blood on their heads gradually returned to their original position, and they calmed down. Harry thought he must go to Professor Dumbledore first, instead of rushing into the 4th floor corridor. But the question is, where is Dumbledore's office? Several people stood at the corner of the corridor on the 2nd floor and fell into confusion. Daphne didn't know where the principal's office was, and they had never seen students being taken there. At this time, Professor McGonagall's voice suddenly rang, "You three, let me go. If you have time, you might as well go back and review the final exam." Professor McGonagall appeared with a serious expression. She walked in a hurry, and there was a stretcher floating behind her. When she saw Harry and the other two, she frowned and looked at Daphne with an extra look, as if she was blaming her for mingling with Harry and Ron again. It is rare to see Slytherin mixed with Gryffindor every day. We want to see Professor Dumbledore. Courage surged from Harry's heart. He looked into Professor McGonagall's eyes and expressed his demands. Professor McGonagall was shocked by his thoughts. She was stunned for a moment, and then told Harry Dumbledore that he had received an emergency letter from the Ministry of Magic, which was no longer in Hogwarts. He's gone? Harry asked anxiously, at this time. He felt that the sky was about to collapse. Professor McGonagall was obviously a little dissatisfied with Harry's words. Professor Dumbledore is a very amazing wizard. Rise! A scream interrupted Professor McGonagall's words. As Professor McGonagall talked with Harry, the stretcher slowly floated over, allowing Daphne to see the face of the person lying on the stretcher, and then she couldn't help but scream. It's not her fault for making a fuss, because the person lying on it was actually Lay. This really shocked Daphne. At this time, Les' eyes were closed and his face turned pale. If it weren't for his CHES, this mouth was still slightly fluctuating, and now he is no different from a corpse. Someone found him in an underground classroom, and judging by the residue of the potions that fell around him, Mr. Lint tried to make potions that strengthen memory and luck in order to achieve good results in the final exam, but these two magical ones, the difficulty of making the medicine is beyond his imagination. Professor McGonagall glanced at Rice lying on the stretcher and sighed, "I'm afraid Mr. Lint will miss his final exam." Daphne? Absurd emotions filled her mind, and she couldn't understand what was happening in front of her. How could Rice fall down due to the mismatch of these two potions? But the facts were there, as real as the marble floor she was on. Looking at Daphne, who was completely stunned, Professor McGonagall felt a little sympathy in his heart, and she patted Daphne on the shoulder twice. "You often study with him, right? You should teach him more in the future and don't put too much pressure on him. Please let him go now. I have to take Mr. Lint to the school hospital." After that, she ignored Harry and led the stretcher directly towards the infirmary. As the stretcher turned the corner of the stairs, a small crystal bottle slipped from the pocket of Les' robe and fell to the ground. Everyone present had their own thoughts, and no one noticed it except Daphne subconsciously picked it up. Professor Dumbledore left, Rice fell ill, Professor McGonagall was too lazy to listen to their explanation, the backbone in the three of them was swept away, and the three little wizards were at a loss at the same time. We. Harry stood there at a loss like a crash program. He has never been so desperate. Snape is breaking through the guardian level of the Philosopher's Stone. When he gets the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort will come back and Hogwarts will no longer exist. What should I do then? Go back to Dursley's house? The Philosopher's Stone will be stolen, and we don't even have a ticket to go in and stop him. Ha said in a desperate tone. There are ways to travel through the three-headed dog. Daphne's voice suddenly interrupted Harry's complaint. Harry looked up at Daphne, and at this time she was looking at a crystal bottle in her hand. The bottle is a very powerful sleeping potion. The effect is enough to make the three-headed dog fall asleep. I think as long as you have it, it will be fine to enter there. The surname of Chun Sheng is An Zi. Luoen couldn't help asking. Rice did it before. Why did he make this potion? Daphne glanced at him and refused to answer the question. Her attitude made Ron a little unhappy, but he couldn't do anything to Daphne. When Harry heard Daphne say that she could deal with the three-headed dog, Lui, he felt that Daphne was emitting holy light all over his body. Great! He almost jumped up, his eyes lit up. Let's go to the 4th floor now, and we must stop Snape. Daphne, ah! Her rationality told her that there seemed to be many things to complain about in this operation. Although she was just yelling to take Harry and the others to prove Professor Snape's innocence, that was just an angry word from the top. She felt that it was definitely not a good idea to break into the forbidden area on the 4th floor. What if you meet that guy who wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Although Daphne felt that she was very good at fighting, she was not sure of winning if she asked her to beat her again. The same move would be greatly reduced when she used it the second time. Also, Porter has never had any substantial evidence. He felt that someone went in and stole the Philosopher's Stone, but what about the evidence? It cannot be based on speculation. You guys, have you reviewed? Snape's voice sounded behind the three of them, making Harry and Ron take a breath of air conditioning together. The three of them turned their heads and saw that Snape was really standing behind them. Daphne showed a smile on her face. Potter, can Professor Snape's suspicion be cleared now? He didn't steal the Philosopher's Stone. Professor, Lay. I know, Snape's face showed a weird smile. He still overestimated his pharmaceutical level, but I appreciate his courage and talent for challenging potions of this difficulty in the first grade. Okay, I have to go and treat Mr. Lint, and I happen to develop a new antidote. He pushed the three of them away, walked towards the school hospital, took 2 steps, turned around and looked at Daphne and said, Miss Greengrass, I would like to advise you that a hot face is not familiar with cold butts, so be careful when making friends. After leaving this sentence, he shook his sleeves and left flutteringly. Daphne turned around and looked at Harry, and said proudly, I'll just say it, Professor Snape must be innocent. I am here to provide you with updates. Happy New Year's Day everyone. Chapter 95 Daphne, I feel targeted. Happy New Year's Day. Great. Snape is not ready to steal the Philosopher's Stone. After Snape walked away, Harry was excited. Daphne. Her eyes widened with anger and shock. She felt it was really difficult to communicate effectively with people like Porter. She couldn't see Professor Snape, that was Professor Snape stolen the Philosopher's Stone, and when she saw Professor Snape, that was he hadn't done it yet. It's easy to prepare for stealing the Philosopher's Stone. CO authored by Professor Snape must be a villain. She felt like she was starting to get angry again. Can you not make trouble? Daphne didn't want to play house with these 2 children anymore, she just wants to go to the school hospital to check out the situation of Rice. She felt that it was very unreasonable to Rice be poisoned by the potion she prepared. Dumbledore's chance of being choked into St. Mungo when he ate mint candy. There must be some hidden information inside, she wants to figure it out. Seeing Daphne as if she wanted to leave, Harry hurriedly ran to her and blocked her way. If she left, he and Ron couldn't even get through Lu Wei's level. Wait a minute, Daphne, please, believe me. Harry said earnestly, I'm very sure Voldemort is trying to hit the Philosopher's Stone. I have to enter that corridor, I can't look at it. The Philosopher's Stone was stolen by him. Daphne, if the Philosopher's Stone falls into Voldemort's hands, he will definitely make a comeback. At that time, all the beauty of Hogwarts and even the entire magic world will be wiped out. Voldemort and his lackeys will raze the school to the ground, or turn it into a school that teaches black magic. In the process, I don't know how many people are going to die. If you want to survive, you have to kneel down to him, be a servant, and be a dog. If I fail, it was just that he killed him. If I didn't stop him, wouldn't I be killed by him? I just died a little later than now, because I would never surrender to him. Voldemort killed my parents. Can you understand this kind of hatred? I must travel through that trapdoor. I will bear the responsibility alone. Daphne couldn't help but feel a little moved. Harry's words did touch her, causing her reason to shake a little. Her last remaining reason drove her to ask, what if you get the Philosopher's Stone but are intercepted by that person in the middle, causing the stone to be taken away? It is now protected by Professor Dumbledore, and it is very safe. Then I'll be guarding the last level of the Guardian level. If Voldemort wants to get the magic stone, he must step over my body. Ha said in a decisive tone. Harry's resolute eyes successfully convinced Daphne. She felt that she should help Harry, since he had already made up his enlightenment, she should not waste his enlightenment. Daphne, I can't get involved. I just ask you to help me 2 things. First, lend me this bottle of potion. If lay is not easy to explain, I can bid for it. My parents left me a lot of money, 10 times or 100 times the market price is okay. 2. Professor Dumbledore will come back tomorrow. Please tell him about Ron and I entering the corridor. Please, it's these 2 things, help me do these 2 things, and I can repay you with anything in the future. Daphne pursed her lips, and after pondering for a few seconds, she gave her own answer. Harry, sorry, I can't do either of these 2 things. Harry's eyes dimmed, but he regained his spirit the next second, because Daphne said, This bottle of potion needs professional use, so I can't lend you, so let me come in person. As for the matter of venting Dumbledore, I can't do it, because I want to be with you, too. Crossing that trapdoor, you Gryffindor students can't keep being handsome, right? If you don't show some real skills, we're villains. Daphne, you. Harry felt as if he was choking at something. He didn't expect that Daphne was really willing to run under the trapdoor with him to protect the Philosopher's Stone. There are still good people in Slytherin Academy. For example, Daphne, Rice, and I can't think of it, but there must be good people. Let's go. Daphne urged. Walk. The three of them went up and headed straight to the corridor on the 4th floor. When they arrived at the door of the Scylla corridor, the three of them changed their faces in one go. The closed door was now open. Seeing the half-open door, they clearly realized what they were about to face, and now even Daphne was convinced that someone was stealing the Philosopher's Stone. How about it? I saw it. Harry glanced at Daphne and whispered, Snape, well, the person who coveted the Philosopher's Stone has passed Lu Wei smoothly. After being glared at by Daphne, Harry chose to change his words. Get aside and stay away from me. Daphne drove two hindered little boys to the side, and then opened the crystal bottle left by Lay. Driven by magic, the sleeping potion equipped with rice floated in through the crack of the door, and Lu Wei's breathing behind the door gradually became longer and stable, and it fell asleep quickly. Wait for a few seconds, and after all the remaining potions in the room were sucked in by Lu Wei, Daphne opened the door. Lu Wei, the three-headed dog behind the door, was sleeping soundly, with the harp under his feet. It seems that Lu Wei's weakness is music. Harry walked to Lu Wei's feet, took some effort to move the big dog's paws aside, and the trapdoor it guarded for a school year was exposed. After the trapdoor was opened, a hole was exposed. Harry looked down through the hole, and it was dark below and he could not see clearly the situation at the bottom. Harry directly supported the edge of the hole with his hands. Looking at his movements, Daphne felt a little bad premonition. He didn't want to jump in directly, right? Hey, wait! Harry jumped down before Daphne finished speaking. Daphne's feeling a little suffocation. If there is a deep bottom or a trap is laid at the bottom, Harry will be dead. She did not dare to neglect her, and after applying a floating magic to herself, she also floated down the entrance of the cave. On the way to her slowly falling, Daphne raised her vigilance. Her energy was not in vain. About 4 or 5 seconds later, a swoosh sound came from the air. Several crossbow arrows with cold light shot at her from all angles. Daphne waved her wand and used a protective spell to slap them. All of them were bounced away. There is indeed a trap. Daphne narrowed her eyes, and now she began to worry about what happened to Harry. Would he have fallen into a pile of meat sauce, or was shot into a sieve by a crossbow arrow? When it landed, Daphne was shocked. Not only did there be no traps on the ground, but there was a soft ball of things that shocked the person who jumped down. Harry stood on the ball of things, jumping around, and didn't seem to be injured at all. Is it because the whereabouts are so fast that the crossbow trap on the wall is not triggered? A hint of enlightenment rose in her heart. Daphne felt like she was targeted. The trap here is only targeted at experts. Second update. There is a third update soon. Chapter 96 Under the Trapdoor. Happy New Year's Day. For the first time, Daphne was a little shaken about whether she had to learn such profound magic. Before jumping down, she was worried about Harry's life, but after seeing that he had nothing to do with it, he avoided the mechanism under the trap by accident. Daphne's mentality changed a little subtly. Who a trap set up? Are there any basic common sense in laying out defense mechanisms? Is there anything that is spreading on the ground that is afraid that the thief will be injured? Harry didn't think so much. He shouted at the hole, causing Ron to jump down too. With a plop, Ron lay flat and fell next to Harry. What kind of fun is this? He asked. I don't know, it seems to be a plant. it feels like it is being laid here to absorb shock. When Daphne heard Harry's words, she was speechless. Don't you think it's strange that there are shock-absorbing plants here? Suddenly, she felt something grabbing her ankle and quickly climbed in along the heel of her shoes, wrapping it around her arch. Daphne suddenly realized something, and she struggled hard. Finally she threw off the shoes on her feet before running away. After escaping to the safe clearing, Daphne had the heart to observe what had just attacked her, and then she recognized it, and the devil's net was placed on the ground. Daphne reacted quickly enough, so she escaped. Harry and Ron were in a bad mood. One fell early and the other lay directly on the devil's net. When Daphne noticed the abnormality, both of them could no longer break free. Save, save! What's this thing? Harry and Ron struggled desperately, but the vines became tighter and tighter. The two tried their best to temporarily stop the vines, so that they could not wrap around their necks. If no outsiders came to rescue him, as their strength was exhausted little by little, the two little wizards would eventually be strangled to death. Wait a minute, the flames are beating. Daphne pulled out her wand and muttered something. A blue flame as thick as a wrist emerged from the tip of her wrist and rolled towards the devil vine on the ground. Within a few seconds, the vines tangled around Harry and Ron retreated. They twisted and twitched, rushing away from the flames, allowing the two unlucky guys to regain their freedom. Daphne did not dissipate the flame, but turned it into a fireball, floating above her head to light everyone. Thanks to your careful listening to the herbal class. Harry leaned against the wall and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Ron noticed that in the entanglement just now, Daphne's shoes were swept away by the devil's vine, and only a pair of thin black socks were left on his feet. Why don't you wear mine first? He thought for a while, took off his shoes and handed them over. Daphne told herself several times in her heart that Ron is kind-hearted, but after seeing the pair of black shoes he handed over, she still felt that her expression management was out of control. Her face twitched twice and floated directly into the air about an inch above the ground. After taking a few deep breaths, a business-like smile reappeared on her face. No need, it won't affect it. Let's hurry up and protect us. The Philosopher's Stone is important. After hearing what Daphne said, Harry and Ron no longer delayed and walked deeper along the only passage. At the end of the corridor is a brightly lit room with high vaulted ceilings above, and countless dazzling birds like gems flying around the room with their wings. There is a thick wooden door opposite the room. When we pass through the room, will these little birds attack us? Ron looked solemn. I think it's very likely, but we have no choice. Harry nodded. That's not a bird. Daphne interrupted their conversation, and she pointed to the ceiling, allowing Harry and Ron to see clearly that the flying things were not birds, but keys with wings. I feel like Mei Shan needs to grab the key from those keys that can open that door. There must be hundreds of keys here. Harry looked at the large group of dense keys and felt his scalp numb. Before we were invaded, so the correct key has probably been caught once. Daphne analyzed it carefully and came to the conclusion, let's look for it. I'll try other methods if there are any keys that are caught. The three of them acted separately. Harry and Ron rode the broom piled in the corner of the room to grab the keys. Daphne came to the door to see if she could open the door with other means. She first tried the most simple and unpretentious method, push it. Someone had already entered here before, and the door might have been opened by it. However, the door did not move at all. She tried the unlocking spell again, but it had no effect. Looking at the wood-made door, Daphne had a bold idea. She took a few steps back and then attacked the door with an attack spell. The solid oak door was blown open by her, and although the power did not meet her expectations, it was also very good. Daphne directly started to stand and output, wind blade, ice arrow, fireball, all the various forms of attack magic she learned from Lei were used on this door. She felt that the spell stored in her necklace would likely be able to open the door in one go, but this spell was her trump card, so how could she use it casually? A small amount was used to break the door a little bit. Harry and Ron, who were floating in the air, were stunned and almost forgot about their mission. However, Daphne's efforts ended in failure, because when she exploded a large hole in the surface of the wooden door, she found that there was a thick iron door under the wooden door. I don't know how long it will take to blow the iron door together. More importantly, she cannot guarantee that there will be no more door behind the iron door. Fortunately, good news came from Harry and Ron. They locked a key and were intercepting it. Ron dived down, Harry followed closely behind the key. Under the attack of the two, the key flew quickly to the ground. Daphne directly raised her wand and waved it upwards. A small wind blade emerged from the tip of her staff, accurately hitting the key to escape, and cutting off its wings at the root. The key, which had half of its wings, fell to the ground with a whistle, and was tightly held in Daphne's hand. Pick up the key and come to the door, stuff it into the keyhole, twist it again, and with a click, the door opened outward. Looking at the 1-foot-thick iron door, Daphne was glad that the spell just now did not damage the mechanism in the door, otherwise the three of them would not have been able to push the door. The third update is here. Good night everyone, Happy New Year's Day! Chapter 97 The winner of chess is not just on the board. Behind the gate was a dark room. After the three of them walked into it, the room suddenly became brightly lit, and a shocking scene appeared in front of them. They stood on the edge of a huge chessboard, with black stone chess pieces higher than them in front. Opposite them, on the other end of the room, was a group of white chess pieces of similar size to black chess. All the chess pieces have no facial features, and stand in place, exuding a momentum that no one can enter. Ron tried to take a step forward, and the soldiers in the white chess immediately moved. They pulled out their weapons, blocked Ron, and formed a chess wall. It seems that we have to play chess with the opponent, and we can only pass after winning. If nothing unexpected happens, we should act as pawns and replace 3 black chess. Ron made a speculation. He asked a black chess knight and received a positive answer. This made Ron couldn't help but sigh. He knew very well that the risk of making chess pieces was much higher than that of chess players. The chess pieces would be sacrificed, but chess players would not. If possible, he just wants to be a chess player, but unfortunately he has no choice. Ron invited 3 black chess out of the board, and then took their positions with Harry and Daphne. I'll command it, it's not me that I'm boasting. My wizard chess skills are definitely one of Hogwarts' best. Before starting the chess, Ron wanted to take over command from Harry and Daphne. Oh! Harry, who was often beaten by Ron on wizard chess, was fine. Daphne, who had never played against Ron, raised her eyebrows and was a little dissatisfied. She didn't think her chess skills were not as good as Ron. Ron's previous performance made it difficult for her to trust this freckled Weasley boy. Okay, then we two command together. After seeing the change in Daphne's expression, Ron's high confidence was like a basin of cold water was poured on, and he instantly became listless. He decided to make a step back and lead the two sides together. However, this inadvertently committed a taboo in the chess world: multiple commands. When playing chess, one person may not be better when playing 2 people together, because not every player can keep up with his teammates' ideas, and sometimes it will drag his teammates down. This happened to Ron and Daphne. Both of them are masters of wizard chess, but after they were combined together, they had a wonderful negative impact, making their performance unsatisfactory. The white chess charges on the board, and the black chess is extremely passive. One black chess piece after another was shattered by their ruthlessness, turning into a pile of lifeless gravel, which was then swept out of the chessboard and piled up beside the wall. However, Ron and Daphne's level is not enough. The two fought hard and eliminated quite a few white pieces, but in the end they could not restore the decline of black pieces. It's only a matter of time before the failure of black chess. The bishop is moved the left 3 grids. Daphne, no. You will lose this way. No. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Daphne's face, who said that the winner must be divided on the board. Next, just destroy as much white chess as possible. Ron and Harry were stunned. Before they could react, Daphne directed the remaining black chess to launch a suicide attack on the white chess. She successfully smashed several pieces of white chess pieces, which completely collapsed the situation of black chess that could have lasted for a while. But Daphne was unmoved at all. Her operation seemed to be like losing after buying herself, and sometimes she even gave black chess heads. Ron had given up his command and watched Daphne operate quietly. He didn't know very well why Daphne did this, maybe it was to open another game and command it alone, right? Finally, the bishop of the white chess rushed to the front of the black chess king. The black chess took the crown on his head and threw it at its feet. The black chess lost. Even though there are not many white pieces left on the chessboard, they are still going to die with the black king, right? Next is the trick outside the chessboard. Just as the white chess pieces slowly returned to their original place and were about to restore the chessboard to its original state, a spell accurately hit the white king's neck and cut off its head. The king's head fell to the ground, broke into several pieces, and the crown on his head rolled far away. Harry, Ron. The other chess pieces were also stunned, as if they didn't expect such an operation to happen. Sure enough, Windblade Daphne was overjoyed. She waved her wand continuously and threw out one wind blade after another about 1 foot long, smashing the white chess opposite. Just now, when the chess pieces were fighting each other, she noticed that the stones used in these chess pieces were all the more crisp marble, and they wished they could crack even if they were knocked by the thermos, let alone her wind blade. Almost every wind blade can leave a huge gap of 1 foot on the chess piece and spread a large number of cracks. This kind of wind blade can be cut off in a fragile position of the chess piece, such as the neck and limbs. Even in a thick place, it only takes one more knife. Daphne's attack caught the chess pieces off guard. When they reacted and attacked her, most of the white pieces had been wiped out by her. It was only then that Harry understood what Daphne's saying: the winner does not have to be divided on the board. Just as Harry pondered, Ron suddenly rushed towards him and threw him down. It turned out that black chess began to attack them. When Daphne decided to violate the code, black chess was no longer their teammate, but became their enemy. Under Ron's save, Harry avoided the Black King's attack, but Ron was not so lucky. He was hit by a heavy hammer on his thigh and screamed on the spot. Before the Black King could finish the knife, a wind blade cut off its head. Daphne had floated into the air at this moment, her firepower was fully opened, and the wind blade fell like raindrops, sweeping away the remaining chess pieces on the field within 10 seconds. After the last piece fell to the ground, Daphne landed next to Ron and checked his injuries with her lips. She regretted not having a breath with Harry and the others before the action, otherwise they could have won the game. From the bone, smell this. Daphne opened a slit of the bottle of the sleeping potion, and shook in front of Ron's nose, and he fainted. Daphne sighed and said she could only keep Ron here for the time being. Without the chess pieces in the way, the two of them successfully crossed the second door. Behind the third door was a giant monster, which Daphne easily defeated. With the experience of the last time, the giant monster was killed instantly as soon as it met. There is a table in the level behind the giant monster, with 7 bottles of different shapes placed on it. Daphne picked up the note left on the table. For her, the puzzle on the note was not difficult to solve. The problem was that when she picked up the inconspicuous little bottle, she found that the potion inside had been drunk. Daphne and Harry were silent all of a sudden. The first update is presented. Chapter 98 Rice's Action. Daphne held the empty bottle and bit her lower lip tightly. She never expected that she would be blocked for such a ridiculous reason. The person who arrived first drank the antidote, which caused the person who came later to be unable to get in even if he solved the puzzle. This is ridiculous. Looking at the flames blocking the way, she had a bold and crazy idea: why not just give a fireproof potion to Gamble? She can make potions, but she doesn't have the raw materials and tools. Her fingers held the small bottle hard, and at this time, she felt that there seemed to be some bulge on the bottle. She picked up the bottle and found a line of words floating on the bottle: "There is no way to heaven, there is a door to enter the ground." Daphne narrowed her eyes, put the bottle back on the table, and carefully observed the floor. Then she found that there was a tile under the table that seemed not very flat. She pressed down a corner of the floor tiles and lifted them hard, exposing the things inside. There was a complete set of crucibles inside and a pack of potion raw materials. Daphne took them out and opened them and realized it in her heart: they were all raw materials used to prepare fireproof potions. She started to prepare potions directly. The amount of raw materials for the potion that was brought in the package was not large, and it was only enough for her to make a mistake once at most. What's even more terrible is that this time she has no potion formula and precautions. All she can rely on is her brain and hands, but this has not affected Daphne's confidence at all. She even feels that the raw materials are given to more. When Daphne was preparing the potion, a treatment was underway in the castle infirmary. "Okay, Mr. Lint's condition has stabilized." After giving Rice a dose of the newly developed potion, Snape stood up and told Professor McGonagall, who was standing beside him, the good news. "And Mrs. Pomfrey? So when will he wake up?" Mrs. Pomfrey observed Rice's face and found that his complexion had indeed improved, so she relieved her suspended heart. Now she only cares about how long this little guy will stay in her ward. A hint of undetectable embarrassment flashed in Snape's eyes. According to his design, Rice should have woken up at this moment, but he was still in a coma. "It seems that my potion still has room for further optimization." Fortunately, the blue color on Rice's face faded away, and his stiff muscles also relaxed, and his condition was developing in a better place. Now, there is no difference between Rice and falling asleep. He did not come forward to wake Rice up, but was just out of careful thinking. Antitoxic medicine is not a universal potion. The reasons for the poisoning of the little wizards in the school are strange. This sentence resonated with Mrs. Pomfrey. "I think we just need to wait next. Lint will have it at any time. I may wake up, maybe this afternoon, or maybe I have to wait a few days, at the latest, but I must prepare for his absence from the final exam. Then let's consider how many points he will deduct from then on." A smile appeared on Professor McGonagall's face. The smile is conservative. Professor McGonagall smiled, but Snape couldn't laugh. He shook his robe, turned around and strode away from the ward. He planned to go to the castle to catch several Gryffindor students who violated the school rules, and take the initiative first and deduct them a lot of points. Snape left, and Professor McGonagall advised Mrs. Pomfrey to inform her immediately after Rice woke up, and then she left. Mrs. Pomfrey stayed in the ward for a few minutes, and then went to treat a new wave of students who arrived. This time, she was a 5th grade student, who suffered from hysteria due to excessive pressure to prepare for the OWL. After the ward was completely empty, Lay, who was lying on the hospital bed, slowly opened his eyes. He turned over and sat up, moving his muscles that were a little sore because he had been lying flat for too long. To be honest, preparing a potion that can make you show symptoms of poisoning, but it won't really cost you your life. It's much harder than preparing a serious potion. The latter only needs to follow the potion formula, but the former requires sufficient knowledge to create originality. There are 2 reasons why Rice did this. One is to make the 3 candidates without foreign aid. Dumbledore cleverly chose to escape first and did not have such a good excuse, so he could only use a medicine escape. Secondly, I am the one who has dropped the Philosopher's Stone and need a proof of absence. Hospitalization is a very good proof, and both professors and Mrs. Pomfrey can testify for themselves. However, making a non-present proof does not mean that you are really not present. Although the guardian level that Dumbledore had set up before was very puzzling, the villain who ended up was still a bit dangerous. Lay believed that with Daphne's strength and the props she left for her, it would be more than enough to deal with Quirrell, but it would be a bit difficult to deal with the guy behind Quirrell. "I have to follow and take a look, so as not to have any problems." He believed that Dumbledore would also stare at Porter in the dark, so he had to make some extra preparations. Lay first opened the cabinet beside the wall of the ward, took out a set of changing bedding from it, rolled them up and placed them on his bed. Then he took out his wand and pointed at the rolled bedding, and the bedding turned into his appearance. This is not a simple deformation. Lay used the bedding to make himself even breathe and take medicine, which was enough to deceive Mrs. Pomfrey and the professors at the school. After doing this, Les took out a small bottle from his arms, which contained some liquid as sticky as mud. He had also prepared a compound decoction before, and now it is just in handy. In order not to reveal his identity, in addition to wearing physical disguise such as a hood, Rice will also use compound decoctions to seek foolproof. After exploring in his small leather bag for a long time, Lay found a small leather bag containing several bundles of hair. Each bundle was tied with a ribbon with Roman numerals on it. Lay chose a bunch of hair marked with XXV, carefully took out one from it, and put it in the compound decoction. After adding hair, the compound decoction turned into a silver-green color. After drinking it in one sip, Lay became a young man with black hair. It's quite good and elegant. The decision to leave some hair back then was really right. After finding a mirror and looking at his appearance in the mirror, Rice showed a satisfied expression. He was using his hair left when he was 25. It is much more convenient to do many things when you become 25 years old. After casting a magical body curse on himself, Lay walked straight out of the ward and headed straight to the 4th floor of the castle. The second update is presented. Next update is at night. I really don't want to go to work. Chapter 99 Dumbledore, I'm here, where are you? Lay opened the door in the corridor on the 4th floor and found that the three-headed dog Lu Wei was sleeping soundly. No, Rice nodded. Although he used the sleeping potion he left behind, it was at least proved that Daphne could recognize the type of potion and could use the potion correctly. Continuing to go deeper, Rice noticed the abnormality in the devil's vine. After looking closely, he couldn't help laughing. Daphne, this girl, actually suffered a little here. When he saw the broken door behind the Fanfiction key group, Les's facial muscles twitched twice. He felt that he needed to care about the situation of Daphne's spiritual world. For some reason, some of her behaviors were very Gryffindor, which made Rice a little worried. In the fields I carefully cared for, a weed called Godric actually popped up, which is unacceptable. Could it be because I stayed with Porter and Weasley for a long time? Rice's thoughts couldn't help but spread. While he was absent, he turned out a rope to grab the key that had lost half of his wings and could hardly fly. He could forcefully open the door, but this behavior was too Gryffindor, and Rice chose to use it correctly. The idea breaks the barrier. Along the way, in addition to observing the traces left by the three young wizards and judging their way of passing, Rice was also seriously looking for traces of Dumbledore. He believed that Professor Dumbledore should have been quietly behind the little wizard and watched them take risks. But the more he searched, the more confused he was. There was no trace of him here, and he could not feel the existence of Dumbledore's magic. The several mechanisms left behind after he walked in showed no sign of being triggered, indicating that no one had ever come in after he entered here. This is very strange. With his insight, almost no one can hide it from him, even his three companions. It was because someone invented some profound invisibility curse over 1,000 years, which made him unable to do so at all. Discover him? Dumbledore, I'm here, where are you? A crazy idea came to Les's mind. Didn't Dumbledore not come? When this thought came into his mind, Lay was shocked. There are two key points to arrange training for young wizards of the ages like Harry and Daphne. One is to make the young wizards who participate in the training believe that they are really training alone, and the other is to never really let them practice alone. If you really let go, it would be useless for the wizards to maintain the fertility rate like the Weasleys. Lay sincerely admired Dumbledore's courage. He might have known that Daphne had defeated Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest. It is not difficult to guess, it is not Harry, Hagrid is not there, and the horseman is late, so it can be inferred by the exclusion method. But how did he know that Harry would bring Daphne with him? What if Daphne refuses? Also, he is too convinced of Daphne's combat effectiveness, right? Of course, there is another possibility, that is, Dumbledore knew he would come, so he simply didn't come, but this possibility is more than Harry Potter tearing off his mask and revealing Gryffindor's face. The probability is low. Etc. It has nothing to do with Harry's teammates. After the scene of Harry tearing apart and revealing Godric's face out of his mind, a sudden enlightenment suddenly arose in Rice's heart. With Dumbledore's design, no one other than Harry would enter the end. 1 level. The fireproof potion that can pass through the flame door in the last level is only a small bite, only enough for one person to drink. This must be Dumbledore's design, and the purpose is to limit other little wizards and only let Harry enter the last level. Harry's personality and eloquence, this person's potion will only fall into his mouth in the end. As for Kilo, Rice felt that he would not have to work on that logical reasoning question at all. The fire gate only needed to impose a fire spell on himself and could step over it, so that he would not waste time on it. His own behavior of doing so was destroyed by accident. Dumbledore's hard work. He poured out the fire potion, and hid a set of magic potion-making tools and the raw material for the fireproof potion. Even Daphne can enter the last level together. Through Dumbledore's design, Rice came to a new conclusion. Dumbledore is confident that even if a pair of people faced Quirrell, Harry would not be hurt. Is it because of the ancient magic on Harry? I see. He looked for an opportunity before and observed Harry up close, and then Rice discovered something unusual about Harry. There was a hint of strangeness in the magic he exuded. Unfortunately, due to the lack of evidence and the inconvenience of Harry and the insecurity of in-depth research, Rice was unable to draw a clear conclusion. He could only make a general judgment that Harry had been imposed with a very rare and lost spell. This spell was a bit strange. It had a defensive magic nature, but also had a curse feeling, which made Rice extremely confused. Rice finally figured out why Dumbledore really dared to let Harry, a first-grade wizard, deal with the murderer who covets the Philosopher's Stone. The spell on Harry can bless him. This opened Les' eyes and also became a little curious about the spell. What kind of spell can achieve this effect? He couldn't help but speed up. When he arrived in the room with the chessboard, he saw that the black and white chess pieces that had returned to their original state and rearranged the chess and the Ron who was sleeping soundly in the middle of the chessboard. Young people have good sleep quality, just fall asleep. Rice smiled and moved Ron outside the chessboard, then took out the magic staff. If there is plenty of time, I don't mind going to the next game with you, but I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry. Lay smiled at the chess pieces. What's more, I'm really not sure to beat you, sister. I'm afraid of sucking the chess players. Yulo is willing to let me have a few sons. Looking at these chess pieces, the little bits and pieces of his and Daphne's previous wizard chess gradually came to their minds. Wait a minute, I just got into the wrong place? You remembered it wrongly. This knight was originally black? Tibetan chess. What do you think of me? Let the 3 sons. Daphne, you bully people too much. Let me be a knight and a bishop. Add a soldier this time. Rice couldn't help laughing. After some recollections, he had a clear understanding of his chess skills, so he chose to win with tricks outside the board to avoid wasting time. A thin and long water line emerged from the tip of Rice's rod. He hasn't used the water elemental magic for a long time, and now he is really missed. Now, few people know that what I am best at is the water elemental curse. Lay murmured to himself, then shook his wand, and the inconspicuous water line drifted across the entire chessboard. In the next second, whether it was black or white, king or bishop, all the pieces that existed on the board were cut into pieces by the water line. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. The water magic I'm good at is a compensation for you. Rice shook the water droplets at the tip of his stick and strided towards the room opposite. Updates are provided. The second one is a little later, get up in the morning to see it. Chapter 100 Lay, that's the crystal made by Ravenclaw himself. Vol. Did the flame behind the door flash just now? Harry narrowed his eyes and asked with some uncertainty. Embarrassingly, Daphne ignored him at all. The preparation of fireproof potions has reached its most critical moment. If Daphne has any distracting thoughts about making potions in her mind, then why didn't he block Harry's mouth before starting to prepare potions? Okay, maybe I'm dazzled. Oh, I don't know what the next level will be. Do you think the fire pot can really cross that fire wall? How long will it take to get it done? Finally, Daphne's fireproof potion was prepared successfully. Awesome! Great! Harry was not stingy with the praise he spoke. Daphne narrowed her eyes and showed a sweet smile. This is nothing. But I have something to tell you about it. You said. Facing Daphne, who had prepared the fireproof potion, Harry wanted to replace the portrait of Our Lady in the Devonshire church with Daphne's photo. Daphne's request. Harry would definitely respond to all requests. Next time I get a potion, if it's just a word, I'll cut off your tongue as a potion's medicine introduction. Harry. Okay, let's drink the medicine. Daphne put the potion into 2 small bottles and handed one to Harry. The two of them drank fireproof potion together and shuddered. The potion is like ice water. After drinking it, it feels like I'm going out in my pajamas in the cold winter wind. As the two walked through the fire door, the black flames brought them a hint of warmth. After crossing the black flame, the two of them successfully entered the last room. A man who made Harry's pupils shocked was standing in that room. Professor Quirrell, you! Harry was so shocked that he couldn't breathe. Daphne slapped her face suddenly. Now you can finally believe Professor Snape's innocence. Quirrell smiled, now his face no longer twitched, and he didn't stammer when he spoke. I want to thank Snape, who was like a huge target, attracted everyone's attention and allowed me to execute this great plan smoothly. Quirrell looked very proud. He believed that he had hidden himself from everyone, including the great Dumbledore. Miss Greengrass, I was in school and received a lot of care from your father. For his sake, you can go back, it has nothing to do with you. I swear by Black Lake that you will return safely in the castle. After taunting Harry for a few words, Quirrell turned to Daphne, indicating that he could let her go. Quirrell's generosity and Daphne's father had no relationship with him. It was purely because Daphne left an overly deep impression on Quirrell that night, and this time he decided to win with wisdom. Quirrell had already thought about it. When she turned around, she would use the life-seeking curse to kill her. The girl seemed to be frightened, and she nodded barefully. Seeing that she was trapped, Quirrell was overjoyed, but before this joy could occupy his mind, a powerful spell hit him. If Voldemort had not taken over Quirrell's body directly, Daphne would have succeeded at this time. Looking for death. Quirrell, who was almost cut into 2 pieces, was furious. He subconsciously wanted to fight back, but found that he had completely lost control of his body. Voldemort finally stopped hiding it. Anyway, after today, Quirrell's body would be abandoned by himself like a disposable tableware in a restaurant. The turban on Quirrell's head spread out in circles. During this period, Daphne took advantage of Quirrell's vision being blocked and launched attacks again and again, but he easily resolved them. Translucent shields appeared just right. On the path of Daphne's attack magic, bounced them all away. Quirrell, whose eyes were covered by a turban, seemed to have better vision. After the last layer of scarf was unveiled, Daphne and Harry were both stunned. There was an extremely hideous and terrifying face on the back of Quirrell's head. The color of the face was as pale as chalk, and under the red eyes were 2 thin nostrils that looked like snakes. It is simply the concretization of the word evil. Excellent child, put down your wand, I forgive your sins. The face spoke to Daphne in a whispering voice. The child of the Greengrass family? It's really rare, pure blood, the blood of the wizard should not be wasted. Submit to me, I will give you glory that you can't even dream of in your dreams." Daphne only felt a churn in her stomach, and the look of her eyes looking at her made her sick. She used wind blades, fireballs, and ice cones as her answers, but these attacks could not even allow the monster to take even half a step back. Daphne felt desperate for the first time since she entered school. She had never been so desperate when she was almost eaten by a giant monster. What a pity! Voldemort shook his head and no longer concealed the coldness in his eyes. The untied headscarf moved like a snake and swam towards Daphne. Seeing Daphne in danger, Harry was anxious. He wanted to do something, but Voldemort just turned out a rope and tied him up. He was too lazy to talk nonsense to Harry. Voldemort felt humiliated and funny. How could he lose in the hands of such a guy? He couldn't figure it out even if he wanted to break his head. Daphne flew directly into the air, trying to avoid Voldemort's attack. Oh! Voldemort was even more surprised. He didn't expect that the little girl from the green grass family had mastered the flying magic. He casually cast several spells at Daphne, and seeing her avoid her attack in a mess, she felt like a cat playing with a mouse that she had caught. Daphne had only one thought left in her mind: she really wanted to put a spell on that disgusting face, even if it was just a moment. In the dodge, she saw herself in the mirror. Her hair was scattered and her face was pale, like a stray dog. A thought popped up in Daphne's mind: is there a mirror here? She hadn't noticed it at all before. At this time, she saw herself in the mirror reaching her hand into her pocket, taking out a crystal ball, then blinking at herself, and putting the crystal ball into her pocket. Then, Daphne felt something heavy really fell into the pocket on the inside of her robe. She reached into it, and sure enough, the crystal ball was already in her pocket. A purple spell flew over her body and almost hit her. Voldemort on the ground let out a creepy laugh. "Concentrate, don't be distracted." Daphne ignored him. She took out the crystal ball, looked down and found a skeleton horse paced in a forest. A trace of enlightenment rose in her heart. The next second, she smashed the crystal ball heavily on the ground, and the crystal ball shattered in response to the sound. Les, who had been observing secretly, suddenly had his eyes darkened. It was made by Rowena Ravenclaw himself, and there was only one in the world. The update is here. Good night everyone, the next update is in the evening.